She was ready, but I don't know if you guys could tell. Trivia didn't need to be a witness. She didn't need to be a witness. So how funny got her attorneys over there arguing in that Ashleigh Merchant trial that you shouldn't use subpoenas to harass and oppress people. Yet that's what y'all do every day over here on this YSL side. Is a little crazy. I told y'all Trivia was pretty when I saw her picture up there. I don't know if it was a driver's license picture of what or what that was up there, but I was like, oh, okay. Hey everybody. Hello everybody. Yes, I'm moving over to YT. Just because my phone is dead. Hey Blue Skies over on YT. Y'all please come in and make sure you like the live, guys. Y'all know I start on TikTok, but I'm moving over here to YouTube. As soon as I get enough people over here, I'm gonna be moving to YT only. Hey Miss Cherie, we're going to YouTube. Hey everybody that's joining. I knew she was cute. She is very much cute. Thank you, Miss Fabulous J. I was on time too. I told you 1:15. I got on right at 1:15. That was a mug shot, y'all. That was a pretty mug shot. That's how you know you pretty. That was a pretty mug shot. Catching up on your videos. Oh, thank you too, pretty over here on YouTube. Hey, Jazz. Hey, Seven. Your girl didn't disappoint today. And see what Ashleigh Merchant. Oh, I saw it, guys. Y'all, I saw Miss Marilyn. I actually intend on doing an actual video about it. I did take the screenshots last night, but I was doing hair. Y'all know I do my family's hair. Child. I had to do some knotless braids yesterday. Didn't get done to about 11:30. Seven. She did not come up there to play. So Tam, we're gonna be on YT. I see you just joined in. Babe, Moontoon, look, Shelley Moontoon wasn't playing about that girl. That's one thing for sure. Yes, I am on YT right now. I'm on YT right now, and we only have until about, I think she said 2:15. But we are gonna look at Trivia's testimony today. Probably just have some more chat. Can y'all tell me where the likes at on YT? It's 140 people in here right now. Y'all know as soon as them likes get to where they need to be, I'm gonna get off TikTok. Thank you for being here, Kiara. Everyone that's from TikTok, thank y'all for coming over here to YT with me. Is Woody really on the run? I don't know, child. I don't know if Woody on the run. Y'all, I keep like I know exactly what you guys know. 49. Okay, y'all. Can we get the likes to 100? And I'm going to shut TikTok down. I don't know if Woody's on the run. It's in my bio. Everybody that's on TikTok that wants to move over is in my bio. It shows 68 likes for you. Okay, yep. Someone just said 68 likes. Now we're at 77. Okay, guys. As soon as we get to 100 likes on TikTok, hey Tam, you made it to YouTube. I am shutting down TikTok, and we're gonna move on over. Oh, I think they said we're at 100. Hold on, guys. Oh, we're at 100. So, guys, I am leaving TikTok. You guys, if you like to catch in and join in on our conversation, we are on YouTube. The YouTube is in my bio, but I'm doing it over there because my phone's dead. Plus, I want to save this. Bye, everybody on TikTok. YouTube. How the hell y'all feeling after court? Thank y'all so much for getting the likes up over here. Tell me how y'all feeling after what we just witnessed. Hey, Miss Melody. Listen, Key, I'm glad you made it. Key, I knew you were going to say that. It's a it show over there. But I don't know if I know you guys saw me say I was watching some of the what's going on with Ashleigh Merchant and Funny Willis. I have not gotten through everything. However, her lawyers, first of all, the lawyers are beautiful, okay? Some beautiful black women running all up and through Fulton County. But for that lady to get up there and say Ashleigh was trying to use the subpoena to oppress and harass Funny. I said, well, what the hell you think Funny doing every day in this YSL trial? child. Hey, CMT. Hey, China. Thank you so much, China. So it was a mess. But for those of you that are just joining, can somebody tell me where the likes at? Can someone tell me where the likes? We're up to 300 people in here now. YSL Mel, I'm watching it now. She's in LA knowing. Funny in LA? Thank you, Key. 156 is 300 people in here, y'all. The likes are free. Log in. And we're about to watch Trivia's testimony, guys. So, yes, y'all about to get another reaction of me watching Trivia's testimony. I already got it queued up because we need to discuss this testimony. We need to discuss it, y'all. So let's go ahead. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. We don't have long. And before we get it popping, y'all know what I'm about to say. We start and stop on this side of YouTube, okay? We start and stop, okay? So I don't want to hear y'all tell me just keep going, because I'm never going to do that. Never going to do it. Me and my people, we chit-chat over here. For those of you that are new. Also, don't bring up these commercials, because I see YouTube, ever since I said YouTube likes to show commercials, y'all know what YouTube do? Show a whole lot of damn commercials. But I don't want to hear nothing about it in the chat, okay? Y'all just sit back, let's have fun, and let's recap. Okay, hold on, y'all. Y'all, let's see what the chat's saying. Hold on. It's right here.
Hey, Smith.
Would you spell is common spelling for Smith?
SIMTH.
Now, I knew I wasn't crazy. She smelled Smith. SIMTH. I knew I wasn't crazy. I knew I wasn't crazy, y'all. Oh, thank y'all for the likes. I knew I wasn't crazy. I said this shit. I said, Lord, Miss Love got us so damn bothered. She spelled the name wrong. I said, Lord, it's SIMTH. Y'all did a double take.
Thank you. And good morning, Miss Smith. It's still morning.
Good morning.
All right.
Y'all want me to leave it?
Miss Smith, would you tell the jury where it is that you're from?
Atlanta, Georgia. Born and raised.
Born and raised in Atlanta?
Yep.
All right. And on January the 28th of 2015, did you live in Atlanta?
Yes.
All right. What was your address?
I don't remember the address. Off Cleveland Avenue.
Do you recall during that time living on Springdale Road at 2905 Springdale Road?
Yes.
All right. Now, were you living there with anyone, or were you living by yourself?
By myself.
And is that an apartment, a house?
Townhome. A townhome.
All right. And you said
somebody just raised a good point. Y'all know people from Atlanta that was born here, they love to holler out born and raised. They love to say born and raised, or Grady baby. They love to say that. Y'all know why? Because there's so many people that are not born and raised living in Atlanta. I've never seen a place that has as many people from other states in cities all across the country like Atlanta. So I get it. She said, baby, I'm a real one. Y'all see my sweatshirt says Atlanta adopted me.
that it was off Cleveland Avenue?
That's what I said.
Okay. Miss Smith, were you living at that time in apartment P3?
Look at here.
I don't remember the address.
Okay. Do you recall having a neighbor by the name of Gilberti Mack?
I do.
And do you recall whether you asked Mr. Mack to put cameras on his house?
Can't tell nobody put a camera in their house. That's their house.
It is. Do you recall whether you ever requested that of him?
I didn't.
All right.
Yeah, but where is the lie? Y'all, where is Miss Love getting this information from? Is she reading from a police report? Because some of these questions just caught me off guard. And this is one. Did you tell him to put cameras on your house or on his house? That's funny to me.
Now, back on January the 28th of 2015, how long after that date did you live in those townhomes?
Left.
Did you leave on that particular day or the next day or shortly?
Miss Sheila, see, one of my family members that's really from Atlanta, I'm saying family members as in TikTok family, told me that Miss Antrevia is like a boxing champ here. So I went to her page and I saw that like she do not play out here. Miss Antrevia really is like that. Maybe Miss Love knows that, and that's why Miss Love said, "Let me hear her get this girl off the stand," because she got her off the stand.
Afterwards?
I wasn't there before that.
Okay. Now, when you say you weren't there before that, what do you mean?
I just wasn't home.
Oh, you mean you were home on January 28th?
If that's the date, I wasn't there.
Okay. When did you move out of those apartments?
I don't remember the exact date. The day they said I had to leave.
Did anything precede your having to leave?
A shootout.
All right. Now, when you say a shootout, what do you mean? You weren't there, so what do you mean? And the jury hasn't heard this, so please tell them what you mean when you say a shootout.
I mean, I had to go there. I got a call from the rent office saying that my house got shot up.
Okay. And was that at night? Do you recall?
I think so.
That club,
And so when you go on scene to see what's going on, what do you see?
Bullet holes.
Where do you see the bullet holes?
I don't remember exactly what a bullet holes was.
As far as not specifically remembering them, what I'm asking is, are they inside your home?
Correct.
All right. Do you recall whether the window or the door was hit or something different?
No.
All right. Now, when you got there, were there police inside your home?
No.
Did the police go inside your home with you?
With me, no.
Did they go inside your home?
I'm sure they did.
All right. Now, when you say a shootout happened and after that you left, do you know how long it was after that you left?
No.
All right. At the time that you lived, and I don't want to get too much into your personal business, but at the time that you lived at that apartment complex off Springdale Road, did you know a person by the name of Kelvin Watts?
Of course.
Okay. And what did you call him?
Yo, did y'all see her roll her eyes? She like, here she go.
Shell.
Shell, did you also call him Lil Kel?
No.
Where's she getting this from?
Did you ever call him by the short
No.
name Kel?
I just told you, Shell.
I understand. So at the time, around January 28th of 2015, or before, had Shell been hiding out in—
Let's talk. Oh God. Right. I stopped it right at my favorite part. Okay. So Tiffany says, is Trevia supposed to be a witness for the prosecution? Because she did a great job on the stand. I want to be like her when I grow up. She did that. So Tiffany, yes. The prosecution, this is their the case in chief. This is their time. Can somebody tell me where the lights at? Because we have 421 people in here now. So this is the state's case, Tiffany. What you're seeing is what happens when the state is calling witnesses. One, they're not prepping them. Two, their witnesses don't want to be there. And in Antrevia's case, what Miss Love is speaking about, the incident at her home, no one was ever arrested. Can y'all please get the lights up? I see we had 200. Can we get them to 250? In Trevia, no one was ever charged, according to Meg Sharp, in what happened at her home. Miss Love alleges that it had something to do with this YSL gang rivalry, but she has no evidence to prove that. So here we are. What you're going to see by the end of this is that this was a complete waste of time. And Trevia added nothing to the state's case. And when I say nothing, she added nothing to her case. We did not have any more clarity after she left the stand than we had before she left the stand. I'm back to Paige, y'all. They've got to streamline this case. I mean, allegedly, they were saying that, she didn't want to take the stand. This case has caused distress. I think Ms. Love was trying to get on her good side. And from the way she testified, you could see why. Ms. Love was trying to get on her good side. And she didn't get on her good side. Like, the girl didn't want to be up there. There was no reason for her to be up there. And so here we go, y'all. This testimony happened earlier this morning. Like, it's exactly like nothing came out of her testimony that we didn't know. Did we learn that this was the result of If Gang and YSL? No, we did not. She wasn't even at home when it happened. Thank God for that. She wasn't even at home. We don't know who they were looking for. We don't know why her house was it an accident. We don't know. Now, I'm sure the streets may have their theories, but we're talking about what can be proven. We don't know why this happened. So, just to give y'all some background.
In your house.
Sustained.
Had Shell been staying at your house at all?
We was dating
Okay. How long had you all been dating?
a few months.
Now, when you were dating, did Shell stay at your house sometimes?
He visit. He didn't stay.
Did he ever hide out at your house?
He visit. I just answered your question.
I understand.
I know that's
Did you
right.
ever tell police on January 28, 2015, that Shell had been hiding?
Objection, Your Honor.
I just answered
That
your
calls for
question.
speculation.
Key, I don't doubt that. That's what I was saying. I think that Miss Love is getting all of this information from police reports, and that's why she keeps asking her that. But if y'all see, Miss Love got on up off that stand because this stuff was years ago, and I think a lot of her information she gave to the police was speculation and hearsay as well. There was never any concrete evidence, so I think that's why Miss Love moved it right along. But I definitely, Key, agree that this was coming from police reports from that day. And that's why she's asking, did you talk to this person? Did this happen? It definitely came from that, but it was years ago. And even though she said all of this speculating information, they were never able to prove anything. So there we go. Yes, Bree, I'll keep it going.
Overruled.
And Ms. Smith, I'm not going to keep you up here very long, but I'm going to ask you a specific question because the jury, Your Honor, if I may just be allowed.
Overruled.
I'm going to ask you questions so that the jury who doesn't know the answers, so that you can answer for them, okay? Did you tell the police that night that your friend Kelvin had been hiding out at your place?
I did not.
Okay. Do you remember talking to police that night?
No.
Do you recall the name, or do you recall an Officer Collins being the officer that responded to your scene?
I do not.
Do you recall what the officers looked like?
I do not.
Okay.
She said she wasn't there.
Do you recall talking to anyone about your friend Kel in the presence of officers?
No.
Do you recall
Yes, Leah.
telling them anything about anyone that might have wanted harm to Kelvin?
No.
Okay. How long do you recall, if you recall at all, the police being on scene?
I don't know.
All right.
I wasn't there.
She keeps saying.
Were you there when you got
Yes,
called and you
you
came out?
When I got there, nobody was there.
So you don't,
Next day, I went down the next day. They said I had to come the next day. You said when I got home,
Ooh.
they wasn't there when I got home.
so the night that the rent office called you, is your testimony?
The
that-
rent office I know the person. She called me and told me. The next door neighbor called and told me my house got shot up.
And what was the name of the next door neighbor?
Just called his name. G. Gregory, whatever his name is.
Gilberty Mack?
I know him as Gio.
Okay. So when Gio called you, it was that night that your house had just gotten shot up?
A few people called me. It wasn't a secret.
Girl, and it's a full together
And-
thing.
Did you arrive on scene that night? Did you get back to your house that night?
I came, nobody was there.
Do you know about how long after you called, or you recalled that you came back to your house?
No, I
haven't
do
waited.
not.
Oh, look how she looking at her.
Did you know any members, and I know this sounds like it's obvious, but do you know any members of your friend Kelvin's
Look at her.
family?
Ooh.
Did you know Donovan Thomas?
I did.
Y'all, she is
Were you
lit.
close with
Let's
him?
see.
Yes.
And were you able to observe Kelvin's interaction with him?
I wasn't.
Okay. Do you have any knowledge of whether Kelvin was
Nope.
close to him?
Nope. I do not.
At the time, did you know an Antonio
Baby, not even let Miss Love get them questions out. Somebody said she leaned back in that seat further than Miss Love was yesterday.
Sledge?
Of course I did.
Why do you say, of course you did?
Because I dated him.
All right. Were you dating him at the same time you were dating?
I wasn't.
That's right.
How long
Trini.
before your house got shot up did you stop dating Antonio Sledge?
A couple of months. The same time I just told you when I started dating Kevin.
Okay. And what did you call Antonio Sledge?
Monktoon.
Monktoon?
Yeah.
All right. How long had you known Monktoon by that time?
Been knowing Monktoon since I was like 15, 16 years old.
Okay.
Time out. I just want to say, y'all, that I was right. Remember I told y'all that she had been knowing Moontoon for a long time, that he was hanging around them young boys and he knew the girls too. Because I couldn't understand why Moontoon at his age was dating the same person that Shell Kell would have been dating. And people's like, Moontoon, everybody knew him around the neighborhood. Although he was older, he was like one of the little young boys around. Y'all remember I said that? She been knowing him since she was 15. And then eventually they started dating. I'm going to say she had to be about 18, 19, somewhere up in there. But anyway, I said that. So I'm glad she kind of helped me out there too. Yes, you did, 7.
How long had you known Kel or Shell Kel at that time?
Not that long.
Y'all watch Miss Love body language.
Now, at what point do you now recall speaking to the police at all about shooting at your house?
I don't.
Do you recall ever communicating with the police?
Watch
in
Miss
any
Love,
way?
y'all.
I just told you. I went down the next day. You just asked me that.
Okay.
Ooh.
Who did you talk to when you went down?
I
the next
don't
day?
know.
Where did you go down to?
The headquarters.
I'm sorry.
Do you recall an investigator, Dennis?
I just told you. I don't remember nobody's name.
Do you recall
Okay.
providing a video to the police?
I don't.
Do you recall a video wherein Antonio Sledge was talking to the camera?
It's all on social media. I play it. So of course I seen
Remember
it.
how she
All right.
can chill?
Could you speak into the...
It's on social media. Of course I seen it.
Now, when you say it's on social media, of course you've seen it. What are you talking about that
The
you've
video
seen?
that you're talking about. The trial is on social media.
Okay.
So yes,
So-
I seen the video.
And describe the video that, since we've shown a lot of them, that you're talking about.
The video of Moontoon calling Shell Kell out.
All right.
When I heard her say the video where Moontoon calling Shell Kell out, I said, oh, okay.
Did you know at that time Lil D?
Of course I did.
All right. How long had you known Lil D?
I don't know.
Now, the video of Moontoon calling Shell Kell out, did you provide that video to the police?
I don't recall.
Do you recall emailing anything to the police?
I don't
Gotta
recall.
sleep up there.
Do you recall an investigator Gaither?
I don't recall. I just told you I don't remember nobody's name.
All right. And to be fair, do you have any desire to be here today?
No.
Okay. Thank you. That's all that I have.
All right, do any defense counsel have questions for this witness?
Not on behalf of Mr. Stillwell.
Thank you. On behalf of Mr. Williams, no
She
questions.
laid back in his seat.
None.
He looking like
None.
Kool-Aid.
All right. Thank you. You're excused. Call your next
Let
witness.
my girl go. Let my girl go. Look at this, y'all. Watch this. Baby.
All right.
Y'all.
And she's already been sworn several times, so we'll just remind her
I'm
that
trying to
she's
see.
still
Y'all
under
said the
oath.
defense was laughing. Let me see. Miss Love. Today Miss Love should have wore a little black today.
Was previously testifying, and so I understand that she was finished.
She was testifying.
Child.
Okay. Okay.
Y'all, this is too much for me.
So y'all are saying don't get on you too much. Okay. Got it.
Oh, yo, let me tell you
Well,
something.
let me ask this. If she's not finished, do you have somebody else ready?
Hold on, y'all. Yeah, where y'all said the kids was laughing? Let me see.
Out there? Then let's just do another witness.
Look at Max shot. I know Miss Westmoreland was cracking up. I gotta see Miss Sylvia reaction camera because I want to see. Y'all, Miss Sylvia. No, her TikTok shows like the camera of the people. I want to see that footage. I'm gonna find it for y'all. Y'all, we gotta see. Y'all, look at shit. I mean, look at Shannon back there. I know that's right, Shannon. Got you some entertainment today. I know that's right. Shannon's still laughing, baby. Shannon said that was a good one right there. Look at Max. Max ready. Max is ready. That's right, Trivia. You done came and set the tone for the rest of the day for the defense, baby. Y'all,
That
miss-
witness, I was mistaken, and I asked for
Oh,
a 5-minute
my God.
break so that we can confirm the
y'all,
availability of the person we thought was outside and should be outside. And if not, to see how long it will be before Miss.
y'all, somebody just messaged me on TikTok. They said Instagram told Miss Love to stop playing with Tree before she be in that boxing ring with her at Crucial on Monday. What I tell y'all? What is wrong with y'all? Oh, what is wrong with y'all? Yeah, what is wrong with y'all? But I think this serves Miss Love right. There's no, like, y'all put a 1 in the chat if Treva left and she gave you more clarity on anything. Put a 2 in the chat if you like me and said it was a 403 waste of time. Oh, Key, come pick me up. If you, I'll pay for the VIP parking, friend. 2, 403 waste of time. Like, what was the purpose of her having her up there? What was the purpose of her having her up there? I don't see what the purpose was, and that's the problem for me. I think someone in my comments said she was trying to embarrass Trivia. Hell, I don't know. I don't know how. They said Trivia said Uno card reversed and embarrassed her. It's y'all want to go, y'all want to see the defense. Oh my God. Hold up. Oh, wait a minute. I don't want to go that far. Look at Shannon. Look at Mr. Nichols. Oh, y'all, did y'all see Shannon?
Okay, well, you don't have another witness out there? Then let's just do another witness.
Look at him back there. Dog never really do too much, but I know Shannon was amused. I know that's right, Shannon. Look at Mr. Kokomo. Look at Max. Yeah. I know one thing. Shannon Stillwell, Max Sharp, and Miss Westmoreland found this funny, baby. Oh, Lacey, you sitting on my TikTok? You sit on my TikTok, Lacey, because I'll try to forward it to my phone. I mean, to my laptop, so I could show it for everybody. Oh yes, I got it, Lacey. Let me put it in my let me text it to myself so that I can pull it up. Y'all, they're right there. That has tickled me today, y'all. Baby, that tickled What I tell you, this trial.
That witness, I was mistaken, and I asked for a 5-minute break
right.
so that we can confirm the
Crack you up.
availability of the person we thought was outside and
Yeah,
should be
Lacey
outside.
sent it to me.
And if not, to see how long it will be before Ms. Latner's is.
Okay, so do
Done.
you have anybody other than Miss Latner's?
Oh
over there?
God, that would tickle me.
The person that I was under the impression was standing right outside
Okay,
is
yeah,
not
hold on.
right outside. Ms. Hilton is with them, and I just texted her to come over with that person.
You stay in your car.
So I'm asking the court for 5 minutes
Oh,
for a break, just to get.
And you don't have another witness?
We had those two. We had those
yes
three
or no,
people.
Miss Love.
That was
lined
only
up.
2. Okay. So if you know.
Okay, y'all. Let me stop because shout out to our girl Lacey. Lacey sent us. I was seeing online. Oh, they're Lacey. I hope I can play this and not get in trouble on YouTube. This man said PUSSY. Okay, y'all, I'm about to play it. Do you go live during trial? If so, I want to watch because you and your folks have me tripping. Y'all, we just I don't really go live the whole trial. Eventually I will. I might go live with Quindarius Decker. I might stay on live for that. But let me show y'all. So shout out to our cousin Lacey. Lacey sent us. I was getting DMs about trivia, like kind of talking about this. Maybe she got the subpoena yesterday or something. So I'm gonna play that, y'all. Hold on just a second. But this person is doing some serious cursing. Hold up. Oh, yeah. I'm going to have to skip forward. I'm going to put the link in the chat for y'all. I got to skip forward, baby. He called this girl Good P Trivia. I can't be putting that on my page. Hold on, y'all. Oh, my bad. I got to play it, y'all. It's a live. I have to play it, y'all. It's a live, y'all. This a live. Y'all, how long ago this live on YT? Yes, y'all. Oh, I'm just so scared. Y'all, TikTok got me paranoid. I'm scared to play it. It's okay. Yeah, I don't know if I can play it. I don't know if did y'all see I put the link in the chat for you guys. I'm a little it looks like there's a live conversation, y'all. And y'all saying YouTube different. Y'all think it might be okay? Hold on, y'all. I think it might be okay. Hold on. Child, hold up, y'all. It's what it's the way he said it, y'all. Hold on. I think I might be okay. We're gonna play it. Hopefully, YouTube have like violations that they let you accumulate or something. So hold on, y'all.
Some good pussy because she done fucked all these men in this case. I said they say they call a good pussy treason.
All the men in the case, or 2 of the men that was in the case.
2. They say treatment got some good pussy because they fight about treason. That's what they say.
Fight about me, y'all. That shit happened 10 years ago. Y'all let that go.
They said it in the case, but the people
it ain't my fault.
Y'all
just finding out about this shit. This shit old. This shit 10 years ago. 10 years ago, and we not gonna do this. This ain't about no pussy. Y'all stop y'all shit.
I know.
First of all, the case just found out about it, but we've been doing about it when you. We've been doing about it when you
that bitch Fetty just trying to get elected, bitch. You just trying to get in the chair. You bring up a case that was 7, 8 years ago, bitch. You could have found another way to get elected, bitch. You try to use me get elected. Y'all better not even vote for that hoe. But she doing too much. Leave them folks alone. Free them folks. Free everybody. Dismiss that shit. Y'all just now. Y'all just now finding out about that shit. That's why I be just looking at y'all. Y'all be saying, why do you niggas like trees?
I ain't gonna lie, it wasn't new to me, but I said I remember when she was fucking with him, but I ain't know about him because they were arguing. I remember came up here and said, I'm not, he came up here and you and D, y'all.
Yeah, that shit old. Y'all, they understand we moved around that 10 years ago. We move around.
She said that, but I remember when you and
Y'all
D
gotta
was
understand
there,
that person I was with, like we were messing around as a teenager. He way older than this. He molded me. I moved on with my little life. And
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I gave the man the benefit of the doubt. I said 18. Somebody in the chat said 17. Somebody go type Melanie in the chat because I swear I said it. I swear I called it. I swear I called it. Tell me I didn't call this when he first was on the stand. I said, how the hell Moontoon messing with the same person Shell Cam messing with? Like, they don't even seem right. Y'all shouldn't even be hanging out in the same places. Baby Treva just said she was a teenager. Damn. Hold on, y'all. Let me go back. Because y'all, I think y'all need to hear that again. Some of y'all need to hear that again. Hold up. Golly.
he molded me. I moved on with my little life. And I guess, he molded me. I moved on. Understand that person I was with, like we were messing around as a teenager. He way older than this. He molded me. I moved on with my little life. And I guess, they think I'm supposed to move on with my little life. That's how they were.
I'm sorry. When I hear words like molded me, did y'all hear that? Because I heard that. Did y'all hear that? I heard him. I heard her say molded. Did y'all hear that? Assume until there's facts. Natty Dress, she just said it. What do you mean? Let's not assume stuff until it's facts. She said he was way older than her. She was a teenager when she started dating him. That's what she said. I didn't say this. Like, I definitely posed the question that Moontoon should not have been dating the same person Shell Kell was dating because of their age gap. He's like 10 years older than everyone. I definitely posed that. But this is Trivia's words, not Melanie's. She said he molded her. She said she was a teenager when she met him, and eventually she ended up leaving. Consent. Okay, hold on. Somebody said Georgia, the consent is 17. 17. They're saying, listen, y'all, I'm not saying the man raped her. I ain't saying that. But what I am saying is this girl said she was dating him ever since she was 15. She been knowing him since she was 15. I'm just telling y'all what she said. She does prove Moontoon right. It wasn't about YSL. I don't think it was about YSL. I think it was it was between them. Hold on, y'all.
It wasn't that major. It ain't no problem. I ain't got no problem with neither one of the parties. I ain't got nothing to do with it. But the DA gonna make it seem how they want to make it seem. I plead the fifth. I know nothing. That's all I can say. I don't recall.
Well, Treva, I will say this. The DA did try to make it seem like something, and every part was like, okay, well, what now? This, that, third.
Apologize, open the door, apologize. What you say?
No, the DA did try to make it seem like one way, but each party was like, well, what now? But I was fucking with Treva, but this ain't, no. They didn't make it seem like that, though.
Of course, that's not, they're going to make it seem like that. But it's cool. We need to say like that. Baby. Freedom folk. Whatever y'all can do. We ain't done no none of that. Whatever y'all want to do.
Okay.
Whatever y'all feel like y'all got to do to make the next person feel small for the other people. It's cool with me. I don't got no problem.
But also good pussy Treva, because they say Treva pussy must be good. That's what they say.
Why would they say it?
They say Treva got some good pussy. That's what they say.
Top and bottom, baby. That's why he hope you mad.
Okay, y'all. I'm finna stop it. Barchi, please sit down. Y'all. There was a lot to take in there. There was a lot to take in there. Wait a minute. Did I miss this part, y'all? I thought she said bell bottoms. She said top and bottom? What I be? hilarious. Baby, they do need to go find that Rico and bring what they say, Lil Mike and Quez with them. Woo! That is, y'all, that was a lot. That was a lot to take in. I told y'all, some of this stuff is, and don't nobody be trying to bring up like, bitch, you from Memphis. I know where the hell I'm from. I know what family I'm from. It's just some stuff I'm like, I don't know if I want to be hearing it in front of 600 other people. Okay? Listen, I thought bell bottoms. I thought that's what she said. I was like, bell bottoms. Just thinking it's another saying that I ain't caught on to yet. I'm telling you. Y'all, that is hilarious. So Snoop is from Atlanta, is what y'all saying in the comments. Shell Kell is Donovan Thomas's half brother. He the one that was causing hell in Woody's life, hell, YSL's life, hell, everybody in Fulton County's life. That's who he is. Y'all. They said this is not a 70s party. I'm sorry. Y'all, who is Lil Mike and Quez? Holly said, who is Lil Mike and Quez? Apparently somebody that's two people that don't exist. Child. I mean, this case have so many twists and turns, child. Kel is I think he's serving a life sentence. But I know he's in jail. But I do believe they said it's a life sentence. If you watched when we did the PowerPoint of the state's theory, at one day, Shannon, his girlfriend, and her friend were in a car, and someone trying to hurt Shannon, they lit up the car. And when they did that, this young lady was hit in the face and she unfortunately passed away. So him and like two other people, I believe, were charged in that unaliving. Y'all, this case never has a dull moment. It's never a dull moment. In this case, I swear, y'all. They said, what if she just said, drop it like it's hot? Mel, you would have picked it up. I just don't know how I heard bell bottoms, but I was like, bell bottoms? I'm glad I got y'all to tell me she said top and bottom. I thought the lady said bell bottoms. Y'all think something happened to Lucci? I know there was a rumor floating around yesterday. But Isis, don't come in here laughing. All of y'all laughing. Find something else to laugh about. I seriously thought she said bell bottoms. I was like, well, damn, maybe, y'all know I'm in the house all the time. It's not like I don't get to scroll as much as I used to, because if I'm not doing a trial, I'm trying to catch up on schoolwork. Or I do have 2 kids, y'all. I said, oh, damn, it's something else I don't know about then. Y'all. Yeah, I didn't think anything was wrong with Lucci because I didn't hear anything else. They said it's gonna be okay. Oh my God. Yes. How many? Y'all, where the likes at the moment? Can someone tell me, please? Y'all, I'm sorry. I'm gonna get it together. The judge was super short and rude. Brandy, I think the judge is just annoyed. We're at 322 likes. Okay, wait a minute. Are we at 403 likes? Era, you said stay live during Mr. Zachary. I can. If y'all want me to stay live, I could stay live during him, because I think we're gonna find a lot of stuff. I don't know, y'all. I don't know. We do this all day. Our brains be fried. I'm going to post. Hold on. She said, I'm going to post. Listen, I really thought the lady said bell bottoms. I really did. Quindarius Zachary is supposed to testify after lunch. Yes, Day. He's supposed to be next. You're afraid of him getting on the stand? Let me tell y'all something. I don't say be afraid, because like the state has to know people are paying attention to this case a lot. And when Miss Love said she was researching, y'all know what she's researching? These chats, these TikToks, these Instagrams, all of the stuff that's being tweeted. And the reason I believe that is I went back and watched a person's testimony, and certain things I know me and my people were saying, that person said on the stand. And I'm not saying he got it from us, but it looks like the message was delivered like, hey, you should bring this up. And when he said it, I was like, okay, y'all, because this trial has consumed my life, because when you start doing something, you want to do it well. And so I go back and watch things just because, at least from the time that I've been watching trial, I want to make sure I'm giving the most accurate advice. So I was rewatching this person and I said, now what the hell? Did he just say what I think he said? So yes, period. We the people. And so I said all that to say, I hope that boy get on that stand and fall out. Ooh, baby, this is your chance. Put on an Oscar-worthy performance, because it's live. Baby, I want to see you fall off the stand. I want to see you come in there. Can he get a cane? I wonder if he can get a cane. Get a cane or something. You know what I'm saying? I want that boy to go up on that stand and every word he can't breathe, because pneumonia. I don't know if any of you have ever had pneumonia before, but I have twice, and it hurts like hell, right? A normal conversation like this you can't have if you really got a touch of pneumonia. Okay, you get winded easily. Okay, I want that boy to be on that stand like he can't breathe. Can you state your name? I want him to be like. I want that, because pneumonia can really do that. And I'm not like, somebody in here said it hurts. Listen, the O2 tank wheeling behind you. Listen, Amanda, thank you, Amanda. Please, y'all, give your girl some likes. If he was, his family will be there showing. Hold on, Booty. I missed you that damn quick. What's that, Booty? Girl, you hot as a fork. I don't know what that means. And I see your name says the diddler. What are we doing here? Don't come here on that BS now. One thing I know how to do is hit that block button, diddler. Listen, Key, he need to be leaning further in that chair than Trivia was earlier this morning. Baby, he better kick his feet up. Tell the judge he need to put his feet up to breathe right or something. I want all of the theatrics. Okay, now the diddler, I'm not sure what you're doing, but please don't annoy me in this chat. We in here trying to have us a good conversation. I'm trying to give you the benefit of the doubt before I hit this good block button, because I promise I know how to use it now. That's the one thing I can do. Oh my God, that is too funny. Oh, hold on. Listen, Alindria, I know how to use that block button right now. Y'all, he need to keep coughing every question. Pneumonia is no joke. And for them to act like it is just, I don't understand it. Okay, here we go, y'all. I got to block them. I had to. I be trying not to be that person. But don't come in here disturbing our peace. Whoever that was. Especially with the name. Listen, Ambra, not today. Coming in here with a name like the Diddler. Ugh. Y'all, it's y'all, he needs a mask on. I just really want. And before people start hollering about, oh my God, people need justice, baby, justice is on vacation with Rico. Miss Love does not give a damn about justice. So at this point, I just want her to be embarrassed, because she's out of control. She's out of control. Booty, your stuff be coming by so fast. Found your YouTube finally, but he definitely needs to put on a show. He needs to put on a show. Like my father, when he was in the hospital, that's ultimately what happened to him is as well. Pneumonia. Pneumonia is nothing to play with. I'm telling you, I remember having for the first time, I couldn't even pick up my little girl. Mariah had to be about 2. I couldn't pick her up because it hurt to use any of those muscles. When I would get up, it sounds crazy, but I used to roll on the floor and then just kind of like move around like that. It hurt that bad. Pneumonia, it's nothing nice. Hey, Miss Chocolate, welcome to the channel. I think he is going to testify after lunch, whether it's right after lunch or what, but he is. Key. And he's on 2 oxy, you guys. The William, I don't know if he can plead the he should be able to plead the 5th if he doesn't have anything stopping him from doing so, like an immunity agreement or something. I haven't heard he has one, but he should be able. But I do need him to get up there. Yes, I had COVID with a touch of pneumonia. The first time, I only had COVID once. When I did have COVID, that was like 2 years after COVID was around, or a year. I had pneumonia too, and I'm gonna tell you, I was so scared. K, pneumonia hurts bad. It hurts bad. So for Miss Love to get up there and say a touch of pneumonia, oh Bart, you get out of there. The touch of pneumonia really offended me because even the touch of pneumonia can hurt like hell. So yeah, it's crazy. They cutting up in this case. Yes, they are Alexandria. I'm sorry. Male Justice and Rico in Miami laying low. Dang. I'm inclined to believe that. Hey, Faith. I would say the state is a grain. It's 3 or more of them doing crazy stuff. I believe so too. And I'm gonna tell y'all, after Funny refuses to show back up. Hold on, y'all. They said Courtney's back. Funny refuses to show up, and that's crazy to me. I hate when y'all say court bad. Court's not bad. Yes, they do, Latoya, which is why I don't understand how he's able to testify when he's literally saying that he's on pain pills. Yeah, I don't know why Barchi now. I closed the blinds so she doesn't look outside, but now she wants to go in between them and look outside and bark at people. It's just I see it's not back either. It's just annoying. Hold on, he could be charged. Tammy, what do you mean about he can't plead the 5th? It's his constitutional right to. Now, he may not want to plead the 5th, but if he feels that anything he testifies to would incriminate him, that's his right to do so. I don't know if that's what his lawyer wants him to do, but yes. Yes, I surely can screen share. They've already said they want to stay on. And throughout it, if I have to do something or move away, I'll just stop my camera. Because y'all know while I'm watching this too, I'll probably be uploading. So I'll just stop my camera and mute. That's all. We can stay on here and chit chat, y'all. Said no to doing what? No to y'all saying she's saying he shouldn't plead the 5th? Because I didn't see it. Are you guys saying she should not plead the 5th? Me too, Key. I know that's right, Brittany. He need to get up there and say 2 + 2 = 2. We're gonna see, y'all. He should not plead the 5th. He will not plead the 5th. His lawyer may not. Yes, it does say pneumonia hurts to breathe. His lawyer is trying to get a competency hearing. Courtney. Courtney, what? Okay. Yes, because I need them TikToks later. Girl, I have to. My sister, we were talking about that today, just navigating both of them. I told y'all, I love doing this too. I love because I have a really great community, but I love doing my TikToks too because what I find is always a different POV. You know, I'm never going to stand here and act like my POV is the best POV. I'm never going to do that. So I like the comments because as y'all see, like I might come back later in the night and start responding till TikTok stops letting me comment because they will shut you down for commenting too much. And I be trying to comment to as many people as I can. So I love the different POVs that I see on there. Fight hard. Listen, anything possible today. Anything is possible. I know that's right, SW. I believe it will open the door. They need to get the evidence admitted. Yeah, that's the only reason they want him. They want his statements. You think so, Key? Do you think they're holding off the forced immunity until right before he takes the stand? Because wouldn't we have heard about it? Ariel, they would never. They would never. And she definitely needs to be impeached. So, Brittany, that's what Woody had. Woody told them he was going to plead the fifth. And then he shows up to court and there's this forced immunity, basically saying he's required to testify. He cannot plead the fifth. And if he attempts to plead the fifth, he's going to be held in contempt. So that is how they did it with Woody. Now, Woody had been telling them on up until the day he got the immunity that this is what I intended to do. Quindarius Zachary has been said through his father to say the same thing. So we're just assuming he may meet the same fate. So, yes, we're going to see. Well, Ariel, here's the thing. She signed off on that material witness warrant. I don't put nothing past Paige anymore. I don't put anything Paige. I don't, yeah. Yes, Key. Thank you, Key. Key is bringing up a great point. Remember, Woody is saying that. Now, Key, correct me. Isn't Lil D the one who told him like they just off nut, and then somebody got in the car, and then they didn't speak on it anymore? Key, isn't that this Lil D? Okay, all right, Key. Thank you. So yes, y'all, that's why they need Lil D, because allegedly Lil D, Woody pulled up to the McDonald's. Lil D hop in the car and say they just nut, right? And when he says that, that's kind of like a, what did they call that, y'all? Co-conspirator statement. I believe that's what they called it. That's Lil D telling Woody what just happened. It's almost confirming that these people unalive nut. That is why the state needs him. It was Garlington, y'all. Tell me, y'all. Let's make sure we get these names right. Oh, they said Lil D still in the hospital, y'all. Wrong Lil D, y'all. It's Garlington. Wrong Lil D, y'all. So it's not. That was Garlington, they were saying. We're going to figure it out. But they're saying Garlington in the chat. So I'm wrong there. Hold on. They're saying Garlington. Y'all get these Lil D's confused all the time. But it's Garlington. Hold on, y'all. We back into it. Let's see what's going on. Paige look a little rough today. She's like she been fighting in them judges' chambers.
Okay. All right, Mr. Scheib, I know you had wanted to address the court, I believe, about something. So, yes.
Bench conference.
If you wanted to be, sure.
This doesn't have to be with everybody.
Well, yes, it does, as far as I'm concerned. We're not doing that again.
It's something
Personal about you?
I've been doing this a long time. I've never had anybody accuse me before. I'm not gonna go over what happened yesterday, but I don't come to the court tomorrow.
Child, this ain't a bench conference, is it?
Said I wasn't truthful about something, and at the doctor's, I asked the doctor a question about my client's mental competency to take certain medication. I said, will it affect you? The doctor gave me an answer.
Right.
That
I appreciate it. And so you're talking about when, and I don't know exactly who was on the conversation, but so the conversation was at your behest with Mr. Zachary's doctor, and I don't know if it was an ADA and an investigator, a body, and an investigator, and y'all were all on the phone together with the doctor.
The phone was right here. The doctor was someplace else. My client was here. I was about 12 inches from the phone. And actually,
So the doctor was on the phone, and the doctor was on the phone. Okay, and you and Mr. Abadi and the investigator were all talking with the doctor. Okay.
that was a conversation. I came
Okay.
to understand. The ADA came in and said something different. I was not being truthful.
Okay.
I don't lie with you.
I don't believe that you do, and
Look at me.
I appreciate that. I didn't take it. I mean, I don't think he said anything as strong as, you know, Mr. Scheib lied. I think it was just, that's not exactly what got said.
Well,
And
you say he lied.
you could hear the exact same words and take it two different ways anyway. But I appreciate that.
So that being said, I talked to Zachary.
Okay.
About 3 minutes ago.
Okay.
He's at the hospital. He said.
Look at Miss Love.
Pressure in blood scenario.
Oh, I can't stand her.
Okay.
They're gonna maybe release him in the morning.
Okay.
But he asked me a criteria of blood pressure and blood volume.
Okay.
I don't know. So you may be released tomorrow, you may not. I've got 5 courses, 5 different jurisdictions tomorrow, so.
So have you?
Sorry, for those of you guys that can't hear, he was just basically telling the judge. Do y'all see my face all into the camera? Because to the computer. He's basically telling the judge that, y'all know yesterday when the investigator came up and Paige was asking him questions about what he heard. When the lawyer said, listen, judge, I heard somebody was saying I was lying yesterday, and I need to come clear that up, because what I don't do is lie to the court. And that's what he was telling her. I didn't lie. And she said, well, you know, 2 people can be saying the same thing and 2 people take it totally different ways. 2 totally different ways. No, ma'am, that man came in there and basically said what he said was not the truth. So he says that he just spoke to Quindarius Zachary. He's still in the hospital. There is something going on with his blood pressure, and that he may be released on tomorrow. There we go. He said that something's going on with his blood pressure. But do y'all see Line Love? Now she up there leaning. Got the gangster lean going on, girl. Like, I mean, doctors are saying this. Like, what is wrong with this woman?
You filed a conflict?
No, well, all those are like trial calendars, cases 3 or 4 years old, trafficking and different things. This is, I'm an attorney for a witness.
Right. I know.
And so I think they take precedent. I'm trying to work within.
I mean, I would be happy to, given the circumstance of your particular client and the request that, you know, he not be held anywhere and that he get this over as soon as he possibly can. I am happy to communicate with the courts if you'll let me know and see if they can.
We'll see what we can do. I've been here all day, every day.
Yeah,
I
know.
I know everybody else does.
I know.
What I was gonna ask for, under 601, is have a hearing to deal with his competency.
Oh.
It would be something short as to mental
Look
competency.
at Miss Love.
He's on drugs. He's on Dilaudid, and so.
He on Dilaudid.
Well, I don't know what he's going to be on when he gets released. Okay, lots of people, and I don't mean to interrupt you, but lots of people can take and do take painkillers every day, and depending upon what it is and the amount and what have you, it treats their pain. It doesn't necessarily make them incompetent or unable to do things. So, I mean, if I am presented with something that makes me believe that there is an actual issue as to his competency, then certainly I can entertain that. But
that can only be from him testifying, number one, to that issue. The other issue, he doesn't recall, this is 10 years ago.
well, he may or may not, and he'll just have to say that on the stand. I mean,
And then also we deal with scenario of immunity.
Look at Miss Love.
Jameson, a famously smooth whiskey from a famously big family.
God.
He's not gonna testify unless he gets immunity. Because he was an unindicted co-conspirator in reference to this stuff, and he did prison time.
Have you talked to the state about any of this?
If I may, Mr. Shive has talked to me, and what he has said has nothing to do with concerns about a legal exposure. What he has said has to do with fear and not fear.
Fear?
It has to do with fear.
Fear?
His client's desire to not testify, period.
You see, I didn't know until yesterday.
Excuse me, can y'all mic up? Can y'all use the microphone?
Yeah, just walk back to the podium. You'll only be 3 feet
I'm so
further
pissed
away, and then they can hear.
I'm sorry.
It's
I'm
okay.
so
I
damn.
didn't know until yesterday he was part of this 10 years ago. I did not know, he did prison time, but I didn't know that he was part of this. And as far as immunity, he could be brought in, I mean, as far as conspiracy, and if he gets up and testifies and said, hey, I was involved in this and involved in that, they could prosecute him. I didn't know that until yesterday he was involved in this scenario.
Okay, I don't quite know what you mean by he was involved in this scenario, but
He did time for some of these acts involved in this.
well, he certainly can't be prosecuted for anything he's already done time for. I mean, that's double jeopardy.
Well,
And you're,
I don't know if, as far as conspiracy to commit murder and everything, I don't know what he was prosecuted for entirely.
All
I
right.
just found out, and the family has told me more today. I thought I was getting involved in, I'm fine on it, getting involved in a scenario where I was going to help him, give him information, whether testify or not testify.
Right.
But it turned out to be, and that's fine. I like this. It's a lot more to
It's
it.
a
So I
damn
have to
new
protect him.
I understand. So, I mean,
Judge, I don't have any problem doing that, but I just do want to make the record very clear for a couple of things. I don't believe that Mr. Shive has, and I don't think the court entertained it, so it may be worth nothing, but the competency Mr. Shive doesn't have, I don't believe, maybe I'm wrong, standing to assert regarding competency, a hearing regarding competency as far as this person as a witness. But second, given I don't know what all Mr. Shive knew, but given the communication between Mr. Zachary's father and our office,
right.
I don't know how, and given what I was told, not yesterday, but I think day before yesterday regarding what Mr. Zachary would and would not do and why, I don't know that I don't know how that there was no knowledge of what his involvement in this was.
I know
there was
that's right.
specific commentary, and I'm not saying that.
I don't know either. But I mean, Mr. Shive's right. Based on the way this case has been indicted, even, I mean, the RICO count seems to be something that if the state wanted to, they could indict anybody who had any involvement in any of the crimes.
Okay, guys, do y'all understand? I had to stop it so that we can get on the same page. When he's saying, Miss Love was saying, based out of fear, the boy is scared that they're going to try to charge him with something else. He's done his time for the crimes that he's already committed. But what Paige is saying right now is that count one charge, if they wanted to at some point charge him with count one, they could. And so that is why this boy is scared. So y'all get it now. Paige trying to thank you, Paige, for helping us out there. Because I'm like, wait a minute. That is what the lawyer is trying to convey to the court. That, listen, this boy ain't even involved in this trial like that. And if I thought I just had to help him out with testifying, but now he's scared about count one. No, Kiana, he's not on the stand. This is the lawyer. That is what he's afraid of. He ain't scared of those defendants. He's scared that the state would try to come back and hold him for count one. Okay.
Even if they've already been, I mean, I don't know that, at least be indicted, whether it would hold up or not, I don't know. But
so, Your Honor, is in as much as there is a concern, I assume that there is a concern regarding Mr. Zachary, I don't know, implicating himself in something that he could get indicted for. We don't have any problem asking the court to compel his testimony pursuant to the same statute that we have had to compel others. we don't have any problem doing that.
All right, well, it sounds like y'all might need to get some sort of an agreement in place between
Right.
yourself and Mr. Scheib.
Definitely like
we'll-
something in writing.
I mean, that's basically what you're saying, Mr. Scheib, right? Is that he,
And
Part of
also-
the situation.
And also, I think I ought to make Mr. Scheib aware. I just want to make sure he's aware that part of the requirement for that statute is that he not commit perjury on the stand. And Mr. Zachary is currently on probation for a long period of time. And so I
She's
just,
threatening that
I'm
man
gonna
on
put that out
live
there.
TV.
all righty, well,
Baby, this, I can't say the word, baby. She threatened that man on live TV. She said, baby, that same Moontoon pull and Woody pull, tell your boy don't get up here and pull it.
Mr. Scheib has been a defense attorney for more years than probably he can count anymore. And a good one, and a highly experienced one. And so he'll be able to advise his client as to all of the, potential drawbacks
Right.
and dangers and what have you of
It's-
such an
it's not a
agreement.
Easy, clear-cut scenario. We're going to wade through some things. Okay.
okay. So
Thank you.
we'll draft up that document. And-
Okay, but considering that it sounds like it may be as early as tomorrow morning that, I mean, I don't know.
We'll have that.
Doesn't
drafted.
sound like anybody knows yet. It's a developing kind of thing about when he might be released, but y'all need to get on that.
So we'll have that drafted this afternoon for
All
Mr.
right.
Scheib to review.
And
It's
Mr.
standard.
Scheib, if you want to,
So, Marva, I'm going to address your comment. It sounds like he absolutely does need immunity. The reason we're saying that is for the simple fact, the judge just said if they wanted to come back, they could charge him for count one. His lawyer's job is to give him the best chance at getting out of this unscathed. You know, he don't got much to lose. What y'all mean? The boy already on papers. Wait a minute. Let me tell y'all what I have found absolutely astonishing is that people that are free, none of y'all in jail. What do y'all mean he ain't got nothing to lose? None of us are incarcerated or are having any. There's no threat of us going to jail. Who are we to say he don't need an immunity? He cool. He can go to jail. The boy is literally sick as hell. He has a lot to lose. He has a lot to lose. He has a lot to lose. Exactly. Like, I really do think sometimes, stop, Barchi. I think people, because this trial can be entertaining, we forget it's real people and these are their lives. I think we forget that. So his lawyer has to get him the best deal possible. And if immunity is going to be the best deal, sign him up for immunity.
communicate with my office about wherever we might need to be able to talk to other courts
Right.
about your presence here.
I have a simple way of doing it. If you issue an order me back into your court tomorrow, that'll.
You know
take-
what? If you want to draft one up, I will sign
will.
it. Okay,
I
that'll be
will. We'll
great.
send it over
And
to
do
you in a
you,
couple hours.
great, you've got all of the addresses, right?
I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.
All right.
And let me say this about his attorney too, because one of my TikTok cousins sent it to me. Yeah, this was Gucci Mane's lawyer. He got him off of that unaliving that he had. So I mean, he might be a little old. He may be a little old, and Paige said, I mean, he said people thought he was dead, but he's a very capable attorney. I think at least he's proven in the past to be. I can't speak for his entire record, but he did get him off that M charge, so he got to know a thing or two.
We need anything else from Mr. Scheib? Anybody?
I don't need anything from him. I just, if the court would indulge me what I asked right before he came in, because I have the next. witness
Okay.
and I don't wanna-
Because during the
She
whole.
don't want
the
to say
lunch break.
nothing.
Well,
Okay, thank
so,
Like,
Okay.
She ain't trying to speak on.
Well, go ahead. We've got Ms. Hilton now. All right, anybody need to bring up anything before we get the jury in and start with our next witness? Anybody? No? Okay. So we got yet another motion in limine. The people at Mr. Steele's firm.
Oh, let me just say, so King Kai, it wasn't just you. So please don't think I'm picking on you. It wasn't just you. I see that comment about, they said about Woody, they said it, about Lil D. So please don't think it was just you. It's just seeing it again. I'm like, let me just say something about it. So please don't believe I'm picking on you. It wasn't just you.
Are working full time on filing motions in limine. It's very impressive. So motion in limine number 59 is about potentially excluding certain portions of a interview with Mr. Zachary from March 3rd, 2017. And I was trying to find, I've got 2 of his interviews, and March 3rd doesn't seem to be one of them. Is this one that we went over?
Should have, and his 2 are August 5, 2015, Your Honor, and then March 3, 2017.
Okay, well, I don't know why I have April 13th, 2017 written down, but I do. But it's the other one from the only one from 2017 is March 3rd. Okay.
Yes, it might be the transcription date in April.
Okay. And is that something?
Wait, do we need to go back? Y'all saying Miss Love refusing to give him immunity? Did she say that? I thought she was going to draft something up. I hope the jury can keep their multiple notebooks. But I want to buy one. I want to buy one. And I want to buy SpongeBob's. Y'all, wait. Let me go back because I didn't hear what y'all said. Hold on. Her hand was out.
Mr. Scheib's right. Based on the way this case has been indicted, the RICO count seems to be something that if the state wanted to, they could indict anybody on who had any involvement in any of the crimes, even if they've already been, I don't know that, at least be indicted. Whether it would hold up or not, I don't know. But
so, Your Honor, is in as much as there is a concern, I assume that there is a concern regarding Mr. Zachary, I don't know, implicating himself in something that he could get indicted for.
Now look at
we don't have
any
problem asking the court to compel his testimony pursuant to the same statute that we have had to compel others. We don't have any problem doing that.
All right, well, it sounds like y'all might need to get some sort of an agreement in place between yourself and Mr. Scheib.
We definitely like something in writing.
That's basically what you're saying, Mr. Scheib, right? Is that
part of the situation.
And also, I think I ought to make Mr. Scheib aware. I just want to make sure he's aware that part of the requirement for that statute is that he not commit perjury on the stand. And Mr. Zachary is currently on probation for a long period of time. And so I'm gonna put that out there. That's it.
All righty. Well, Mr. Scheib has been a defense attorney for more years than probably he can count anymore. And a good one, a highly experienced one. And so he'll be able to advise his client as to all of the, potential drawbacks and dangers and what have you of such an agreement.
Easy, clear-cut scenario.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna skip forward now, but let me just say, let's pray that Mr. Scheib is better than Montoon's lawyer and actually read the damn agreement and don't have his client sign something that's just absolutely insane. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead.
For defense purposes, it would be paid.
Okay, yeah. Hold on, are they on break right now, y'all?
Yep. Apartment P3 was the unoccupied apartment.
We back to Trevia's
And when you say
apartment.
unoccupied, I'm gonna take this back, okay? When you say unoccupied, do you mean it that it was not the resident was not there at the time that you all arrived, or it was an empty apartment that no one lived in?
Oh, no one was there at the time because the back door was open.
Okay. Now, do you recall at some point and the occupant of the home coming back?
Yes.
All right. Do you recall what her name was? Is?
No, not off the top of my head.
If I show you your report, let me ask you this. Did you put that information in your report?
Yes, it's in my report.
And did you talk with her?
Yes, that's in my report.
All right. If I show you your report, will it refresh your recollection about what her name is?
Sure.
All right. I'm going to show it to you. Page 8.
Time out. Time out. Did she just call the police officer to come back after Trevia said she wasn't there? Y'all can't stand when Miss Love wear these slingbacks. I think her ankle's too fat for him. I can't stand it. But I think that's what she's doing. She just had Trevia on the stand. This lady is, you got to be kidding me. You got to be fucking kidding me. I told y'all didn't want to watch this trial with me. You got to be kidding me. You call this lady back on the stand to prove a point?
8 of 8.
Okay.
And for the record, Trevia said she don't recall. She didn't say it didn't happen. She said, well, no, she may have said no. She may have said no. Child.
And I'll just for
Hold on, y'all. They said I need to go back just a little bit. I'm going to go back just a little
Christopher
bit.
Collins, spelling on that as CHRISTOPHER COLLINS.
And good afternoon, Mr. Collins.
Good afternoon.
Welcome back and thank you for coming back.
Mm-hmm.
I have a few follow-up questions for you regarding the incident that you responded to on January 28, 2015 at 2905 Springdale Road.
Okay.
Do you recall testifying about that yesterday?
Yes.
All right. And I'm going to show you what has been labeled as and admitted as states 1 Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. And it'll be put on the screen, but it will also be on that piece of paper in front of you. Is that the location at 2905 Springdale Road?
Yes, that's
Southwest.
That's
that
the
you
parking
responded
lot. Yes,
to? Okay. And did you testify already that whether or not that was in Fulton County?
I did.
Okay. On the date that you responded, do you recall reporting or testifying about one of the units that had been shot up, that the occupant of the unit was not inside at the time that police arrived?
Yes, I remember that one.
Do you recall which unit that was?
I'm pretty sure it's P3 without looking at my report.
All right. May I show you your report to refresh your recollection?
Sure.
All right. And Your Honor, this report I think had been previously labeled just for identification purposes as 666 Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. Oh, no, I'm sorry. It's the wrong. I'm going to show him his report to refresh his memory. And for defense purposes, it would be page 8 of 8.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yep. Apartment P3 was the unoccupied apartment.
And when you say unoccupied, I'm going to take this back. Okay? When you say unoccupied, do you mean it that it was not the resident was not there at the time that you all arrived, or it was an empty apartment that no one lived in?
Oh, no one was there at the time because the back door was open.
Okay. Now, do you recall at some point and the occupant of the home coming back?
Yes.
All right. Do you recall what her name was? Is?
No, not off the top of my head.
If I show you your report, let me ask you this. Did you put that information in your report?
Yes, it's in my report.
And did you talk with her?
Yes, that's in my report.
All right. If I show you your report, will it refresh your recollection about what her name is?
Sure.
All right. I'm going to show it to you. Page 8 of 8.
Okay.
And I'll just, for brevity's purposes, point you to that last.
Yeah. I've got the last name as Smith in here.
Now, on your report, do you, in the first part, I'll say, do you list the victims' names as you learn them to be?
Yes.
All right. Do you recall the occupant of apartment P?
Y'all, we know he said this yesterday, but she has to prove a point. She's got to impeach Trivia. She needs to show the jury that Trivia just lied on the stand. So all of this is about proving a point. My issue with all of this is no one was charged. So you proving a point, you wasting our time for what? No one was charged. My bad, y'all.
Two.
Do I recall their name? I believe that was,
his name, the occupant of P2.
I remember the last name from yesterday when I testified.
Okay, and was that Mac?
Yes.
Gilberti Mac?
Yes.
All right. And, excuse me. On the report, page 3 of 8, if I show you your report again, do you list not only the name, but phone number and address of the victims that you've identified?
Sure. If I can see it, I can.
I will show you page 3 of 8.
Okay.
Would you look at what you've written for unit P3 and tell me if it refreshes your memory?
Yep.
All right. What was the full name of the person who lived in unit P3?
That's, I'm just going to spell it. First name is ANTRIVIA. Last name is Smith.
All right. And without saying what it was, did you also have a phone number for Ms. Smith?
Yes.
And did you get that phone number from Ms. Smith?
Yes.
Was it still nighttime when she arrived at her apartment?
Yes.
Were there still units besides yourself on scene?
Yes.
Were there still crime scene technicians processing the scene?
Most likely, without an accurate count, I would say probably.
All right. I'm going to now show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 38. Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. And I'm not going to publish all of these. I'm just going to ask you whether 65 Charlie, Charlie, Charlie through 108 Charlie, Charlie, Charlie pertain to the apartment that belonged to Miss Smith that you dealt with.
Okay.
Did you publish the first one? If we could put up State's Exhibit 66, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie.
Yes, those do pertain to that. That's what you were asking, right?
Yes.
Okay.
You would just
Yeah.
to the microphone.
Those do pertain to apartment P3.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so I'm going to put up 66 Charlie, 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 and that on the screen behind you.
Okay.
Or in front of you. Is that the P3 that we're talking about that Ms. Smith lived in?
Yes.
All right. And do you have any independent recollection of how long you spoke with Ms. Smith while she was on scene?
No.
Do you recall
Your Honor,
and if you do,
Yes.
may we approach?
Yes.
Y'all, Miss Love got a little junk in her trunk. She probably sat down and that split went up a little further. Listen, I know how that goes sometimes. So, yes, ma'am, I see that skirt. They said Miss Love said to Treva. I know Treva somewhere cursing Miss Love out right now. I know she is cursing Miss Love out right now. Go to where they back at the. Oh yeah, I'm back. My bad, y'all. Let me skip ahead. Hold up. Let me skip ahead. Are they back yet?
Responded, and my lieutenant, one of the sergeants, I want to say it was Lieutenant Bruce, probably Sergeant Dawson.
Thank you.
And do you recall who would have been unit or 4380 and 6161?
4380 would most likely be a support person, like a crime scene tech, and the
Oh,
6
no, yeah.
number would be a detective.
Would looking at your report aid you in remembering who it was?
Yeah,
All right.
because I might have that backwards.
I'm going to give you the whole report, and you look wherever you need to in your report.
Okay, so 4380 and 6161 are listed in here. Most likely as investigators that would have shown up. There's a 7 number that's a crime scene tech.
Okay. Would you tell the jury what your responsibility as it related to those investigators that would have shown up were? And you can look through any part of your report to refresh your memory if you need to.
My responsibility on scene to them is to get there and arrive to a scene and secure it, and then notify the proper authority or person to investigate the scene.
And as you're on scene, when you said, did I hear you earlier testify, or did you not, that you spoke with Miss Smith?
Yes.
Okay. Now, were you present when she spoke with anyone else on scene that you could recall?
I mean, not that I can recall.
All right. If I give you your report, might it refresh your memory?
Sure.
Okay.
My bad. I thought I forgot something. I love to say something. I remember years and years ago that like things have happened in my life 10, 15 years ago. I can probably remember that it happened, but I can't remember specifics. So I'm not saying that this lady is not lying. She very well could be, but I don't think it's crazy for her to not remember every little thing that happened that night. He even has to refer to a report. She had no report to refer to. I just want to bring that out there.
Okay. Yeah, I read it.
He heard of what?
The witness recalled in response to Madam Prosecutor's question that he was present for a conversation between the witness and the other two, and he was there on the scene. It's not been clear who the statements were made to.
He just said he remembered what he recalled hearing, so overruled.
Paige be so nasty.
Do you recall hearing Miss Smith talk about a friend of hers who had been at her place?
Yes.
And what was that friend's name?
I believe she gave a nickname.
What nickname was it? If you need to look at it again.
Yes, so I don't misspeak.
Okay, and just the name.
I wrote in here Lil Kel.
And how did you spell Kel?
Kel.
All right. And without going into anything else beyond, let me be very specific here. What refreshes your memory, if it does, after locale, did she say what he was doing at her place?
She stated that he was like hiding out at her place.
I said she was
hiding out at her place?
Yes.
All right. Now, did Miss Smith also tell you, did she also mention her boyfriend's brother?
Yes.
Would you tell the jury only what name of the boyfriend's brother that she gave?
She gave the name Peanut.
Okay.
Now I'm going to say this. I'm going to say this, guys. Y'all remember when I thought that person was scamming me? That person said a name that I'm like, I don't even call. She doesn't call him Lil Kel or Lil Kelvin. So I just think if she called him Shell, it would be crazy for her to tell them Lil Kel. I don't know if she specified if she called Nut Peanut or Nut, but I think we got to put all this into context, y'all.
Was Miss Smith's unit the one that had the television shot and that sustained, would you say it sustained the least, the most, or the same amount of damage as the other units?
That one looked like it received more damage than the other units.
I'm sorry, could you say it a little bit
more? That one had more damage than the other units.
Right back,
Okay.
y'all.
And do you recall whether Miss Smith gave you any information about requests she had made of her neighbor, Mr. Mack? And if you don't, I'll let you read it. And if it still doesn't refresh your memory, that's fine.
Okay.
Start up here. That's fine. And starting counselors, I'd ask him to start at the second paragraph on page 8 of 8. Read to yourself and then look up after you've had a chance to read it.
Okay. Yeah, I wrote here in the report.
Don't
Okay.
say what you wrote in the report.
Yeah.
My question is, do you recall after reading your report, whether Miss Smith relayed to you or within hearing of you anything about requests she made of Mr. Mack?
I don't remember
Okay,
that.
all right. Now, did you list in your report the names associated with those numbers that you mentioned, those unit numbers?
Yes.
And would you read or find that area in your report where you list the names associated with those unit numbers? Just, you can turn on any page that you need to.
Well, they're all written like in order of the
Okay.
apartments we went to in the narrative.
All right. And so in the last paragraph, where there is unit number 4380 and 6161, are you able to say which names are associated with 4380 and 6161? Did you write that in your report anywhere? And you can look on other pages.
Yep, I did. I did write it down.
So which names were associated with which name was associated with 4380?
That's Bacon. It's an investigator.
All right. And what kind of investigator is Bacon?
He would have been a general investigator.
And what does the general investigator do in relation to what you do?
They respond to any major incident that happens overnight when all the rest of the units are not in. They're kind of like a catch-all detective.
And 6161, who is that one?
That last name is Curry.
Okay. And is that investigator, officer?
That is a gangs unit.
Okay.
So
Now, how did the gangs unit get involved? Do you know? Without saying anything in particular? Just yes, if you don't, that's fine.
it's typical to notify them in a situation like this.
Okay. Without talking about what anyone said, when you say in a situation like this, are you able to explain what you mean?
We had responded to several of these in the same
Okay.
area,
In the same area?
in the same part of town. Yeah.
Okay. And when you say part of town, could you be any more specific?
In the southern part of Zone 3.
Okay. And in your report, do you indicate that Ms. Smith spoke with both Investigator Bacon and Investigator Curry?
I do. I
All right.
indicate that at the end.
Now, in your report, do you say specifically that she spoke with you?
The way that I wrote it, it would indicate that she spoke with me.
Okay.
And it would be reasonable to say that she would have had to speak to me to get to another investigator.
Say that for me one more time.
It would be like normal procedure. If somebody's arriving on scene, they don't just immediately speak to a detective. They would talk to a patrol officer first, who's manning the crime scene tape or
Okay.
doing some other kind of task.
And is it customary for you, when you're on scene, for you to either point victims or witnesses to the investigators, or even relay to them information that that victim or witness has shared with you?
Yes, that's
Okay.
normal.
All right. Just 1 second.
Yeah, I said everything fighting against Miss Love today. Trivia, the police officers, and them damn slingbacks. My girl can't win for losing today. Oh my God. Miss Love is trying to prove that Trivia lied, but here's the thing: we don't even know who did this. So why are we spending all of this
Thank you.
time on this?
That's all that I have for now.
All right, defense questions for this witness?
Yeah.
Adrian just wearing me down, baby. You could be right, Natasha.
Mr. Collins, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
My
My name
book.
is Keith Adams. I represent Mr. Williams, who's sitting over here.
Okay.
And I've got a couple questions for you about what you just testified to, okay?
Mhm.
Sure.
All right. If I heard you correctly, you responded to this location on Springdale Road back in 2015, true?
I mean, without referencing my report, that sounds correct.
Right.
Could be.
Is that your report right there that you've been looking at?
Believe so.
Yeah, Judge?
Dang, don't make Miss Love walk anymore. Give her a break.
I'm going to go ahead and leave this with you, so if you need to reference it.
Cool.
Please feel free to do so, okay?
Sure.
All right. 2015, I think I heard you testify yesterday when you were here previously that was a long time.
Here she go. She about to be objecting left and right.
All right, I think it's just trying to call the witness's attention back, so I'll permit that, and if that's not correct, then please correct that in your answer.
Did you testify previously, when you were here previously, that was about 9 years ago? That was a long time ago.
Yes.
It is fair to say that you don't have a clear, independent recollection of everything that happened in that investigation from 9 years ago.
Sure. Almost no one would.
Right. And because it was a long time ago and you need to refresh your recollection by looking at your report. True?
Okay.
which
Yes.
is what you've been doing.
Yes.
Okay.
Why?
You testified a little while ago about going to apartment P3 or unit P3. Remember that?
Okay. Yes.
And your testimony was that when you went to apartment P3, it was unoccupied. There was no one there.
Correct.
That is not the first place that you went to. You'd gone to other units first before you got to P3, correct?
That's the order I have it written down. I mean, sure.
He's so
Okay. Does that sound about right?
I mean, the way I kept it organized in my report, I just went 1, 2, 3, and 4. If you were to put a GPS tracker on me, I may have moved differently. I don't know.
Oh,
You just don't really know for sure.
We're talking about something that happened 9 years ago at 1 a.m.
Right.
Yeah.
crumbling.
And of course, but we're relying upon your best memory, your best recollection from 9 years ago. True?
Yeah. That's
And just to be clear, I heard you mention, or you were referenced to, I guess, badge numbers, 4380 and 6161. Remember that?
yeah. Those are radio numbers, not a badge number.
Okay, but those radio numbers are assigned to specific investigators.
Yes, but they're probably assigned to somebody else now.
Right.
It just changes.
Back then, it was Bacon and Curry, correct?
Correct.
And at some point, they arrived on the scene.
Correct.
Would they have arrived as a result of you calling for them?
Probably notifying the GI. So typically you would radio to notify a general investigator, and you would try and raise like either the general investigator would raise a gangs unit, or sometimes the lieutenant would request it. She might have done it as well.
Okay. You just don't know for sure. Could have been you, could have been someone else.
Sure. But it was done on scene. Yeah.
And although P3 was unoccupied when you got there, at some point, this woman by the name of Miss Smith showed up, correct?
He said this.
Correct.
Now, who got there first? Was it Miss Smith or was it Curry and or Bacon?
He don't know.
I mean, I'm not sure. From the way it's written, it sounds like the investigators were on scene before she arrived.
Okay. And so if the investigators, Curry and Bacon, are on scene before she arrives,
okay,
right, they had conversations with her, right?
Objection, Your Honor, as
No.
to vagueness about they had conversations.
He said their name.
If she was on scene.
Overruled.
Right.
Isn't that true? Isn't that what you put in your report? That she spoke, Ms. Smith spoke to 4380 and 6161.
Yeah, I wrote that she spoke to them in the report.
And so do you have an independent recollection of you actually taking a statement from her before she spoke to those other two officers?
I remember speaking to a woman there. I remember her making statements and what this was about. And then I remember alerting the detectives and saying, you should probably speak to this lady who just showed up on scene. I do remember that.
So even though they came there before she got there, according to what you just testified,
he said
you spoke to her first and then she spoke to them?
Your Honor, objection, just ask and just answer.
Asked and answered, sustained.
Is it fair to say that you never interacted with anyone that night named Kel?
Is it fair to say I never interacted with somebody named Kel?
Yeah.
Yes, from the way it's written, I did not.
You didn't see anyone named Kel, right?
I mean, no.
If you had, you would have put that in your report.
I would have put what I did put in there, which
Oh
was
my
that there
God!
was somebody seen like running to a vehicle in surveillance footage. But I mean,
You didn't speak to anyone named
I didn't
Kel that
speak
night.
to anybody named Kel. That's correct.
All right. Let me ask you something. Officer Collins, who did you end up arresting anyone for shooting at any of these units that night?
No.
Is it fair to say that you were not in charge of any continued investigation after your initial appearance there at the scene?
Correct.
You don't have any information about who may have been involved, who may have done this at all that you could share with this jury, do you?
past what happened on scene, no.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. I don't
All right.
understand why he's so angry.
Ms. Collins, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, anybody else? Okay, any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you for your time.
No,
You're
redirect.
released. Excuse,
Released.
Yes.
call your next witness.
Released.
He said release. I know that's right, sir. Don't call me back up here.
You're under the state called Vanna Kelly. Okay.
Miss Hilton gonna have to wash that wrap and try again, baby. That thing oil. That's too much. She gave up, Pete. I can't believe it was no redirect. I like Miss Hilton, but she's just gonna have to just do something. That thing heavy. That wrap heavy. That wrap oil in. She cut them ends. I ain't gonna let y'all say she got split ends. She cut them ends, baby. Something is wrong with it. Oh, Miss Hilton do her silk press herself. I'm convinced, and she not using the right order. Y'all been on Miss Hilton with this outfit. She trying.
Vanna Kelly, VANNA KELLEY.
And good afternoon, Kat. How are you?
Good afternoon. Good.
God bless you. Where are you employed?
I am employed with the ATF, which is the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives.
And how long have you been with the ATF?
I've been there for 4 years. It'll be 5 years in January.
Okay.
Prior to working with the ATF, where did you work?
Before I went to the ATF, I was employed with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, which is the GBI.
And can you please tell the jurors what were your job duties and responsibilities when you worked for the Georgia Bureau of Investigation?
At the GBI, I was a firearms examiner. And as a firearms examiner, I did the discipline of forensic science called firearms identification. And firearms identification is looking at ammunition components such as bullets and cartridge cases to try to determine if they were fired from a particular firearm or not fired from a particular firearm. Or if I don't have a firearm, then I can also look at those ammunition components to each other to determine if they came from same or different sources.
And can you tell the jury about your education and training in firearms and tool mark analysis?
Once I started training at the GBI as a firearms examiner, I underwent their 1-year training program. During that time, it included studying things such as the history of firearms, doing microscopic analysis, learning about serial number restorations, which is restoring numbers on a firearm if they've tried to be removed. Also, I did training and casework in muzzle to target distance determination, which is trying to determine the distance between the firearm and the object or the person that was shot. And also, I would have been trained in, I think I said microscopic analysis, which is using the microscope to make those comparisons of the ammunition components. And then also additionally, when I went to the ATF, they had an additional method for serial number restoration that I was trained in. And also I started training and completed my training at the ATF in what's called tool mark examination. So tool mark examination is just basically all the other tools, your screwdrivers, hammers, wire cutters, and trying to determine if those tools were used to, cut wires or, doing comparison with those type of tools.
And have you ever been qualified to testify as an expert in firearms and tool mark examination?
Yes, I have.
When? Or how many times, excuse me?
I think I'm close to 100 times now.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender Ms. Vanna Kelly as an expert in firearms and tool mark identification.
That's why, y'all.
All right, she is so qualified and may testify as such.
Thank you.
This why.
If you can tell the jurors briefly about what is a firearm.
So the definition of a firearm is the assembly of a barrel and an action that expels a projectile by means of combustion. So really what you should be thinking of in terms of, the word firearm, you're probably thinking, pistols, revolvers, rifles, shotguns. Those are your main types of firearms.
Okay.
And tell the jury briefly about the parts of a firearm.
So for a pistol example, the top portion that would move back and forth is your slide. And then the slide is attached to the frame of the firearm. And then you have, some internal components such as the firing pin. The firing pin is what comes out and basically causes that combustion reaction that I talked about. There's several parts of a firearm, and the trigger obviously being a very important part, which is the catalyst of pulling the trigger that releases the firing pin that then fires the ammunition down the barrel of the firearm.
And then what is a cartridge?
May I use my demonstrative aid?
Can she use her demonstrative aid?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So this is a large scale, so not this large, a plastic model of what a cartridge is. So a lot of people, when they see something like this, if you're familiar with firearms or ammunition at all, you'll think, oh, this is a bullet. But when I refer to this, it would be a cartridge, meaning that it's unfired. So then the cartridge is made up of the cartridge case, which if I use the term cartridge case, that means that it has been fired. And the bullet, which is the projectile. So the cartridge, when it's fired, those two things will separate. The bullet will go down the barrel of the firearm, and the cartridge case will move rearward, and then in sometimes firearms will also be ejected. So you have the cartridge case, which has the primer here on the head of the cartridge case, and that's where the firing pin will strike the primer, which ignites the gunpowder inside of the cartridge case. And as that gunpowder causes the pressures to build up inside the case, that's what pushes the bullet down the barrel.
She is a legit expert, but after all I went through today, I don't know if I can take it. She is not from DeVry. She is too prepared, Jonquil. I love that she seems so excited, and you can tell sis loves what she does. Okay, she loves firearms. But babe, Ariel says she's not impressed, but I don't know if it's like information overload. I'm just not sure. But sis came with it. I just don't know if today was the day to have her up there. I don't know. Maybe she's out of place. Yeah, maybe they said she's too serious for this. Maybe she's just out of place, and maybe should have gone early in the morning. But yes, Shayla, I definitely think she knows her job. This is the first expert I can say sounds like an expert.
Barrel of the firearm. So interview, cartridge case, 1 unit unfired, cartridge, 1 unit unfired, and then that separates into a fired cartridge case and a fired bullet.
Thank you. Now, when you receive firearms to be tested, please tell the jurors about the process used to test firearm evidence, specifically shell casings and projectile, or cartridge cases and projectiles.
So the process can, differ based on the type of evidence that I have. In general, so if I receive a firearm in the case, I will need to create test fires from that firearm. So,
ready to fall back in love with your skin? Visit Milan Laser Hair Removal this month.
Not too hard on her in this chat, baby.
And then there's a port on the front of that box that I will stick the firearm at that port.
Yeah.
And as I pull the trigger, the bullet is traveling into the water of that box, and the water helps to slow that bullet down. So after I'm done test firing, I can collect the bullets from the water tank. So now I have samples that are known to have come from that firearm I just shot.
Yeah.
And also at the same time I'm shooting it, it's ejecting, or otherwise I can collect the cartridge cases as well. So I can take my firearm, test fire it, and then have known samples of the cartridge case and the bullet from that gun. And also then I can follow through with, looking on my microscope at 2 cartridge cases side by side, or 2 bullets side by side, to try to make a determination on whether they were fired from that gun or a different gun, or the same gun, maybe a second gun.
And tell you just briefly about that process of examining cartridge cases under the microscope to determine if they're fired from the same gun or different gun.
Mhm. So the first thing that I'm looking at when I start like cartridge case comparison is what's called class characteristics.
Okay, y'all may have a damn point. Y'all may have a point. Y'all, they might be dragging this out. It's 3:21. I'm gonna tell y'all now, if this lady be up here more than an hour, I'm getting off. I'm not listening to this for longer. Because y'all might be right. They might be wasting time. Now, she is a good witness. I do agree. But I also agree she probably is out of place. And we probably needed her at the beginning of trial. Why they putting her on right now, I don't know. Y'all, if this lady up here, I'm gonna tell her we got an hour. I'm logging off. I'm telling you, hold up.
Class characteristics are predetermined by the manufacturer and they indicate a restricted group source. So an example of a class characteristic would be if you go out to the parking lot and you're looking for a blue Ford F-150. So the color blue, that it's a truck, that it has the badging of the Ford F-150. Those are all class characteristics you're using to help narrow down what you're looking for. So you're not going to look at the red Chevy Corvettes because that's not within your class group. So for firearms, we can start with the same base level and say, okay, well, I can see these certain characteristics such as the caliber. If I have one caliber, there could be certain other calibers that I don't even need to look at because they're not the same class characteristics. And then the second level is called individual characteristics. So if I have a grouping now of class that are the same, I have to move on and say, okay, but within that class, are they fired from the same firearm? So those are individual characteristics. The individual characteristics from a firearm are created incidental to the manufacturing process. So that's the imperfections and irregularities on the surface of the gun that as this ammunition goes through the gun, it's picking up those microscopic details. So then that's what I'm looking at on the scope is the microscope to determine, is it an identification, which means same source, an elimination, different sources, or sometimes we don't have enough information and that's an inconclusive result.
Are you able to tell in your testing if a particular projectile and a particular shell casing were once one completed cartridge?
No, what we typically are doing is looking at cartridge case to cartridge case and bullet to bullet. So there wouldn't be a time that I would have looked at the cartridge case and the bullet together to try to determine if they were once one piece of ammunition.
Now, at the GBI, when you were working at the GBI, as a firearms examiner, did a firearms examiner have to have the results of their examinations verified?
Yes.
If you can tell the jurors about that process, that verification process.
So we had what I'll refer to as a primary examiner who is assigned to work the case. So the primary examiner would do their workup of all of the evidence, and then the person who is called the verifier has to then also take the evidence and microscopically look at it and reach their own conclusions about same source, different source firearms. So that's what the verifier would also additionally look at the evidence microscopically and then, if needed, discuss with the primary examiner and then move on with the case after that.
And as a verifier, do you have to come up with your own independent conclusion regarding the examination?
Me too, Ashley.
And when you were at the GBI, could the primary examiner release a report without having their testing verified?
No. So for a case to be released, it would have to be verified and then peer reviewed. And once it passed those steps, then an official report could be released.
And what's the distinction between verification and being peer reviewed?
So verification would be, like I said, the microscopic looking at the evidence. And from what I recall, the peer review process was looking over the documentation of the case file to make sure that everything was aligned for the case file.
I want to draw your attention to DOFS case number 2015-1001545. did you serve as the verifier of that DOFS case number?
Yes, I did.
And who was the firearms examiner or the primary firearms examiner?
The examiner's name was David Voss.
And did the GBI receive items to be tested?
Yes.
Around permission
Page up there sleep.
Sorry.
Miss Hilton got on some stockings up there. Okay. Somebody please object. Hold on, Law Crime Chat Pro. Let's see. Hold up. Yeah, they in there tired. They said Hilton looked like Scooby-Doo. They said the glove don't fit. You must have quit.
So I'm going to first show you what's been previously admitted.
Yeah, I'm not looking at that chat. Them people say, I bet she got 38 scores. I hate that chat.
318 Yankee Charlie, 318 Yankee Bravo, 318 Yankee Alpha, 294 Yankee Bravo 7, and 294.
Does Hilton have on gloves?
Tell me if you recognize, if you're able to tell me if these are some of the items that you tested back in 2015.
May I also refer to my notes?
Yes.
Thank you.
Now, what's the point of her wearing gloves if she's still gonna touch other stuff with them on? I can't stand when people do that. That Long Crime Chat a mess, Brittany. I had to go ahead and click out of it. They get too much. It's too much going on in that chat right there. It was Shayla. They said plead the fifth. She's wearing gloves, but she's touching other stuff.
Yes, I can recognize these items as bearing the GBI case number, which is in my documentation, as well as the item number listed from the GBI as well.
And are those some of the items that you verified from what David Voss?
Yes.
They're not objecting, guys, because I mean, I guess they're gonna let her get this out. There's got to be a point to it. We just ain't got there yet. Miss Hilton done contaminated everything. She been touching stuff with the gloves on.
I'm now going to show you.
Exactly. She's contaminating everything. I'm not sure what's going on.
What's been admitted as
Y'all,
State's Exhibit.
Little Rod attorney must have been real cold yesterday.
11.
It's blue magic all on that evidence. I know that's right. Fingerprints won't get on stuff. Hold on. I said already in here in Ohio, we have to wear PPE. Tell me what PPE is. Tell me what PPE means. Like I it's on the tip of my tongue. Yeah, little Rod attorney. That coat is huge. I know they say it's cold, but this girl has on a whole winter coat. PPE. Y'all can't remember what PPE means, and that is bothering me. Y'all tell me what the person protective equipment. I know it was big around COVID. I can remember.
Yankee Bravo 11, 294 Yankee Bravo 4, 294 Yankee Bravo 2, 294 Yankee Bravo 3.
Miss Love watching the chat.
294 Yankee Bravo 10.
Thank y'all for the PPE. I can remember y'all.
And 294 Yankee Bravo 1. Tell me if you recognize those items.
Yeah, she's gonna be up there 2 hours, y'all. Everyone has checked out. She's gonna be up there 2 hours, guys. Shayla, I just saw that big orange purse. I said Miss Love make too much money for that big orange purse. This lady gonna be up here forever, y'all. She's gonna be up here forever. She up there now. She doing a science project, and she's gonna be up there forever.
Yes, these packages also bear the same GBI case number and item numbers associated with the verification that I did.
She's so excited, girl. I love somebody who loves work.
What's been marked as 294 Yankee Bravo 8 and 294 Yankee
She loving every moment of this, baby. You can feel. Crystal.
Some do you recognize those?
Oh, y'all know she was prepping last night.
Yes, these packages also have the same GBI case number and item numbers associated with verification that I performed.
Look at that smile. That girl loving this. They want to excite us to get and find discharge.
What's been already admitted as exhibit 294 Yankee Alpha 24, 294 Yankee Alpha 25, 294 Yankee Alpha 26, and 294
Excited, baby.
Alpha 27. Some of you recognize.
Are we behind, y'all? Because y'all know we stopped. We're not that behind, y'all. I thought we could skip a little, but we're not that behind. Well, Davina, you need to wake up. Only reason I'm still woke because I'm over here talking to y'all. What a white girl.
Yes, each of these packages also labeled with the same GBI case number and item numbers associated with my verification.
I'm showing what's been admitted as 294 Yankee Alpha 23, 294 Yankee Alpha 22, 294 Yankee Alpha 21.
Yeah, I'm gonna give me a snack for real because I gotta stay up, y'all. This can't be real. I'll be right back, y'all. I'll be right back.
Yes, these packages also all have the same GBI case number and item numbers associated with verification I performed.
And when we talk about the item number, what are you referencing?
So each of the packages have the item number that was assigned at the GBI. So that would be a different number than what she's calling off. It would be a GBI association number.
And in order to complete your testimony, is it easier to identify it using the GBI item number?
If that's possible, that'd be great.
Okay. What I would ask for you to do is, as you identify them, use both the GBI number and the state's exhibit number. Can you do that?
For every time I refer to it, or the first time?
The first time, and when we group them together.
Okay.
All right. Now, I want to first start with your GBI item number 2A, 2B, 2C, 5B06, and 5B08. Do you have those?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. If you can first identify 2A, what exhibit number is 2A?
GBI number 2A is States Exhibit number 318 Yankee Bravo.
And are you able to open up?
You're right,
that
Sheila.
particular exhibit?
Yes.
She's been a good witness.
And then I'll ask you to go to 2B.
But she's gonna be up here all day.
You keep it open. I'll have you show it at the end when you finish. Open up all three of those.
She's gonna be up here all day. Watch.
GBI item number 2B is States Exhibit number 318 Yankee Alpha.
And looking at States Exhibit
Ashley, I'll take a drink too.
GBI number 2C.
GBI item number 2C is States Exhibit number 318 Yankee Charlie.
And looking at GBI number 5B06.
This too much.
GBI 5B.06 is States Exhibit number 294 Yankee Bravo 7.
And then last 5, GBI number 5B.08.
GBI item number 5B.08 is States Exhibit number 294 Yankee Bravo 5.
And are you able to open up the 294?
I don't know, King Tim.
Oh, here's the scissors. Would you like me to?
Yes.
Okay.
Yo, Ashleigh merchant stuff still going on? Because if y'all want to swap, we can swap. Ashleigh merchant still going on right now, y'all. I thought they were over. They're not over. Oh, I got you, King. How I missed it?
Now, looking at 2A, GBI 2A, 2B, and 2C, where did these items come from?
Hold on, y'all. Let me put it on my phone.
Each of those containers has a piece of paper with information indicating they are from the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office. Would you like me to read the rest of the label?
Yes, please.
Okay. And I can refer to it by GBI number now? Okay, thank you. So GBI item number 2A has a Fulton County Medical Examiner case number associated and an Atlanta PD case number written on this tag, as well as the name Donovan Thomas and the medical examiner's name. It has handwritten, maybe I shouldn't read it because it's doctor handwriting, but it appears to say right lateral, and the rest is illegible to me. It also has a date of 1/11/2015 and says next to that 026 and then a B and an M.
Y'all, she did say Donovan Thomas, right? I gotta pause it. Did she say this was Donovan Thomas's from his unaliving? Okay. So we can swap, y'all, but I want to see where this is going, because did these weapons match up to something? I kind of want to see where this is going.
And who was the
It does say the doctor's name was Michael M. Henninger.
And is that the same label consistent with all three of 2A, 2B, and 2C?
Yes, but the handwritten information as to locations within the body is handwritten, and that information varies per box.
And looking at GBI number 5B.06 and 5B.08, where were those two items
recovered? I can only read from the GBI label that it was submitted by the Atlanta Police Department.
Is that the same for 5B.08 as well?
Yes, 5B.08 was also submitted to the GBI by the Atlanta Police Department.
And were you able to do any testing regarding those 5
Yes, I did.
And what was the testing and what were the results?
So for these, they are, I guess, varying degrees of fired bullets, meaning some of them appear to be portions of fired bullets, or, because they can fragment and break off, etc. But for these, I did do a comparison to try to determine if they were fired from the same firearm. And I was able to determine that all 5 of these were fired from the same firearm.
And were you able to verify the types of firearms or potential list of firearms that those items could have been fired from?
I would have reviewed the work of the primary examiner on that, and he did provide a potential list of firearms.
And were you able to then verify his list that he placed?
I did note that I agreed with his, what we called a DTW, which is a determined type weapon. So I did agree with that and noted it on my verification.
And what were the type of firearms that could have fired those items?
So he listed the AK-47 variant SKS 7.62 by 39 millimeters.
All right. Now I want to go to.
Y'all let me swap real quick. Hold on, y'all. I'm swapping to Atlanta News first because they said it doesn't have commercials. So we'll be right back at Miss Ma'am. Okay. Thank y'all. Let me make it bigger. Look how happy she is. You can tell she wanted to be there. So no firearms, y'all, just shell casings. Oh, Lord.
.10 is it 294 Yankee Bravo 11?
No fingerprint.
Yes, it is.
Nothing. That's crazy.
And then for the last one, this grouping is 5B.07, 294 Yankee Bravo B4.
5B.07 GBI is, yes, 294 Yankee Bravo 4.
And then last, 5B.05, is that 294 Yankee Bravo 2?
Yes, it is.
And if you can tell Joy, what, if any, comparison analysis were you able to do for this group of exhibits?
Mel, where is Motul? Yeah, I'm sure they said whole Atlanta was probably tuned in. Yeah, she excited.
So again, these are also bullets or bullet jacket fragments. And I did a comparison of those, and I was able to determine that they were all fired from the same firearm.
And were you able to determine a list of potential firearms that grouping could have come from?
Again, it would have been Examiner Voss that came up with the list, but I did note that I agreed with his DTW determining of the type of weapon. The list provided included Springfield, Ruger, and Llama 45 auto pistols. And I also want to say that those lists are based on those class characteristics that I spoke about. So the class characteristics are ran into a database that turns out what manufacturers of firearms use those specifications in their guns. So that's where that information is coming up about what type of firearm manufacturer could have produced the class characteristics from these items.
I'm sorry, y'all. I apologize for me getting excited and thinking that this was leading to something. Yeah, all of this, and this is just telling us what type of weapon was used to unalive Donovan Thomas. No fingerprints so far. Not who used the weapon. Did we find the weapon? All of this just to tell me a weapon was used.
Third group, that's the 5B09 and 5B11.
Yeah, we might need to switch over, y'all. We might need to.
GBI 5B.09 is Stakes Exhibit 294, Yankee Bravo 6. And GBI item number 5B.11 is States Exhibit number 294, Yankee Bravo 8.
And were you able to do any comparison testing with those two items?
I'm sorry. I'm going to swap over, y'all, because, yeah. I'm going to swap over. They wasting our time.
Records that was sent to the requester. Okay. So out of the, sorry, I only gave, how many did I do? 1, 2, 3. And for the final one, the NDAs, the request regarding the NDAs, that was not responded to timely, and nor were any responsive records provided within the portal under that request.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Big merchant.
Thank you. Okay, so this was filed January 8th, this record, and the response was lodged January 9th that said you were in receipt of the records and to allow 7 to 10 days for research. Would you agree that the response within 3 days did not say whether or not responsive records exist, correct?
I would agree with that, but it did consistent, as I read, the Open Records Act lets you know what time frame, based on staffing levels and workloads, that I'm going to be able to provide you. And it reads 7 to 10 business days. I need to do research.
And it doesn't say whether documents will be made available.
On the next day that you gave me this document, I could not make that determination. I needed to do research. So I outlined how long I needed to do research on 24 hours. Was it 24 hours? Yeah, about 25 hours after you received that. I acknowledged your receipt and I told you I need more time.
And then on January 18th, you responded that no responsive records exist, correct?
Let's see, January 9th, I told you 7 to 10 business days. Within 7 to 10 business days, I said, hey, we don't have any responsive records.
So that's correct?
That is correct.
And we're still referring to the personnel records request. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. What efforts specifically did you do to actually locate these records?
Talk to my HR team.
Okay, so for everybody that's like, hey, what the heck are we watching? So I know you know Ashleigh Merchant. She stepped in, saved Brian Steele. So she has been going back and forth with Fonnie Willis in Fulton County because she's asked for their records. Y'all know she represents one of the defendants in the Trump trial. And so they feel like Fonnie has been misappropriating funds. So she's on a hunt to find out if this is true. Now, I don't know if you guys know that when you have people in public office, these people, they work for you. They have to answer to you. So when you ask for a records request, it shouldn't be beating around the bush and doing all of that. They shouldn't do all of that. They should be able to give you the information, but Fonnie refuses to turn over this information. So that is what we talk. That's what's going on. Hold on, y'all. Hold on, let me get back over there because I don't know why they moved my tab, but my tab has been moved. So
Team, and I know for certain because HR reports to me that I do not have a list of attorneys, 1, hired by District Attorney Fonnie Willis, 2, with their hiring dates. Those are 3 variables that you wanted. I know for certain that I don't have that.
What searches were performed?
I talked to my HR team And then at that point, I know that I do not have a list of all attorneys hired by the district attorney, Fonnie T. Willis, with the hiring date.
And
so he can't tell her what searches were performed. Hold on, y'all, because now I'm all off. He can't tell her what searches he performed. That's what he just asked her. I mean, she just asked him. He can't tell her. Okay.
You also then received after this. So this was on January 18th. I filed a letter on January 24th, again, asking for these documents. You received that letter, correct?
I do. And again, that particular letter had several different open records requests that was outstanding. Can't remember the number. I know it was more than 12. And I think I told you, same thing I told you on the 18th, that there are no responsive records because as I sit here today, I don't have any responsive records.
My question was, you received a letter from me January 24th where I asked for these again, correct? Did you receive a letter January 24th?
Yes.
Where I asked for these again?
I don't know if you asked for them again. I received a letter on January 24th. As we already said, that letter had several different open records requests. Yes, this was probably included in the letter of more than 12 open records requests that I addressed from your January 24th letter.
Baby, can I just go ahead and say it? Fonnie has set a tone in her office, and everybody acts just like her. It's no reason. Everybody is nasty, rude, bothered by everything. Fonnie has set a tone, baby. She set a tone.
Give us a minute. We'll pull it up. I actually have a hard copy I can give you. It's 0080. For the record, it's 0080 through 0085.
Something wrong with this man.
Thank you.
Lord, it sounds like they do what they want to do. That's what it sounds like to me.
Take a look and tell me if that refreshes your memory.
January 24th letter. I'm assuming, so direct me, you're talking about section 3?
Section 3.
Yes.
So I again clarified, asking if this meant that she had not hired any attorneys or that you just were claiming that you didn't have a list. Okay. Is that correct? Did you receive this?
I did receive this.
How many number requests are in this letter?
Let's look. One.
You can look at the last one. They're Roman numerals.
Hold on, wait. Well, look at this number 1. You see how many is in here? So how do you want me to handle it?
I'm sorry, Miss Merchant, I can't hear you.
Okay, go ahead.
Sorry, I forgot. All right. Isn't it true that we go up to Roman numeral number 10 in this document? There are 10 requests in this document.
Ma'am, look at number 9. That is 2 requests in 9. So you cannot correlate Roman numerals to requests.
2 requests in number 9?
Look at 3, 4. I'm sorry. Don't know Roman numerals.
Hold up. To answer the question, I think the do not record. Yeah, I'm thinking that's for. I'm gonna hope, and I'll go back, and if I need to move it, I'll move it. I think that's for when she first started it. She talked about people with Rule 22s inside the courtroom. So I'm assuming that's who that's for, because surely she can't be saying don't record and it's on YouTube. So I think that's when she opened. I was there when she first started, so I think that's what she's talking about. But y'all, let me tell you something. This is a hostile witness. What is going on with this man? Let me go back just to say, y'all, he's a hostile witness.
Ask for them again. I received a letter on January 24th. As we already said, that letter had several different open records requests. Yes, this was probably included in the letter of more than 12 open records requests that I addressed from your January 24th letter.
Give us a minute. We'll pull it up.
Yeah, I like.
I actually have a hard copy. I can.
My expert.
It's 0080 For the record, it's 0080 through 0085. Give me my copy.
Thank you.
Take a look and tell me if that refreshes your memory.
January 24th letter. I'm assuming, so direct me, you're talking about section 3?
Section 3.
Yes.
Hey, we can't see his face.
So I again clarified, asking if this meant that she had not hired any attorneys or that you just were claiming that you didn't have a list. Okay. Is that correct? Did you receive this?
I did receive this.
Before we move on, how many number requests are in this letter?
Let's look. One line.
You can look at the last one. They're Roman.
Hold on, wait. Well, look at this number 1. You see how many is in here? So how do you want me to handle it?
I'm sorry, Ms. Merchant, I can't hear you.
Okay, go ahead.
Sorry, I forgot. All right. Isn't it true that we go up to Roman numeral number 10 in this document? There are 10 requests in this document.
Ma'am, look at number 9. That is 2 requests in 9. So you cannot correlate Roman numerals to request.
2 requests in number 9?
Look at 3, 4. I'm sorry. Don't know Roman numerals.
I'm sorry. I understand that counsel is trying to get to the contents of the letter. At this point, I don't see the relevance in having the witness count the number of requests in the letter. So if we could just get to it.
Judge, part of the argument has been that it's burdensome, that I requested 40 we started with. There's 10. One of them I had to duplicate because it was closed without being responsive. There's 10.
Letter. I can read your letter.
Okay.
I know how to count and read, right? And so there's no point in arguing about it.
You responded to that letter and said nothing exists.
In this letter, you presented 10 Roman numerals that dealt with a lot of different requests that was outstanding, but you so kindly forget that we have had several different open records requests outside of this particular letter dating from September. So this letter only deals with open records that was outstanding. Each Roman numeral deals with various different requests. Let's be clear.
My question was,
sassy for me, baby.
You sent a letter in response to this.
You asked me that 3 times. The answer is yes. You received it on January 26th.
And it said that you do not retain records and cannot produce them.
And I told you that 3 times because as I sit here, I do not have records. I do not have.
Okay, can we just go and say it? It's definitely giving y'all hiding something. Why would you be up on this stand so nasty if you just doing your job? Y'all hiding something. Y'all hiding something.
Have a list of hires from attorneys with the date of hire that was hired by District Attorney Willis. I told you that on the 26th in response to the open records request. I told you that now.
And
I told you that previously.
One point of clarification, because you've said the same thing several times and you're putting emphasis on a particular part that I'm curious about. Call it the rule of judge's interest. But I understand, and I think I started this hearing with this discussion about sometimes we know things that don't exist in a document. But you keep saying I don't have a list of attorneys with their hire date who were hired by attorney Fonnie Willis, the DA Fonnie Willis.
Call it out.
What? All the attorneys in the DA's office hired by Fonnie Willis?
Oh, no. We have some DAs that was hired by District Attorney Paul Howard.
Well, I'm certain they have worked for the DA's office for a long, long time. But didn't she decide to hire them when she became the DA? And I'm not challenging, I'm just asking to make sure I understand if there is or is not a distinction.
I see that. Yeah, I can see that, but
Okay, fair enough. I mean, but at least I understand better why you were drawing that distinction.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well, I was drawing that distinction because that's what she asked for.
Okay.
And
no, I
got you.
I wasn't challenging what it said. You were placing emphasis on it in a way that to me seemed to inform how you understood the request. And now I have a better understanding of how you understood the request.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. I will say this, based on this particular request, what I have done is to reach out to the chief human resources of the county to see if I have a list of, hey, here are the list of attorneys hired by District Attorney Willis with their hiring date. And I can tell you right now, as I sit here, I don't have that.
And I'm gonna stop y'all right here because y'all remember when Mr. Sassy, Archie, come on now. Y'all remember when Mr. Sassy said HR answers to him? Ain't no way you don't have a list. Ain't no way y'all want to tell me Fulton County does not keep a record and have a list of who is attorneys that are on staff and who the hell hired them. Y'all are not going to tell me. Yeah, we're going to have to go find his name. We're going to look him up. We got to find his name. But let me tell y'all, see how Rachel Krause is in that courtroom? That's how I know she held back with Judge Glanville when she recused him. She could have said more. She chose not to say more. Y'all ain't going to tell me this woman. That's all she had to say about Glanville. No, you're not going to tell me that.
When did you reach out and make that request?
Going to the county HR in the course of this litigation.
Okay, so not when I filed the open records request.
I didn't have to at that time because I know I didn't exist. So the answer to your question is no, I didn't feel a need to reach out at that time.
But then in response to the litigation, you did feel the need to reach out and actually ask the question?
Well, once litigation is, I'm like, okay, what can we do to resolve this matter? Is there anything extra? I feel comfortable. Let's be very clear. Under the Open Records Act, I did what exactly is required of me of the law. Now we in litigation. Let's see if there's anything possible else that I can do. I did that extra, and guess what? The records still don't exist.
And I know we already verified that as an open records officer, you were charged with maintaining records under the State Records Management Act, correct? We already talked about that, right? Early on, that's part of your job.
The Office of the Fulton County District Attorneys seeks to maintain records and consistent with the State Retention Act. Okay. Yes.
And that act requires that your office maintain records documenting an employee's work history in a case file, including the date they were hired and if there was no hire decision. And you have to keep those records for 50 years or 7 years following the date of separation of the employee. And you're mandated to actually keep them in your own office. You can't delegate that responsibility to a central agency.
So you're reading a retention law that I have not read, but I can tell you this. You started the sentence saying as it relates to personnel files. So you said case file date, right? In your open records request, you're looking for a list. I'm afraid you're misleading the court because you're convoluting a retention record that discusses personnel files, but you're seeking via the Open Records Act a list. Those are two different things. So let's not put the list into State Retention Act. They're two different things.
Did you have personnel files?
Go ahead.
Did you have personnel files?
Did I or do I? Yes.
Both. Did you?
Yes.
And you do?
Yes.
Okay.
And do those include the date that someone was hired?
Right.
Yes. The personnel file should have the date that they was hired. The answer is yes. Do I have a list? No.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry.
I don't have a list.
I'm sorry. I forgot I'm on live.
And if you think that it was reasonable for me to go look at,
I gotta stop because y'all was about to get Melanie that's not on live. I was about to yell out that N word. So he frustrating me. He is frustrating me. What do you mean? Like you formed the list from the records. Like you formed the list from the records. You're literally sitting on this stand acting like every job. They said the list is with that notepad. Man, exactly, Tisha. You gonna tell us you couldn't make a list from the records? That's all she was asking. He made this made.
or find out who was hired by the DA, pull that HR file, scan that HR file to make a list. I don't think that the Open Records Act requires me to do so.
What?
So as I sit here, no, I don't have it, and I told you what I did.
Did you have a question before me? Nope. Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you. Your office also produces newsletters with lists of all of the employees of your office. Is that correct?
Office morale, yes. We have bi-weekly newsletters, winter reports. We have quite a few.
And it's got something called a directory of attorneys?
Yep.
Yes, that's a directory.
Yep.
And so someone has to get this data somewhere with this list of attorneys, right?
I don't, unfortunately, while graphics does report to me, I don't know if they got a list of that, but I can't tell you. I'm not, if I could, can I take a look at it again?
Sure.
Okay. Thank you.
While you're looking at that, I need to do a sort of check-in with my attorneys. I understood that the court reporter had made arrangements to be available until 5. Mr. Bowman had indicated he had an issue. Do we need to adjourn? Can we carry on in your absence for an hour? Can you stay? Where are we on that, Mr. Bowman?
Your Honor, I can push it for a few more minutes, but I may have to leave. If Ms. Monroe is comfortable, then
Okay.
it can fine.
And I don't mind. If you need to leave, you need to leave. I certainly understand those things. My only question is, do I need to adjourn the hearing, or are we comfortable with concluding? Court reporter's got to be done by 5, so we're going to end at 5. And so that's all I'm asking.
I think we're comfortable with concluding by 5.
So we're just going to continue on at 5, and understood that if you need to go for your prior issue, then you're free to leave, and you don't need to ask my permission, by the way.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you for the interruption. While we were doing that, the witness had an opportunity to look at whatever it was that you were showing him. I saw it, but I don't know that it was ever identified for the record. I
I'm
apologize.
sorry, Judge. I am showing him what is Bates stamped. It's Exhibit 8. It's Merchant 0303, and it goes until 0336.
Thank you.
Let me know when if that refreshes your memory.
I have reviewed this directory. I don't understand the relevance, so I'm pretty sure you'll educate me. So, yeah. Yes.
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Sorry. This is a directory published by the district attorney's office, correct?
Yes.
And it contains a directory, which is a list of district attorneys, essentially.
This looks like my supervisor team. So district attorneys, supervisors, yes.
Okay. And you guys publish these pretty regularly. The district attorney's office publishes these regularly.
When you say publish, yes, I print out, I hand out, yes. I've learned that staff like to see their faces places. So yes. Publish.
And in this, you welcome new hires?
I'm pretty sure that there's a version of, hey, we have some new hires.
And someone gives that data to whomever makes this brochure with new hires, correct?
Yes.
So you're able to give a list of new hires
Hold on.
to the promotional people?
I did not say I gave a list, ma'am.
Someone's able to give that data.
Okay, y'all saying I need to see his facial expressions. Are they showing him on like Atlanta Alive or something? Because this is Judge Krause. I can move over because I'd much rather see his face than see this. Y'all, is he on another station? I would much rather see his face. Okay, hold on, y'all. The Atlanta News First was showing it. Hold up. Oh, I'd much rather see him.
Well, I told you that 3 times because
Whether
Y'all, I'd much rather show his face. And he has a nose ring. It done told me all I needed to know. Because ain't no way you up in these people's office this damn big with this. Okay, let's play it.
the responses that are at issue in this litigation, the requests that are at issue in this litigation were responded to within 3 days. Okay.
Yeah, I'd much rather see him.
The request regarding the forfeiture report, that request was submitted on January 18th.
Y'all, I'm gonna go forward.
The response was sent for an extension.
Oh shit! Hold up.
The only response you sent was on January 25th, where it says, please log
right here.
Relates to the media. I'm agreeing with you, right? You asked for, I interpret this, my staff, you wanted media agreements. I responded and said, I do not have responsive documents, right? After this particular litigation in preparation for this hearing, at that moment, it was confidentiality agreements. right? And at that moment, I believe as we sit here before, they have been provided.
Tattoo on his wrist.
So they were provided me 2 days ago, correct?
I cannot tell you when it was provided to you, but I do know that you have them because once I've been informed, hey, this, if I can,
I agree.
this particular has been a moving target. The first one, not perfect. I interpreted it as media. Once I said it's media, it's non-responsive. Later on, it was interpreted as, forgive me, Jeff DeSantis made comments to the media saying that these agreements were destroyed.
Pausing it, y'all. Let's see what's going on because they said the jury leaving out on the YSL trial. Why y'all saying the jury leaving out? Well, I don't think nothing too bad popped off, y'all. Nothing too bad popped off. So we're gonna stay where we at.
To which I said, I don't have any responsive records. And then at that moment, it then turned to, and then it turned to
Y'all
this
know
most
what
recent,
is.
I think, subpoena
Amen.
is pure confidentiality agreements. So yes, I agree. You narrowed it down to confidentiality agreements, and you got confidentiality agreements. My interpretation is on the onset was media, based on context that you provided. Hey, the DA's office had some stuff. They destroyed some stuff, which I did not have that. And now confidentiality agreements I have. If I have it, you have it. There's no.
Baby, he too sassy.
I did not give you any confidentiality agreement.
Did not give me any confidentiality. In your letter in January, when we said we're going to have to file a lawsuit to get these if you don't give them to us, you responded. You do not maintain responsive records and cannot produce the records we seek. Correct?
That is exactly because I thought
you was afraid.
That was the media. You're absolutely right.
And you actually provided a custodian affidavit with a confidentiality agreement signed by Nathan Wade in his divorce proceeding, correct?
You have to show me.
Of his business records.
Funny got to take these people through some training. This is terrible.
If you don't remember that, I'll get it for you.
Thank you, Tiffany.
Business record
They said Nathan got
1,000 files per year. I don't remember that particular.
It's merchant 0610.
If you're joining and I'm too loud, just turn me down. Why would they have a confidentiality agreement in Nathan Wade's divorce?
That's a business record certificate that you signed in November. Oh, it's on the screen. November of 2023, correct?
Yes.
And attached to it is a confidentiality agreement. Is that correct?
Yes, a confidentiality agreement, not agreement to speak to the media. As I just told you, wish I was perfect. I am not. When I got your open records request, I thought it was exclusively you cannot talk to the media based on context that you provided.
Context I provided? Can you put my original open records request back up?
Not via the open records side to me.
I'm sorry?
Context you provided, you're going to the open records side. I am not scoped to the open records side. I'm saying context that you provided, because you did provide.
Right,
But
we're going to put it up. And you can show me where.
But I'm telling you, it's not in the Open Records Act. In one of your.
So there's no context in this. Is that what you're saying?
Only context is required to sign regarding speaking to the media.
And there's nothing in my letter where I said, if you don't give me these, we're going to have to file a suit. There's nothing provided anything different than this, correct?
That's not true. Not in that letter on January 24th?
In regards to the confidentiality.
I do not believe that, but there's been emails, right? No.
I'm sorry?
On January 24th, you did not make any mention, you did not provide additional context as it relates to speaking to the media on January 24th.
Okay. So when we had to file the lawsuit, the open records case here, you had not provided any confidentiality agreements in response to this original open records request.
The answer is no, as I thought that your request is limited to the media, so no, I did not have it.
Would you agree that the 22 documents that were provided recently within the past week would be responsive clearly to this court?
I agree. It is as it relates to confidentiality. If it was presented to me,
as, hey, this, we're looking for media or confidentiality, I would have gave you those.
Girl, he leaning in the seat too.
Again, I interpreted let me take responsibility. I interpreted it as a NDA, a non-disclosure. I discussed that because I interpreted it as a not to speak to the media.
And in regards to this confidentiality request,
Yeah, how did he determine that something was an NDA that's not an NDA?
did you perform any searches in response to this open records request?
This is an example of I will go to my investigative team. Do you have any? Do these exist?
So in response to this, you went to your investigator team and asked if any of them existed?
Not in response to this. Let's be very clear.
What did you do in response?
Okay, hold on, y'all.
I interpret this as the media. I know that as a business record custodian, as a deputy of operations, I know that we do not have any requests related to employees, any signed forms saying that you cannot speak to the media. I know that to be certain. So I did not do anything as it relates to this open records request based on my interpretation, and my interpretation is because required signing regarding speaking to the media. So let me be very clear. For that open records request, I did not do anything because I read it as required signing regarding speaking to the media.
But you personally thought this was elevated to you?
This was elevated to me, and when it was elevated to me, it was presented to Mrs. Merchant want media statements. Do they exist? No, they do not exist. To which I responded to your open records request, they do not exist.
Were all of my records requests after January 18th, were all of those elevated to you?
No, I don't. You have, again, we disagree on the number. We know there's a lot. If you have asked from my office back from September, a lot of standard things, all of which we responded to in a timely manner. I hope you can agree to that. So I don't see all of your requests.
Did you sign a confidentiality agreement?
No.
You've never signed one?
I don't think so.
You don't remember?
I don't remember. I don't think so. I do not think so.
Do you believe that only 22 employees of the district attorney's office have been required to sign a confidentiality?
I can see corporate spicy.
I don't have no belief.
Let me say,
I know my staff. I can speak for my staff.
I'm not gonna even call him corporate spicy, just because as someone who works in the corporate office, his awareness does not seem to be there. He should know how he's being perceived right now. He has to know the way he's answering these questions is out of order. I don't even want to say corporate spicy, because even in corporate, there's a way to read a person and not have all this sassiness going around. Brian Steele and Keith Adams do it every day in court. So it's a way to do it. He's just sassy and professional. I'm not going to even put that in the word of what I'm seeing him do right now.
No. And what I think I gave you.
Very much. It's too much. Yeah, and look, Andy, agree to disagree there. I don't like
I can speak for me. I don't believe I signed one. I know that my staff, my direct reports, they have not signed one.
But I don't think he can help this sassiness, honestly.
As it relates to my direct team, I did not administer. I did not.
Nice sassiness. That's it.
So I cannot speak to that.
So at this point, the 22 that we've received, I heard testimony of 150 lawyers.
Brittany, I agree.
Your testimony that in response, and we now don't have any semantics confusion, right? Like it's confidentiality agreement. Is it your testimony that only 22 confidentiality agreements exist from Bonnie Willis as the district attorney's term?
Based on my research and based on me asking around about confidentiality agreements, I provided that.
All right, let's talk about your research then.
Okay.
What did you do to respond to this request?
Security team, do we sign confidentiality agreements?
Yep.
This is executive assistant. Do you have confidentiality agreements? Chief of staff, do we have confidentiality agreements? Oh, we do. Who? Why? Okay, get these. Let me give these to the council. So that is a standard.
Why wouldn't they be in their personnel file?
Get a request. Hey, I'm looking for confidentiality agreements. I think that you can respect the fact that, hey, do we have them? Do we have them? Let me show due diligence. We have them. Did we do them? Do we have them? So
you did not do that in January, you did that recently.
that's correct.
You're right.
Because in January, as I
Yeah.
stated, I thought it was limited to the media. I know media doesn't exist, so I did not very clearly do it in January. I did not.
And in response, you asked the security team, the executive administration, and the chief of staff if they had any of these non-disclosure.
Remind me, hey, these was maybe done 4 years ago.
Okay, y'all. So that we know we're on the same page. She's asking him about confidentiality agreements. He is saying that he went from office to office and asked people. Now remember, and I ain't gonna let him forget, he said HR answers to him. He should have access to these files. Everything, when you work in the government, guys, all this stuff is digitized now. They have paper form documents as well, but he should have been able to put his hand on these things. So the fact that he's telling us he went to walk around, he went to marketing, hey, y'all got confidentiality agreements, went on over to finance, hey, y'all got confidentiality agreements, is crazy to me. Crazy. I'm talking about small office or not. It's insane that he's saying he went around and he just asked and took their words for it.
Is this something we did? Do we have them? Who have them? Are they mixed? So yes.
What I'm trying to understand is if you're saying, swearing under oath, that 22 are the only 22 that exist.
I cannot tell you that.
You're
I can tell you.
custodian, right?
Exactly.
But I can tell you what I did. When I got this, when counsel presented to me and said, hey, media, let's go, instead of looking at it from a narrow scope for media, let's look at it from a confidentiality agreement. Dexter Bond, as the business record custodian, what did you do? And I'm answering the question as to what do I do? Now you are looking at my efforts at what I did, and you're trying to conclude that my efforts yielded to a totality result. And I cannot confirm that. I can tell you what I did in good faith.
Did you send out an email to all staff saying, who has signed a confidentiality agreement? Please respond.
Oh, I didn't do that. No.
What?
Did you send it out to all supervisors?
No.
Did you send it out to all attorneys?
No.
Do y'all hear this BS this man on this stand saying? He's the records custodian, guys. This is literally his job. This is his job to know what records Fulton County has, to be able to access these records. He's literally saying he did not. How do you not send a countywide email asking people if anyone is on confidentiality agreements? At the very minimum, he could have sent an email to his supervisors. Maybe not everyone, but at least the supervisors. He didn't even do that. But you want me to believe you went to different people and just ran up on them and asked them, hey, did you, anybody on your team with a confidentiality agreement? You want me to believe that when you can do the easiest thing and that's send an email? Y'all, what we talk about all the time? Documentation. That email would have been the best defense he had up there. He could have easily said, I asked for it, they didn't return it to me. He can't even do that. Yeah,
Send it out to anybody.
I'm not sure if I sent the email. I don't know. I made some calls and I had my team make a call, so I don't know. But I know only a handful of people can do all DA. I can tell you that right now, so I know that.
You can now, right?
You said what?
You can.
Oh, I can.
So if you wanted to, you could send that out.
If I wanted to, I wouldn't have. Yeah, if I wanted to.
So,
But also, if I wanted to, yes, let me tell you why I wouldn't though. I think you can respect that I get probably 500 to 1,000, maybe 1,500 emails a day. There's no way that I would send an RDA email and I would have to transport, hey, put this in this portal, so I would not have done that.
What? So how'd you get the 22 that you gave us?
I think I answered that question. I told you I called the chief. I answered that question.
As how you got it. Literally how you got it.
I believe they were scanned to me.
Who
It was
scanned it?
compiled and scanned. Can't tell you. I signed this.
I'm sorry?
I assigned it to someone.
Oh, who did you assign it to?
Probably my team. Hey, I need.
He don't even know who he assigned it to.
In staff meeting, someone. I cannot tell you who specifically did it.
By
I made some calls. That's why I know I had an email. Do we have this? Do they exist? Is this familiar? And that's what I did.
So you asked some staff, and you don't know who that staff person is, to make some calls to see if these exist.
So when we're in a staff meeting on Tuesdays, right? I have several different people that sit around the room, right? And then I would say, hey, these are outstanding issues. This is my elevation count.
Y'all, what's going on in Fulton County? Because even in APD, we find that they put in reports that they did, and we can't never verify it. He want us to just take his word that on a random Tuesday, he was in his business meeting with everybody in his, on his team. And I said, you know what? Here go my list of things to do. And I want Mary, you're gonna take this. Walter, you take this. And Andrea, you take this. You want us to just believe you did that? There's no documentation. When you work in the government, y'all, there's always someone who takes notes. Where the note taker at? Where is the note taker at?
Like, if there's an issue, let's elevate this. And hey, you need these things for open records. Hey, can you take the lead on this? Take the lead on this. Take the lead on this. Report back to me on Thursday as it relates to what we did, how we did. In the meantime, I'll make some calls to figure out where we are. So that's my routine practice on open records.
Well, it's a bad practice.
Oh yeah, that fairly recently. Because again, when I first got the request, I thought it was related to the media. As my astute counsel said, hey, let's look at confidentiality agreement and let's make it a little more broad. I followed those instructions and I did, and I told you what I did.
Is there any way that I could have been more specific without using the terms actual confidentiality and agreement?
If I could, to be honest with you, no. Now, because this was elevated to me, I wish that this was a request that I would have read myself and not allow it to be paraphrased to me, because I thought that this was.
Now he throwing the team under the bus.
I gleaned it. Okay, speaking to the media, and then I went ahead and said, "Hey, listen, I don't have."
I'm sorry. Who paraphrased this to you? I thought this one was elevated.
Yeah.
When it gets elevated, it's a series of things that's getting elevated. Hey, these are things I look. There are certain times that I'll look and I'll read. I don't know what you're talking about. Let me read this. There are other times where it's just like I'm looking for X. I will briefly look at it. Oh, okay, let's go. So I just want to be the elevation process. Let's educate. On Tuesday, we have open records conversations among many things. Once that happened, if there's an elevation process, it was, hey, here are 15 open records items that we have. Do we have this? Do we need this? Is this an exception? Do I need counsel? Do I need to research? Do I need to redact? That's how it happens. Some of which are, hey, do we have media non-disclosure agreements prevent staff from media? That's a paraphrase. Or, hey, this person is asking for such and such.
I'm about to watch
such and such. I don't. Those are ones where I'm like, hold on.
I'm gonna switch over for a second, y'all. But I'm gonna just tell you now, I don't believe anything this man is saying. I think he's lying. He knew the harm these records requests could do to Fonnie, so he ignored them. He can't even tell us what did he say? Elevation process? What the hell is an elevation process? Like, okay, okay, y'all, that's all. We swap it over. Hey, day. All right, let's swap over, guys. This too much. It's too much. It is too much.
If you can.
Is January 20th, 2015 and January 13th, 2015, according to the report issued.
Okay. And customarily, when these submissions come in to the GBI crime lab, they come in from a particular agency. In this case, it would have been the Atlanta Police Department, correct?
The Atlanta Police Department, and I believe earlier there was also evidence from the Fulton County Medical Examiner as well.
Okay. It would have been on the same case, though. True?
There are several cases represented. We have mainly been talking about one, but I did also mention a firearm from a second gun that I also compared.
And the information that you have, or that the GBI has, when that information comes in, is that is coming in this case, the items that came from the Atlanta Police Department came from an investigator, J. Thorpe Jr. Is that right?
May I again refer to the report?
Absolutely.
Thank you. J. Thorpe Jr. is listed on the report by Mr. Voss as the requester.
And as these items came in, it made reference to case individuals, and specifically it made reference to a victim the victim's name being Donovan Thomas. Is that right?
The name Donovan Thomas is listed as a victim on the GBI report issued by David Voss.
And that information, the case individuals, information submitted by Investigator Thorpe also has 2 subject names, correct?
Yes, it does.
One is Quintez Griffin.
Correct.
And the other one is Kenneth Copeland.
Correct.
And those are the subjects listed on the request for evidence examination or testing that was submitted by J. Thorpe Jr. back in January of 2015.
I don't know when those names would have been applied, but it is true that the report does list those individuals and that J. Thorpe was the requester.
All right.
Yeah.
Ms. Kelly, that's all I've got for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Sharp?
It's too much.
Kelly, good afternoon. My name is Max Shard, okay?
Nice to meet you.
Wow.
Nice to meet you. As I understand it, you are an expert in firearms and the mechanics of firearms. Is that fair to say?
More so the microscopic comparison of things, but I also am trained in, how they work and how that leads to the microscopic markings as well.
Okay. And I believe that I want to make sure I'm clear on this. Can you just describe in layman's terms what happens when someone was say, I pull the trigger of, we'll say, a handgun, let's say a 40 caliber semi-automatic handgun.
Okay, sure.
Could you explain the mechanics that lead to the firing of a projectile?
Yes. So in this instance, we have a 40 caliber handgun, a pistol. So one of the parts of a firearm can be a magazine, which is somewhere where you can load those 40 caliber pieces of ammunition, your cartridges, into that magazine. And then the magazine can be inserted typically into the butt of the firearm. And I'll use my hand here. So the magazine will be loaded into the bottom of the frame of the firearm. And then that magazine has cartridges in it, but in order for the cartridge to be pulled from the magazine and loaded into the chamber of the firearm, you need to retract the slide of the firearm and then let it go forward again. And as that slide goes forward again, that's what picks up the cartridge from the magazine and chambers it into the firearm. At that point, you can pull the trigger, and like I said earlier, the pulling of the trigger releases, we'll say, the firing pin. That firing pin makes contact with the primer, which here you can see there's an indentation in the silver part here that's indicating a firing pin impression. And that causes the gunpowder inside the cartridge case to be ignited. That's when the bullet starts traveling down the barrel of the firearm. The cartridge case may be ejected if it's a type of firearm that will eject your cartridge cases. And then if there's more for the next shot, if it's a semi-automatic pistol, you would need to pull the trigger again to do your second and third shots. So those subsequent shots, again, the slide would move rearward and pull the next cartridge with each shot from the magazine.
Thank you, Ms. Kelly. Now, I want to go back to the gunpowder. Gunpowder is made of potassium nitrate, charcoal, and sulfur, correct?
The best I recall, yes.
Okay.
I posted after I'm done.
Would you agree that the mechanics of the propulsion of the projectile, there's several phases once that firing pin hits the primer, correct?
I'm sorry, could you restate that for me?
First, it's ignited, correct? The firing pin hits the primer and ignites.
Yes, it hits the primer, and then there's actually something called a flash hole, if you can see in there. So the igniting of the primer sends that flame into this body of the cartridge case, and that's what then ignites the gunpowder within there.
And once the gunpowder is ignited, it sets off a chemical chain reaction called the combustion phase, correct?
Yes, that is the firing of the firearm, as I stated, does occur because of the combustion.
And that creates heat and pressure within the gun, correct?
Yes, and within the cartridge case specifically, because that's the pressure that's causing that bullet to be pushed out of the mouth of the cartridge case.
Okay, and what causes the bullet to be pushed out, have you ever heard the term release phase?
Release phase?
Yes.
No, I don't think so.
Well, let me ask you this. During the combustion phase, when we have these gases and heat and pressure, that pressure pushes the projectile forward, correct?
Yes, it's a equal and opposite reaction that's occurring. The bullet is being pushed forward out the end of the barrel, and the cartridge case is being pushed rearward towards the back of the slide of the firearm.
And this pressure and combustion is also released from the gun through soot and other particles that leave the gun, correct?
Yes, so the gunpowder, you could see, a plume or sometimes, the smoke or the fire that comes from that cycle happening. The gunpowder particles could also exit out of the end of the barrel as well.
Okay, so the gunshot residue, we'll call it.
Right.
That's fair to say, gunshot residue or
Yes.
soot? Okay. It releases through the ejection port of a handgun, correct?
It could be released through that area as well.
Okay. And the ejection port of the handgun is on the top side of the barrel of the handgun, correct?
It can vary from firearm to firearm where that ejection port is located. So if I may just explain, the ejection port is typically towards the rear of the firearm, and the ejection port is where the cartridge case is being kicked from the slide of the firearm.
And these gases and particles can be released through the ejection port, correct?
They can be, since that is an opening in the firearm, it can be released from there, and also some can be released at the end of the barrel as well.
From the same part of the gun where the projectile comes from, correct?
I'm sorry, can you restate that?
That was very inartful of me.
Here you go with inartful.
And gunshot residue can be released from the ejection port of the handgun, and also from the same part of the gun that the bullet leaves the gun from, correct?
So out of the muzzle end of the barrel, yes, it could escape from there as well.
Okay. And this combustion of these gases also creates a sound, a bang, correct?
Yes, it can create a noise.
And it also creates a bright flash of light, correct?
It may, and that can vary depending on the type of gun as well, or ammunition.
All right. I don't want to go beyond what you're comfortable testifying to. Do you know approximately how many microscopic particles are released from the gun when a projectile is fired from a gun?
No, I do not.
And when we're talking about these microscopic particles, are these the same particles that are ultimately tested for when we talk about gunshot residue testing?
So as a firearms examiner, in the sense of gunshot residue testing, such as on someone's hands after they've fired a gun, that would be more of a trace evidence type of examination. The only time that at the GBI I dealt with gunshot residue was looking at basically articles of clothing for someone who had been shot.
Okay, and you can test articles of clothing for gunshot residue?
Yes, you can.
Okay. And other cloth objects?
You could test other non-cloth objects or cloth objects as well.
Okay, great. And what you're testing for is microscopic particles that contain three specific elements within the same molten particle, correct?
No, as a firearms examiner, we don't look at those elements. That would be more of a trace scientist. Ours is based on visual and chemical testing to determine if things consistent with gunshot residue are present.
Oh, I see. So when you were talking about testing for gunshot residue,
Y'all be cutting up in here.
not identifying.
Somebody go take.
Right. I would have done a physical examination to visually look for pieces of gunpowder residue, but not the elemental analysis would be a trace type of examination.
So the questions about the gunshot residue identification would be better for a trace analyst.
Yes.
Is that what you're saying? Okay. Well, thank you for telling me how a gun works.
All right, does any other defense attorney have questions for this witness? No. All right, is there any redirect?
Meg said her whole testimony was telling us how a gun
We
works.
talked earlier about the item 1A from case number 2015-1002-121A. What was the serial number for that weapon?
I would need to refer to Examiner Voss's report.
Would that help refresh your memory as to the serial number?
Yes.
It's 4:41. Miss Love bet they gonna run them 20 minutes out, y'all.
The report from Examiner Voss lists GBI exhibit number 1A for case number 2015-100-2121 as a Smith & Wesson 9mm pistol with serial number Hotel Foxtrot 3719. So that's HFF 3719.
And I'm going to approach you with State's Exhibit 470.
Why are we here? Why are we here?
Is that a copy of Mr. Voss's report that you've been referencing on both cross-examination and direct examination?
Max messy. Max is messy. Her testimony was about an hour and a half, maybe. Hour to an hour and a half. She got on the stand after lunch. Lunch ended at 2:15. Oh Lord, 2.5 hours. I think she been on that stand over 2 hours. Yeah.
Yes, this report, State Exhibit 470Y, does bear the GBI case number. We've been discussing 2015-100-1545.
And would that be the same report that you peer reviewed, the same items that you peer reviewed and verified prior to that report being released?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would like to send a 470Y into evidence.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
I don't think they have any more witnesses either, y'all. I think they're trying to push her on through there. Not Slick Hair Hilton. I think, Katie, she is an unindicted co-conspirator today. Star, Twister probably been twisted in that seat, that GBI lady whole testimony. Miss Sylvia can't say nothing about Twister, but we can. Twister probably been going full speed in that seat today.
Sure. All right. So that's admitted.
Look at Miss Love. She looks annoyed today.
Turn that mic back on. I think they turned it off when they were conferring.
Do you know the effect, if any, does firing a firearm have any effect on fingerprints that may or may not be on a projectile?
I'm not a fire fingerprint examiner would be best to answer that question.
Whoop, I know that's right.
Thank you so much. I have no further.
Yes, ma'am. Shut her down like that.
Okay. Thank you for your time and your excuse.
She said, baby, she said, I ain't the one.
Okay.
Oh, I got another witness, y'all. Great job, Miss Ma'am.
Clean up the witness thing.
Baby, that lady said, baby, I ain't the one. What Kylie said, next caller. Baby, she said that I'm not the person to ask that question to. You can count on them for a redirect, but that redirect, she should have let it go. You're right, Ariel. Ty, I don't know. I'm gonna see. Something it's first of all, if I do, it'll be after lunch, and that's just because I have to get my morning started. Y'all, not her ending on that lady saying I'm not the person who can answer that question for you. Listen, Key got to give somebody that phone. Ty, we love you. We love it here too. Y'all, somebody we're gonna have to watch. There is The Lawyer, which I'm gonna see if there's any truth to this lawyer not representing Lil D. Let me see. I've been on here with y'all, so I'm gonna check my TikTok and see if I got any messages about that. Y'all, wait. So one of my TikTok followers, she messaged me and she said that her uncle worked with Detective Thorpe on the Red Dogs for 5 years. So I asked, I was like, oh my God, ask her, how was he? She said, girl, he talking about it was great working with him. Got to be lying. She said that he said they worked together for 5 years. And her uncle ended up going to another precinct. And I said, you know what? I'm sorry. Detective Thorpe seems like overall, he seems like a cool dude, like that cool uncle. You know what I'm saying? Like he the type. Y'all know the ones put so much cologne on when they walk past you, you still smell it. He give me them type of vibe. But he seemed like he a cool guy. He just don't take notes. He doesn't take notes. Key! Key, ask him if he got the notes. Somebody got the notes, but he seemed like he cool though. Detective Gate, I mean not Gaither Floyd, not that bulldagger. Detective Thorpe sounds like he cool. He seemed like he cool. He really did. Okay, yeah, let me see. Nobody done messaged me. I got 3 requests. Girl, somebody done messaged me and said, Devin Bond, sassy ass. Baby, Devin done pissed everybody off today. I can't wait to tell him. Y'all cannot wait to tell him.
God,
Oh, Barchi. She said, I'm sorry. No, they really are aggravating, Key.
Yeah.
I do. First name Michael, Michael. Last name Sprinkle, Sprinkel.
Good afternoon, Mr. Sprinkle. How are you?
I'm doing very well. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. Mr. Sprinkle, would you please tell the jury where it is that you work?
I am a deputy district attorney at the office of the Fulton County District Attorney here in Atlanta, Georgia.
And what are your responsibilities as a deputy district attorney here at the Fulton County DA's office?
I am over the unindicted homicide unit. And what this means is that I receive case files from the various police agencies here in Atlanta, and I review these case files, and I prepare the cases for indictment, which basically means I prepare the charging instrument, that being the indictment. And I also make recommendations as to other investigative steps that we might take prior to presenting the case to the grand jury.
All right. Now, when you said all of the investigative agencies here in Atlanta, is that all of Fulton County that you look at cases for?
Yes, more broadly, Fulton County, not just Atlanta.
All right. Now, prior to working, first of all, how long have you worked as a deputy district attorney over the unindicted homicide unit?
Specifically as a deputy, I was promoted to deputy in late 2021. I've worked in essentially the same capacity since October of 2013, meaning that since I've been in the role wherein I receive case files from the various police agencies in Fulton County and then review them.
Do you know how many of those case files approximately that you have received since you've been in that role as a unindicted homicide unit and writer? Do you know how many case files you've reviewed since you've been at the DA's office?
Well, over 10 years. I've been doing this over 100. It's going to be over 1,000 case files.
Oh, well, all of those homicide case files?
Well, no, they're not all homicide case files.
Now, what other kind of case files then would you have been reviewing?
In my current role?
Yes.
Well, every now and then I'll be I'll be assigned some sort of special case or investigation. Off the top of my head, do you want me to get into specifics?
No, I just want you to tell the jury generally what other types.
I think at one point in the past, I was especially assigned to a case involving the illegal dumping of tires in abandoned lots across Fulton County. There was a terroristic threats case that I dealt with at one point, just cases like that.
All right.
I still
Now,
have case.
when you get a file from a law enforcement agency in Fulton County, is the file always complete to the point that you're satisfied with presenting it to a grand jury?
No, not always. Oftentimes, maybe not more often than not, but so maybe sometimes is a better word. On reviewing the case files, I find that there are deficiencies in the investigation.
Let's talk about them.
So before we go on to those, any deficiencies or anything like that you might find, would you tell the jury, you started out saying that you have been a deputy DA since late 21 and you've been reviewing homicides since 2013. How long have you been at the district attorney's office total?
Since June of 2011.
And what roles have you held there since that time?
So my first role, my first day of the DA's office was June 21st, 2011. And within 2 days of that, I was placed in what was called at the time the complaint room. And I worked an overnight shift. Oh, no, it was like a late afternoon shift. It was like 3 p.m. to 11 p.m., I believe, were my hours. And I would essentially just sit there and wait for cases to come in from the various police departments in Atlanta, any kind of felony case at all. They would fax us the police reports, et cetera, and I would read over them. I would draft a summary of the case that would be notarized somehow right there in the complaint room, and this would be provided to a judge at first appearance. And essentially what I did
I want him to hear you.
as I would in real time receive the case files, the incident reports essentially from the police officers as they were making the cases. And then I would prepare some preliminary documents to be for first appearance in the morning and then indictment thereafter. I did that for about 3 months, I believe.
Where did you work after that?
2 months, actually. I then was sent to the non-complex trial division.
Y'all, she's trying to lay a foundation with him because remember Detective Sprinkle, they're trying to get a lot of things in through him. One of the things they want to get through him, I don't know if it's going to be through this time, but at some point, the plotting of the cell phones is going to come in through him. A lot of the Instagram pictures they have is going to come in through ADA Sprinkle too. So she has to lay the foundation, who he is. Why is he qualified to give the information he about to give? So that's why we got to sit through all of this.
What does that mean?
Non-complex at that time, and it may be this way at this time too, I don't know. But at that time, it was a division within the Fulton County Superior Court that handled or concerned certain felony offenses that were considered lower level in severity than others, such as simple possession of coke.
Your Honor, his background is what I'm establishing, and I'm asking him to just give a brief summary.
All right, well, it's not particularly brief in the summary, so let's get a little bit more brief.
Let's go a little bit more brief.
Yo, if y'all think Paige ain't just as fed up as the rest of us, y'all think Paige ain't just as fed up as the rest of us? Hold on, it's juicy right now. Paige, listen, this is what I'm gonna do for people on here. Right now, we're watching Detective Sprinkle. I'm gonna just stay over here and then I'll go back and I'll go after we're done. For those who want to stay on, I'm gonna go back because baby, I want to see what the rest of Mr. Bun has to say. And y'all bet y'all crazy if y'all don't think I got a message for Mr. Buns when I get off this live. I got my notes ready. So yes, Paige said, listen, I need you to be a little more brief. Because what we're going through right now, brief, and this is not in the same atmosphere. They're not even in the same environment. Paige said, hurry this shit up.
What did you do as a attorney in the non-complex trial division?
I basically just handled the prosecution of lesser felonies like possession of drug and minor theft.
After how long did you stay in the non-complex trial division?
I believe 6 months.
Where did you go after that?
The trial division.
And what did you do briefly in the trial division?
I handled cases, the prosecution of cases such as aggravated assaults, armed robberies, drug trafficking, that sort of thing.
Okay. And how long did you stay in the trial division?
A little less than 2 years.
After that, is that when you were
that a war page
sort of went into a different role?
Yes, that was in October of 2013 when I was assigned to the major case division in the unindicted homicide role, which is essentially the role that I'm in right now.
Okay. Did you supervise people in October 2013?
No, not at that time.
Did you have any other persons working with you, like investigators?
I did. I had an investigator named David White.
All right. When you received the case, you were talking earlier, and actually, let me just back up quickly. Your educational background.
What?
Well, I majored in public policy at the Georgia Institute of Technology, and I got my law degree from Georgia State University.
Now, have you always only worked as a prosecutor, as a lawyer? Briefly telling the jury whether or not you have.
How would you ask him?
Irrelevant.
Girl.
Since I've been a licensed attorney, no, I worked for King & Spalding briefly as a document review attorney.
Have you ever worked
for
an attorney that did criminal defense work?
I did, Alan Begner.
They said paid sleep over there, y'all.
2007 to 2010, I believe.
Now, coming back to what you currently do, when you say that you receive cases from law enforcement agencies and you review them for deficiencies at times, please explain to the jury what it is that you mean when you say deficiencies.
Well, I looked through the case file and I just looking at not just from a legal perspective, but a common sense perspective. In my judgment, I believe that perhaps there can be more to prove a case at a forthcoming trial, or there should be things that we should do when, investigative tasks that we should take before we present the case to a grand jury and then proceed to trial.
Y'all, does Miss Love want to go down this? Does she want to go down this road with this man? He said investigative tasks, which we see it doesn't sound like they did. Does she really want to go down this road with this man?
Does every homicide case that you receive, every unindicted homicide case that you receive, include a suspect that has already been identified or warrants have already been taken out for a suspect? Oh.
Rephrase.
With every homicide case that you receive, have warrants already been taken out for a suspect?
Not every case, usually.
What have subjects or suspects been identified in every homicide case that you receive?
Yes, I would say generally there's at the very least a person of interest.
Okay. Under what circumstances do you receive case files where warrants haven't been taken out?
Well, that could be an instance in which the police feel that they, like I said, have at the very least a person of interest in mind, but they would prefer the DA's office to review the case file prior to them
You know, generally the procedure is the police go to a magistrate and they swear, you know, they provide some testimony to a judge, and then the judge, on hearing that testimony, decides whether a warrant should issue or not. If a warrant issues, then the person that the officer seeks to charge with the crime is presumably arrested on that warrant thereafter. But sometimes the police may feel it necessary to consult with me prior to doing that. So they'll send me the case file and I'll review it, and I'll consult with the police as to what may perhaps they or we can do to improve the case and find more evidence prior to the their seeking of an arrest warrant or our.
So what Detective Sprinkle is telling me is that APD went to Miss Love with this case, or Funny, whoever. They looked at this case and said, yep, we're going to go ahead and take it. Baby, this is insane. This is insane.
Presenting the case to a grand jury.
Are you a certified law enforcement officer?
I am not a law enforcement officer.
So what types of things, if you would tell the jury, is it that you are able to do that law enforcement isn't able to do when you get these cases that you feel should have more done?
Why don't you rephrase?
Okay. Would you tell the jury some of the steps that you take to obtain more evidence in the cases you receive when you believe that more evidence could be obtained?
Well, I draft search warrants, which law enforcement officers that work for the DA's office review with me. I already mentioned investigator David White, but there have been others that I've worked with because the DA's office investigators are certified, post-certified law enforcement officers.
Okay.
And they work with me on the cases. And after I review the case file and discuss the case with them, I'll draft the search warrants and I'll go over it with the law enforcement officer with the DA's office, and then they'll present it to a superior court judge. And so these search warrants can be for things like cell phone records, social media accounts, et cetera. I can subpoena things on behalf of the grand jury. Certain records for which finding a probable cause is not a condition precedent to receiving the records, like basic cell phone subscriber and incoming, outgoing call data can be obtained with the subpoena. I can do that. Also, I can also subpoena witnesses to the grand jury, which is something the police can't do.
Do you collaborate with law enforcement officers in
Collaborate, that's funny.
in any of the homicide cases?
Yes.
Do you discuss with them steps that they might take to strengthen or to better investigate their cases?
All the time, yes.
So
this is terrible.
Are they also capable of drafting these search warrants for cell phone records, social media, and all of the things you just testified about to the jury?
Yes, they are.
So why is it that you then would need to be doing these things with files that you receive from a law enforcement agency?
Well, sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes after the police make an arrest, they feel like their work is done, essentially. I really don't know how to articulate that any better than I just did. And as a result of that, that is we being myself and the people with whom I work at the DA's office have to take over the investigation and obtain some of these search warrants ourselves.
Now he shitting on APD too.
When you say social media, cell phone records, and all of the other items that you obtain search warrants for, how do you make a determination if the law enforcement agency hasn't already gathered them, where to look and what to get?
Well, there's a lot that I can glean from just reviewing what it is that law enforcement did find. Let's say this is not specific to this case at all. This is just a hypothetical. But let's say I obtain a file from law enforcement and they did obtain some cell phone records. Okay. What I'll do is I'll just load the records into a spreadsheet and I'll go through the calls line by line, and I'll see a specific call at a certain time. And I'll think, based on some of the information that's contained within the record surrounding that call or regarding that call, rather, that being the date, time of the call, the tower that was utilized by the handset that was placing the call, and the person that was. Right. I'll be curious, let's say, regarding the other person that was a party to that call. And I'll think, you know what, this call was placed by this person like 1 minute after the homicide. I don't know who this person is. I need to find out who that person is. That would be something that I would follow up on. Maybe send a subpoena, or depending on some other things that I may have seen in the records, may even rise to the level of probable cause. So I draft a search warrant to get the tower logs related to that other number, something like that.
Would you tell the jury whether or not you have any experience collecting and listening to jail recordings?
Yes, vast experience.
Yes, sir. Pull that microphone down closer to you.
I think he's talking about me.
Oh, you're talking about, okay, Ms.
Yeah,
Love.
not on the microphone.
Would you tell the jury, just for Mr. Harden, would you tell the jury what experience you have with jail recordings?
Jail recordings are recordings of phone calls placed by inmates at the Fulton County Jail. All calls except for calls made from like contraband cell phones or any other non-regulated phone in the Fulton County Jail are that are placed by inmates or placed from phones that essentially automatically record the phone calls, and the recordings are automatically stored on a server somewhere. Up until very recently, like May of 2024 to be exact, these phones that were in the Fulton County Jail that the inmates would utilize to make these calls were owned and maintained by a company called Securus, Securus. It's now a new company, the name of which I can't recall. But I have access to these jail calls. When it was on Securus, when they're the company that maintained the recordings and the infrastructure that allowed for the recordings, it was there was a website that I would log into. commandcenter.securustech.net was the uniform resource locator, or URL. I had a login and password, and on logging in, I would be able to search for the jail calls using various search terms, using the search form that was provided to me, and then I could listen to any call that was placed by an inmate from a phone mounted to the wall.
Narrow down those numbers that he.
Okay, well, let's get to that without there being a treatise on all this. Okay.
Hold on, I gotta go back, y'all. Hold up.
All right, Mr. Sprinkle.
Hold on, y'all.
The treatise.
Do is I would first run a list of all numbers, all phone numbers that the inmate
I'm
called.
going to object based on relevance, based on bolstering. That'll be my objection.
Your Honor, one, this witness will be talking about certain steps that he took to further the particular investigation of the case that we're here on, and how he did it and the extent to which he, the steps and the extent to which he went to find certain things are relevant in terms of how exhaustive his efforts were. So it'll allow the jury to gauge.
They don't want to hear it.
Why don't you just ask him if his efforts were exhaustive?
Well, Your Honor, I think it's relevant that the jury understand what he did to narrow down those numbers that he.
Okay, well, let's get to that without there being a treatise on all of this.
Okay.
Hurry it up.
All right, Mr. Sprinkle, without the treatise, how do we, can you give us a more, or give to the jury, a more condensed version of how you determine?
It's you asking the questions?
You want to look at out of the thousands of calls that exist.
Sure. I basically just compile a list of phone numbers that the inmate called, and then I run each phone number individually, and I look at the date and time that the inmate called the numbers, and based on when that call was placed in temporal proximity to something that I deem significant, I listen to that call, and on listening to it, I determine whether or not it was relevant.
And when you say you run each call individually, what does that mean with the secure system?
You can search for calls based on phone number only. So you can, in the search field in this form at that website that I said that I log into, you can just type in a phone number and a date range and ask the system to return all calls placed to a certain number by any inmate in the entire facility for a certain time period.
Are inmate names always associated with the PIN number, or inmate calls rather, please forgive me? Is a call by an inmate always associated with the PIN number that inmate has been assigned?
No, not at all. It's very common for inmates to utilize each other's PINs, accounts, rather, to place calls.
What about when a person is first booked into the jail? Is there an account or a PIN number associated with that person?
No, those calls placed in the booking area, they are not required, nor do they have an account and PIN number to even utilize to make the call. So those calls, they don't need to enter any account information. So the only way you can find calls from the booking area or the lobby area, but for you, you're relevant to your question, the booking area, when the inmates first get there, is to search by the phone number specifically.
Okay. Now, do you listen to, when you say that all calls are recorded, do you go and listen to calls between inmates and their attorneys, things that are privileged?
No, and ideally the attorney will have registered their number with the system such that the calls aren't recorded at all. But if I ever see,
bro, they tired in that courtroom.
Overruled. Please go ahead.
yeah, and if I do see calls from attorneys, then I just don't listen to them, and I just disregard those.
Okay. You mentioned contraband cell phones. Would you explain when you said that except for contraband cell phones, you try to listen to the calls that are made from jail?
Well, I can't listen to phone calls made from cell phones that have been smuggled into the jail and the inmates are using unlawfully, because those calls are obviously not recorded. But yeah, I mean, they're cell phone calls. Unless there's a wiretap on the phone, I wouldn't be able to listen to those.
We'll come back to the wiretap, but do you ever have access to calls or cell phones rather that were smuggled into the jail and used illegally?
Occasionally.
Objection, asked and answered.
Overruled.
Occasionally, yes, there will be cell phones that are seized from inmates at the Fulton County Jail, and the contents of them are digitally forensically extracted, and I will review those, yes.
When you're talking about them being digitally forensically extracted, could you break that down in lay terms?
So, sure. A cell phone, as I think we all know, has a port on it, generally that you plug a charging cable into to charge it, but also with most, if not all modern cell phones at this point, that cable can also allow for the transmission and of data to and from the phone. And so when a phone is seized by law enforcement, there's certain software that law enforcement can use to basically plug the phone up to the computer using that same port that can send and receive data. And this software can make an exact copy of the contents of the phone. It's called a forensic data extraction of the phone. And it creates a forensic image, digital image of the phone. And it's meant to ensure that the contents of the phone are not altered at all in this process. And it allows, through the specialized software that law enforcement utilizes, to read the forensic image that is created from this process, to inspect the contents of the phone, such as the text messages, images, videos that were filmed and photographed by the phone, etc.
Please,
Can you find social media content on those extractions as well?
You can. There's subsections of the reports. One of those is the, or not just Instagram, but social media accounts that are registered to various apps in the phone. So yes, those are in there as well.
And do you ever use those extractions to aid in furthering an investigation into
it's coming, Zini, but they take forever to get to it.
How do you decide what or how to find social media accounts of interest when you're investigating unindicted homicide cases?
Well, there's a lot that goes into that. Are you saying if I were to have a person of interest or anyone really, and I just wanted to find their social media accounts?
yes, how do you go about determining what social media platforms and
I hate this
or
case
how
so much.
a person identifies themselves on social media platforms?
Yes, we still going, Shaniqua.
Of evidentiary value.
Well, that can be difficult or easy depending on the person. I suppose I would start by just searching for their name
Is what I'm about.
on a social media platform. If they have a very uncommon name, then it can be very easy to find them. But if they have a very common name, they can be a little bit more difficult.
You use things like phone numbers, or do you think use things like phone numbers to narrow that down?
Yeah, so there was a time where if you had someone's cell phone number and you ran it through Facebook in the search field, it would actually just return their Facebook profile. That is Facebook doesn't do that anymore. So that you're right, that was one method. Most social media platforms today, I'm not aware of any that allow you to find, except for Cash App, which I wouldn't really consider a social media platform. But things such as like Snapchat or Instagram or TikTok, et cetera, I'm not aware of any of those that allow you to search by phone number now.
Do you conduct interviews with your investigators to further any investigation of the homicide cases you receive?
Yes, and by that, I mean, my investigator and I will just go visit people at their homes or their places of business, and we'll interview them and ask them questions that we may have about the case.
And when you do that, do you write up a report, or do you in any way include or somehow memorialize that interview?
So there's a couple of things I do. I'll audio record the interviews, and I will generally write a report summarizing the contents of the interview as well.
Do you end up indicting every suspect that has been arrested or for whom?
Objection as to relevance.
Please.
Do you end up indicting or presenting to the grand jury every suspect that has been identified or arrested in the homicide cases that you see?
No.
And why is that?
You must be behind.
Well, there are times then when on reviewing the case file and
The bolstering.
Y'all want to approach?
They gonna have to approach, baby. Now they probably about to get up there and tell her, listen, man, you need to ask some targeted questions. All of this BS, we just can't keep letting it fly. Y'all, listen. Barchi, don't you dare. Y'all, they probably tired. They said, Paige said, this ain't finna keep happening. Well, for everybody that's just joining, sorry, y'all, I'm nervous. Not nervous. I'm anxious eating at this point. For everyone that's just joining, the ADA Sprinkle, he works at Fulton County DA's office. And Miss Love wants to introduce some things through him. She's just going a very long way to get to the point. She's already given us his background, but she want to ask him what law school you went to, what high school you graduate from. She's trying to buy time. I think he's her last witness for today, and now they are at the bench. Court probably about to be over now because it's about almost 5:20. It's probably going to be over soon. Let me see if they back, y'all. No. They said if everybody just joined, Rico still ain't showed up. It has not. And I think today's been a long day. It's probably 3 witnesses I didn't even watch today. Just because I'm gonna go back and watch it. Yeah, I just couldn't do it. Miss Love wearing me out with these witnesses. She is wearing me out. Zini, listen, for those of us that watch this trial faithfully, nobody understands why we're so into it. But I feel like it's not just entertaining. I do feel like we're actually learning and seeing the justice system work. And even stuff we don't understand, like why Miss Love going around the world to get to her answer. There's probably going to be a lawyer that talks about it and will help us understand it. Yeah, trivia was my favorite today, and I know she cussing Miss Love out today. What y'all mean about Miss Latner's? Y'all like Miss Latner's? I stopped watching Miss Latner's. I ain't gonna even lie to you. I stopped watching her. They said you ain't missing her, save your time. But I stopped watching her. I stopped watching Miss Latner's. The other two witnesses. I mean, it's just it was a lot. Those poor jurors. I feel bad for those jurors, honestly. I feel bad for them. By the time y'all know, I'll be in law school in let's say 2 years, 2.5 tops. We're probably going to be studying this case. I just can't wait to look at this case with a legal mind. You know, we're looking at this case as lay people. I can't wait to go back, look at this case with, when I learn to think like a lawyer. That's what I can't wait to do. Because I'm sure the things that we're thinking Miss Love is doing is going to look 10 times worse when you look at it from a legal aspect. I just can't wait. Not y'all said that lady husband sleeping with the secretary. Y'all, that's too funny. I need my passport. They going international with Rico and them. Lord. Oh, Key. Are you? Oh, it's okay. Mr. Huey. They said Mr. Huey. I think he has like one of the defendants with the most charges. Does he have like 18 or 19 of the charges in the I think it's the overt acts. Don't he have like 18 or 19 of them? Your lawyer friend said every lawyer I've seen says that this case is a mess. Key, at this point, we're all going to be attorneys. In a second, all of us. Woody, the only one that kept me watching. I was watching a little bit before Woody. I think Woody is the person who helped bring national attention, like more people in. I think people really couldn't believe it was happening. I know that's right, April. I think Aqua should have pled for probation. He got 1 through 50. Who is Aqua? He is the truth. They Paige to let him go home. Paige to let them people go home, y'all. Paige done let them people go home, y'all. Archie, you didn't even want this fruit, so I'm gonna put it away. Paige done let the jury go home because she can tell Sprinkle is not gonna be done, and she doesn't want to sit there for 45 more minutes with him. Oh, I got you, Mike. A lot of people came in through Woody. I was probably a couple of weeks before him because I started watching sometime in May. I think I did my first video when Judge Glenville got recused.
With everybody here, if you want to give, I don't know where that noise is coming from.
Hey, so she looks so annoyed.
A little instruction to Mr. Sprinkle is
Holly, get the drinks.
Okay. Yes, Your Honor. I will. Try to tailor the questions that I ask so that the responses are as focused as we can be, while at the same time allowing the jury to understand and gauge how it is that Deputy DA Sprinkle goes about making decisions in his cases in general, and specifically how and why he did what he did in this case and how it is consistent with the way that he conducts himself.
Okay, and I mean, essentially, you're a lawyer, so it's easy enough to just tell you this. What we want to avoid is improper bolstering. All right, so just keep that in mind as you're testifying. And obviously, answer the questions that any attorney asks you, but.
Yeah, I thought the jury was going home.
And beyond that, with respect to what was discussed at the bench, Your Honor, I'd like the opportunity to.
Sure. So we're going to excuse you for the day, Mr. Sprinkle, and 9 o'clock for you. And of course, if we end up with a different witness, then it won't be 9 o'clock for you, but be prepared to be over here.
Well, shift them. About his ongoing testimony while he's a little instruction to Mr. Sprinkle. I had to start it over. I don't know how we kicked out.
Yes, Your Honor, I will try to tailor the questions that I ask so that the responses
Yeah, I
are
just
as focused
so sorry
as we can be,
accidentally-
while at the same time allowing the jury to understand and gauge how it is that Deputy DA Sprinkle goes about making decisions in his cases in general, and specifically how and why he did what he did in this case, and how it is consistent with the way that he conducts himself.
Okay, and I mean, essentially, you're a lawyer, so it's easy enough to just tell you this. What we want to avoid is improper bolstering. All right, so just keep that in mind as you're testifying. And obviously, answer the questions that any attorney asks you, but.
Love, no.
And beyond that, with respect to what was discussed at the bench, Your Honor, I'd like the opportunity to.
Sure. So we're going to excuse you for the day, Mr. Sprinkle, and 9 o'clock for you. And of course, if we end up with a different witness, then it won't be 9 o'clock for you, but be prepared to be over here ready to testify at 9.
Your Honor, before Mr. Sprinkle leaves, I would just ask that you order that no lawyers discuss
beyond
these
yes.
matters with Mr. Sprinkle now that he's sworn in as a witness.
Okay, well, I hope everybody knows that that's not
He's
appropriate anyway when somebody's in the middle of testifying. So if you need to talk to him about another case, fine, but nobody be talking to Mr. Sprinkle about his ongoing testimony while he's still on the stand.
Your Honor, I believe that the prohibition that Mr. Shard is referring to is akin to the rule of sequestration, and talking to him about what he has already talked about. I would ask that the court allow me to continue to speak with Deputy DA Sprinkle. He is our witness, and he's not, nobody else is, I mean, I know not to talk to him about other people's testimony, but talking to him about things that I'm going to be showing or saying or whatever to him, I don't know that there's any legal prohibition against that, and constraining us from interacting with our witness. He hasn't even been subjected to cross, so we're not trying to tell him what to say, but at this point, there's no difference in terms of his, anything that could be done improperly than there was before he was sworn. So I would ask that the court allow us, and if anyone else wants to talk to him, allow them to talk to him as well.
Why is he so different?
There's nothing that can be, the rule of sequestration is.
So y'all, okay, I don't remember the exact witness, but do you guys remember that we've had this come up? I think it was Woody. I think it was with Woody. The judge was sure to say the defense was, I think it was Harvey who got up and said the state needs to not talk to him and the defense either. Do y'all remember that? So I'm trying to understand why this witness is so important. Let's see.
Isn't going to be, is it violated? So there's not a prohibition against us talking to our witness or any other as
I mean, honestly, I think the rule is actually something like, overnight it's okay. Something at lunchtime isn't, but essentially you shouldn't, and he's a lawyer again, but you shouldn't be in the middle of testimony trying to coach him about
Right.
anything, which and you won't be doing.
Right. But speaking to him about, or asking him about, or showing him evidence that we're going to be doing, or we have, like I said, there's nothing that to coach him about. I've just started on the examination, and I don't have any opposition to anybody speaking to him. I don't know if they've done it or not, but there's nothing improper that could be even done at this point with this witness, just because he has started his testimony. And I would ask that the court allow us to continue to work with and talk with our witness.
And I would object to that. He's on the witness stand, he's sworn. That's every opportunity to talk to the witness about his ongoing testimony. If you hadn't talked to him about what you're gonna show him before now, it's too damn late, number one.
All right, Mr. Harvey, you keep talking to opposing counsel, and as you know, practicing law for as long as you have, you're supposed to talk through the court. Okay, so can you please try to do that?
Oh my God!
There's every opportunity. You should have taken the opportunity to talk about his testimony before he got on the witness stand. He's a sworn witness now. And the case is Perry versus Leak. It's a United States Supreme Court case in which the government said that a defendant's lawyer can't talk to his own client overnight because it was improper to talk to a witness while the witness was on the witness stand. And the US Supreme Court said, yeah, that's the rule, except for the Sixth Amendment allows a defense lawyer to talk to his own client overnight. So I object to the state, or anybody for the state, talking to this witness or any witness while they are on the witness stand and testifying.
All right, so I don't think that the case actually limited it just to defense attorneys and defense counsel. That was the reasoning in that case. But, Ms. Love, I mean, be aware that if you talk to him about something overnight, they're going to get up on cross and ask exactly what y'all talked about.
That's fine, and I understand that. And Your Honor, that's fine. And if there's additional case law on any of this, I know that in the morning we're going to be bringing up, we're going to be briefing the court on some other things.
Okay.
I'll bring it to the courts.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Sprinkle. That actually reminds me. So when Ms. Smith was on the stand, and I may have heard it wrong, but I think that she said that, of course I know this because the trial's been on, live stream.
You sure did.
Can everybody please tell or remind anybody that you think might be a witness in this trial to not be watching the live stream before they have testified, to not talk to any witness who has already testified about their testimony, and to not, once they themselves have testified, talk to.
Now, how they gonna tell everybody this to hold everybody accountable but their damn jury? Crazy. Y'all should be telling the jury this, because you're talking about witnesses. What I feel like they're asking is for these people to remain off social media, don't look at the news for 2 years, which is absurd. 3 years. That's absurd. Wait, Mia, the way she pointed when Paige said, listen, Miss Love doing all of that, y'all. Here's the thing. It just can't be fair for them to want these people to stop their lives, their enjoyment, their entertainment because of this trial. It's been almost 3 years. Yes, Miss Smith has seen this. If the state could limit their witnesses, I bet you they could have people not watch this stuff online. I'm sure Trivia didn't even think she was going to be a witness. She didn't even need to be a witness. They called her up there anyway. Okay.
To any other potential witness about what they testified to. Y'all all
And
know
you-
that, but not every lay person knows that. So just remind all of your potential witnesses not to be doing that.
Your Honor, I just want to point out that we beg, we admonish,
Lying.
all of that. And I've heard people say, it's everywhere. What am I supposed to? I'm like, turn it off.
Correct.
But,
Yeah, no, I know. I'm just saying to the extent y'all can try to control that, please do. All right. What else do we need to handle tonight?
This shit is absurd.
Or can we?
I can say that word. This is absurd.
Yeah, you're out of here. Thank you for the day.
And so, Judge, there was one other.
Mr.
Well, I don't think there's anything I can do about it though. Now, I'm just gonna have to check on the status of our witness who's currently
Okay.
at Grady. But I mean, I think that I'm not gonna speak for the doctor, but there may be a point at which we present something else to the court regarding finding out with more certainty about his.
Y'all are
condition.
welcome to do that at any time.
Okay, thank you.
Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Can I, and I could email it to everyone as well, but I have a couple of cases I'd like you to consider
All
so we
right.
can just start running in the morning.
Okay.
Vega, VEGA versus State,
No, don't.
285 Georgia,
Sit down.
32. It's in Division 3. It's a 2009 case. The cases it relies upon are still cited in 2023. And it specifically what we're targeting is where the conduct and the motives of the actor are not matters concerning which the truth must be found, i.e. are irrelevant to the issues on trial, then the information, etc., on which he or she acted shall not be admissible. Only in rare instances will the conduct of an investigating officer need to be explained. Otherwise,
Hang on just a second.
of course.
Sorry. Had the deputy going in and out of the jury room, and it looks like some of them are still in there. Go ahead.
I know I got to put my notes down.
Only in rare instances will the conduct of an investigating officer need to be explained. Otherwise, it is error to permit an investigating officer to testify under the guise of explaining the officer's conduct to what other persons related to the officer during the investigation. The mere circumstance of an officer's initiation and continuation of an investigation without more is not relevant to the inquiry. And the reason, there's also Leslie, by the way, LESLIE versus State. That's 355 Georgia Appeal 244. 355 Georgia Appeal 244. It's in Division 7. It's a 2020 case. It says the exact same thing. But
Yeah, my understanding of those cases, and it used to be, especially before our new evidence code, that, every time there was a hearsay objection when there was an officer on the stand was, it's to explain his conduct, and that's hardly ever relevant. This is A, not just an investigating officer, but B, if Ms. Love, I know you had said some things up at the bench that I think are relevant in responding to this issue of whether, I don't know if it's so much his conduct, but I'm sorry. The practice that he goes about.
So now they finishing each other.
In deciding to sometimes not, I guess, bring an indictment against somebody that had been arrested.
Yes, the decision, the way that he does his job. I mean, yes.
I just want the court to appreciate this thing. Then are we allowed to bring in people who've been exonerated by DNA from the Fulton County District Attorney's Office on the Michael Sprinkle murder case that has been found to be innocent? Do we get to bring in individual people who say that they were wrongly charged and their murder case after indictment was dismissed? Do we get to bring in people?
That's what I want to know.
Who have pled guilty, but will explain, I only pled guilty even though I'm innocent, because this is just opening up, to me, the DA's office reputation. I could put my reputation in this courtroom as well. I could have A lot of people come in and say
Big Brian.
beautiful things, but we don't do that. And that's
Which is why, as you know, up at the bench, I instructed Ms. Love to focus and tailor her questioning so that it focuses on what he did in this case.
okay. I thought we were still talking about okay.
Baby,
And I agree with you. Whatever he did in this case may or may not be relevant, but right now he's talking about, I don't indict everybody that's brought to me. Sometimes law enforcement doesn't do a good job, so I have to pick up the pieces. I don't see why that we're doing.
I don't know why Ms. Love asked that question anyway, but I mean, it's Ms. Love's case. Well, it's the state's case being led by Ms. Love. But one thing that I think it is,
every day she get embarrassed.
this is not the typical case in that the defense actually in this case has a couple of people, I think, who were once indicted for the murder of Mr. Thomas, who no longer are. And we have this other set of people now indicted. And there has been very much suggestion through defense questioning of witnesses thus far. And I don't know, I mean, I suspect will be an opening and a closing as well, which is entirely appropriate as a defense counsel to do, but to poke holes in the state's case by saying, you know, these people, law enforcement thought it was them, XYZ, and all of a sudden, you know, it's not. So y'all actually have somebody you're pointing to and saying, this is who ought to be being prosecuted, but they're not. And it's because of, I don't know, whatever reasons y'all come up with to argue. But that, I think, takes it out of the general, well, conduct's never relevant, because neither side should be hamstrung in not being able to counter what the one side is saying about
it out there, Paige. What are we doing?
So anything else?
If it's tailored, then we can do it
Yeah.
question by question. But right now, it's very broad.
Yeah, I agree. And I do not want Mr. Sprinkle sitting up here saying, you know, hey, I'm brilliant. And when I decide, you know, somebody should be prosecuted, it's because I know, or obviously he's not going to do that, but anything like that, because his thoughts about it aren't really relevant.
And Your Honor, that is the point that I was actually trying to stay very narrowly focused on, because it's not about his thoughts, but there has been a persistent assertion by way of cross-examination and whatnot regarding it. I won't say impugning, but it kind of is why certain decisions were made. There have been questions posed that have been stricken, that have amounted to, they were just after this person, or you ignored this person. And even when we have witnesses that have testified and, you know, backed up and been given immunity and said certain things, the suggestion has been made that they were given immunity because, you know, the state only wanted to go after X, Y, or Z. And I believe that it is very relevant and important for the jury to be able to gauge what at least was done in this case. And it's not just the decision of the DA's office. This is a person who actually took steps that were of an investigative nature. It is important that they are able to gauge that what has happened here in the context of, and I said it at the bench, what he does with each case. This is not no different. And we did say that we were going to tailor it, and we're going to do exactly as the court allowed, go narrower, and then talk specifically after that, after narrowing it down, you know, generally, is this what you do in each of your cases? So I believe that the court is actually absolutely correct. It would be hamstring this, the state's ability to put what this person has done in the context of what they do each time, and then have the defense say, you know, well, he just went this extra mile because he was trying to find information. He went looking for these jail calls. He did all this work because he wanted to find something on this person versus this is just how he treats an unindicted case. And I would like to, of course, present more case law on bolstering, as the court said that we could in the morning to argue the point.
Your Honor, can I just invite the court to observe that to the extent that the court has been listening to the cross-examination and how we've been not presenting our case, it's not our case.
Right.
Our defense is that any challenges to the credibility of the investigation or the investigators has always been in the context of this case. Right? It's been challenging what was done in this case or what was not done in this case. And so we've been narrowly focused on defending the allegations of the investigation or what we thought were improper investigations or targeting wrong people or targeting certain people. So I think that's relevant. And what Mr. Sprinkle did in investigating this case, assisting the police in this case, sure, that may, like Mrs. Steele said, may or may not be relevant. Right? But for him, again, I don't want to repeat everything that's been said already, but to have him go on and talk about, well, in this case, hypothetically, I may do this because this is why, and for him to go into explaining about the secure system and this is what inmates do when they get to the jail when they're down in booking versus elsewhere. All of that is really not necessary for the jury's consideration. It's just not relevant. And for him to talk about other cases really would be improper bolstering. He's bolstering himself. He's bolstering either the work of the DA's office or investigators, and that's just not proper unless he's talking about what was done in this case.
Yes, thank you. I will keep all of that in mind. All right, I will see y'all at, do we even think 8:45 is going to give us enough time? Let's meet at 8:30 in the morning because I just can't get enough of all of you.
Mr. Sprinkle works.
All right, see y'all at 8:30. Y'all have a good evening.
I don't know how this is gonna go. So ADA Sprinkle, he works for the Fulton County District Attorney's Office. What they're arguing about is when he was on the stand, and those of us that have been here, y'all know when we were listening to him, it was like, hurry up, come on, because he was bolstering. He was, I went to this school. I graduated from here. When, Fulton, the police officers, when they send me a case, maybe I need to go in and fix, I got to go behind them because, they feel like once they send me something, then it's all done. So he was making it seem like he comes in and he saves the day. That is what he presented to the jury. And what the defense, they had maybe 2 or 3 bolstering objections. They were saying he can't sit up there and do that. Like he's this great white hope? Like he's just coming in saving the day. He goes through all of these different steps to make sure, a case doesn't get to indictment unless it's thoroughly checked. That is what he was trying to make it seem to the jury. And the defense is saying, listen, he got to pump his brakes. Because Brian Steele said, if we want to go reputation for reputation, we can do that. And what you're going to find is there are people that have been exonerated through DNA evidence because of something Mike Sprinkle did. Cases he handpicked. You're going to find people who have been wrongly accused, wrongly convicted because of Mike Sprinkle. So if he really want to sit up here on this stand and act like he's that guy, he does all of this great work and he's never messed up, then we're going to go for it. Brian Steele said, I got hundreds of people who can come in here and testify on my behalf if we want to go there. Brian said, what they say, you want to go reputation for reputation, I can do that. Listen, Brian Steele said he does not have time. What you say, Ariel? Brian Steele said, let's go case for case. I promise you, Mike Sprinkle does not want to do that. So listen. So we're going to see right now, Paige is saying, Brian, you can't do that. You can't hamstring the state because if he does that, then how can the state counter? But I just think it's fair. So we don't even get to that place. Let's just leave it out. Let's just leave it out, y'all. I think after this, Mr. Sprinkle, may not be ready for cross because they're going to eat him alive up there. They're going to eat him alive. So I don't think he wants to do that, y'all. I think Paige said, I don't even know why Miss Love asked him that question. What was she thinking? What was she thinking? Listen, the Fulton County prosecutor really just used a double. Yes, Melissa, but I think that's what I said. I think she used the double negative because she's out of her element. I really just think, let's go back, y'all. We're going to go back and just see that last little part. Hold on.
An investigating officer to testify under the guise of explaining the officer's conduct to what other persons related to the officer during the investigation. The mere circumstance of an officer's initiation and continuation of an investigation without more is not relevant to the inquiry. And the reason, there's also Leslie, by the way, Leslie versus State. That's 355 Georgia Appeal 244. 355 Georgia Appeal 244. It's in Division 7. It's a 2020 case. It says the exact same thing. But
Yeah, my understanding of those cases, and it used to be, especially before our new evidence code, that, every time there's a hearsay objection when there was an officer on the stand was, oh, it's to explain his conduct, and that's hardly ever relevant. This is A, not just an investigating officer, but B, if Ms. Love, I know you had said some things up at the bench that I think.
Now that he's sworn in as a witness.
Okay, well, I hope everybody knows that that's not appropriate anyway when somebody's in the middle of testifying. So if you need to talk to him about another case, fine, but nobody be talking to Mr. Sprinkle about his ongoing testimony while he's still on the stand.
Your Honor, I believe that the prohibition that Mr. Shard is referring to is akin to the rule of sequestration and talking to him about what he has already talked about. I would ask that the court allow me to continue to speak with Deputy DA Sprinkle. He is our witness, and he's not, nobody else is, I know not to talk to him about other people's testimony, but talking to him about things that I'm going to be showing or saying or whatever to him. I don't know that there's any legal prohibition against that, and constraining us from interacting with our witness. He hasn't even been subjected to cross, so we're not trying to tell him what to say, but at this point, there's no difference in terms of his, anything that could be done improperly than there was before he was sworn. So I would ask that the court allow us, and if anyone else wants to talk to him, allow them to talk to him as well. There's nothing that can be, the rule of sequestration isn't going to be, is it violated? So there's not a prohibition against us talking to our witness or any other
honestly, I think the rule is actually something like, overnight it's okay. Something at lunchtime isn't, but essentially you shouldn't, and he's a lawyer again, but you shouldn't be in the middle of testimony trying to coach him about anything, which and you won't be doing.
Right. But speaking to him about, or asking him about, or showing him evidence that we're going to be doing, or we have, like I said, there's nothing that to coach him about. I've just started on the examination, and I don't have any opposition to anybody speaking to him. I don't know if they've done it or not, but there's nothing improper that could be even done at this point with this witness, just because he has started his testimony. And I would ask that the court allow us to continue to work with and talk with our witness.
And I would object to that. He's on the witness stand, he's sworn. That's every opportunity to talk to the witness about his ongoing testimony. If you hadn't talked to him about what you're going to show him before now, it's too damn late, number one.
Mr. Harvey, You keep talking to opposing counsel, and as you know, practicing law for as long as you have, you're supposed to talk through the court. Okay, so can you please
Sure.
try to do that?
Did y'all notice he didn't get in trouble for saying it's too damn late? He got in trouble because he was talking to Ms. Love specifically.
Sure. There's every opportunity. You should have taken the opportunity to talk about his testimony before he got
Baby Harvey pops off like his client, Mr. Nichols, child.
on the witness stand. He's a sworn witness now. And the case is Perry versus Leak. It's a United States Supreme Court case in which the government said that a defendant's lawyer can't talk to his own client overnight because it was improper to talk to a witness while the witness was on the witness stand. And the US Supreme Court said, yeah, that's the rule, except for the Sixth Amendment allows a defense lawyer to talk to his own client overnight. So I object to the state or anybody for the state talking to this witness or any witness while they are on the witness stand and testifying.
All right, so I don't think that the case actually limited it just.
We'll come back. Somebody said Miss Hilton show her head. Let's see.
Continue to work with and talk with
I want
our
to
witness.
see. I didn't.
And I would object to that. He's on the witness stand. He's sworn. That's every opportunity to talk to the witness about his ongoing testimony. If you hadn't talked to him about what you're going to show him before now, it's too damn late. Number one.
All right, Mr. Harvey, you keep talking to opposing counsel, and as you know, practicing law for as long.
Okay.
Reputation. I could put my reputation in this courtroom as well. I could have a lot of people come in and say, I believe beautiful things, but we don't do that. And that's
Which is why, as you know, up at the bench, I instructed Ms. Love to focus and tailor her questioning so that it focuses on what he did in this case.
okay. I thought we were still talking about general. Okay.
Hold on, y'all.
And I agree with you.
Hold on. Hold up. Not right there. Oh, that's Sprinkle leaving. Miss Love done got back to her desk. Okay, let me see if this is it.
Y'all can try to control that, please do. All right, what else do we need to?
Sequestration isn't going to be, is it violated? So there's not a prohibition against us talking to our witness or any
he's still
other as
I mean, honestly, I think the testified about their testimony and to not
Grady, but I mean, I think that I'm not going to speak for the doctor, but we present something else to the court regarding there's nothing that can be
or now.
All right, so I don't think that through the court. Okay, so can you please
continue to
Okay, this might be it. This is it.
Work with and talk with our witness.
And I would object to that. He's on the witness stand. He's sworn. That's every opportunity to talk to the witness about his ongoing testimony. If you hadn't talked to him about what you're going to show him before now, it's too damn late. Number one.
All right, Mr. Harvey, you keep talking to opposing counsel, and as you know, practicing law for as long as you have, you're supposed to talk through the court. Okay, so can you please try to do that?
Sure. There's every opportunity. You should have taken the opportunity to talk about his testimony before he got on the witness stand. He's a sworn witness now. And the case is Perry versus Leak. It's a United States Supreme Court case in which the government said that a defendant's lawyer can't talk to his own client.
We're going to go back.
I just want the court to appreciate this thing. Then are we allowed to bring in people who've been exonerated by DNA from the Fulton County District Attorney's Office under Michael Sprinkle murder case that has been found to be innocent? Do we get to bring in individual people?
Look at Miss Love, y'all.
They were wrongly charged and their murder case after indictment was dismissed. Do we get to bring in people who have pled guilty but will explain, I only pled guilty even though I'm innocent, because this is just opening up, to me, the DA's office reputation. You know, I could put my reputation in this courtroom as well. I could have a lot of people come in and say, you know, I believe beautiful things, but we don't do that. And that's,
Which is why, as you know, up at the bench, I instructed Ms. Love to focus and tailor her questioning so that it focuses on what he did in this case.
okay. I thought we were still talking about general, okay. And I agree with you. Whatever he did in this case may or may not be relevant, but right now he's talking about, I don't indict everybody that's brought to me. Sometimes law enforcement doesn't do a good job, so I have to pick up the pieces. I don't see why that would do it.
I don't know why Ms. Love asked that question anyway, but I mean, it's Ms. Love's case. The state's case being led by Ms. Love. But one thing that I think it is, this is not the typical case in that the defense actually in this case has somebody, a couple of people, I think, who were once indicted for the murder of Mr. Thomas, who no longer are. And we have this other set of people now indicted. And there has been very much suggestion through defense questioning of witnesses thus far. And I don't know, I mean, I suspect will be an opening and a closing as well, which is entirely appropriate as a defense counsel to do, but to poke holes in the state's case by saying, you know, these people, law enforcement thought it was them, XYZ, and all of a sudden, you know, it's not. So y'all actually have somebody you're pointing to and saying, this is who ought to be being prosecuted, but they're not. And it's because of, I don't know, whatever reasons y'all come up with to argue. But that, I think, takes it out of the general, well, conduct's never relevant, because neither side should be hamstrung in not being able to counter what the one side is saying about the case. So. Anything else?
If it's tailored, then we can do it
Yeah.
question by question, but right now it's very broad.
Yeah, I agree. And I do not want Mr. Sprinkle sitting up here saying, you know, hey, I'm brilliant. And when I decide, you know, somebody should be prosecuted, it's because I know, or obviously he's not going to do that, but anything like that, because his thoughts about it aren't really relevant.
And Your Honor, that is the point that I was actually trying to stay very narrowly focused on, because it's not about his thoughts, but there has been a persistent assertion by way of cross-examination and whatnot regarding it. I won't say impugning, but it kind of is why certain decisions were made. There have been questions posed that have been stricken, that have amounted to, they were just after this person, or you ignored this person. And even when we have witnesses that have testified and, you know, backed up and been given immunity and said certain things, the suggestion has been made that they were given immunity because, you know, the state only wanted to go after X, Y, or Z. And I believe that it is very relevant and important for the jury to be able to gauge what at least was done in this case. And it's not just the decision of the DA's office. This is a person who actually took steps that were of an investigative nature. It is important that they are able to gauge that what has happened here in the context of, and I said it at the bench, what he does with each case. This is not no different. And we did say that we were going to tailor it, and we're going to do exactly as the court allowed, go narrower, and then talk specifically after that, after narrowing it down, you know, generally, is this what you do in each of your cases? So I believe that the court is actually absolutely correct. It would be
I actually had someone, I'm looking at the chat, someone here in Atlanta I've been working with to try to get some shirts because y'all told me that on the last live. But y'all message me though, and we can get it together.
Hamstring this, the state's ability to,
Free the jury, period.
put what this person has done in the context of what they do each time. And then have the defense say, you know, well, he just went this extra mile because he was trying to find information. He went looking for these jail calls. He did all this work because he wanted to find something on this person versus this is just how he treats an unindicted case.
Yes.
And I would like to, of course, present more case law on bolstering, as the court said that we could in the morning.
She wants you to get up there and bolster.
Your Honor, can I just invite the court to observe that to the extent that the court has been listening to the cross-examination and how we've been not presenting our case, it's not our case.
Right.
Our defense
Hey,
is
I can't remember how I came up with that either.
any challenges to the credibility of the investigation or the investigators has always been in the context of this case. Right? It's just been challenging what was done in this case or what was not done in this case. And so we've been narrowly focused on defending the allegations and the investigation of what we thought were improper investigations.
Oh, yeah, the
targeting
chat
the
is
wrong
more people in here
targeting
now.
certain
Yeah, I'm
people.
losing the chat.
So I think that's relevant. And what Mr. Sprinkle did in investigating this case, assisting the police in this case, sure, that may, like Mr. Steele said, may or may not be relevant. Right? But for him, again, I don't want to repeat everything that's been said already, but to have him go on and talk about, well, you know, in this case, hypothetically, I may do this because this is why, and you know, for him to go into explaining about the secure system and, you know, this is what inmates do when they get to the jail, when they're down in booking versus elsewhere. All of that is really not necessary for the jury's consideration. It's just not relevant. And for him to talk about other cases really would be improper bolstering. He's bolstering himself. He's bolstering either the work of the DA's office or investigators, and that's just not proper unless he's talking about what was done in this case.
All right, yes, thank you. I will keep all of that in mind. All right, I will see y'all at, I mean, do we even think 8:45 is going to give us enough time? Let's meet at 8:30
Hold on, yeah, I'm trying
in
to
the morning.
I ain't tweeting anything.
Because I just can't get enough of all of you. All right, see y'all at 8:30. Y'all have a good evening.
Okay, yeah, he haven't tweeted anything. Okay, we're gonna watch our last bit of funny, y'all. What's his name? What's the man's name? I wrote his name down. Is it Dexter Bond? Dexter Bonds to the trial after lunch, but I just want to tell you that Dexter's testimony. Oh, don't worry, we about to switch back real thing. We going back to, they said Lee John. We going back to our friend, baby. Because he was at the end of, it should be at the end. They only had about an hour left. Okay, here we go. He probably cut up.
Be very clear.
I want to be very clear too, because I'm a little confused now. So if it gets elevated to you, that's when you talk about it in these meetings? But otherwise you don't?
If it's a standard invoice, I thought I answered that. If it's a standard invoice or something simple,
There
it
you
doesn't
go.
get elevated to me. It gets handled by my staff.
Okay, so only elevated ones get talked about in this meeting.
I mean, in this meeting, or hey, Dexter, I need you to look at this. I need you to weigh into this. Yes, it needs to be brought to my attention. But if you're looking for something as you have, a specific contract, if you're looking for something specific and it is clear, it cannot be interpreted any differently, then yes, well, my staff has full reign.
If you're just joining the live, guys, a lot of us, we've been on here since lunchtime. So we've been going back and forth from Funny Willis, the hearing that they're having with Ashleigh Merchant in the DA's office, and the YSL trial. We just wrapped up YSL. We actually watched the end of the trial, I swear, maybe about 5 times. So now we're watching the ending of the Funny Willis hearing. So if you are just joining, that is what you're watching. Most of us, we'd already started watching a little of his testimony, and it was very interesting. So we're watching the rest of it, y'all. So that's what you're joining in on if you're just getting into the live.
You don't personally review the request when it's elevated.
Hey, Jasmine.
There are times where if I have a 20 open records request that needs my attention, there are some that I can go through. I will take a quick gander. There are others that will require me to, hey, I need to make a call. I need to do something. I need some consulting. So that it's hard for me to tell you there's one way to handle 1,000 open records requests in a year.
And other than Erica, who you've mentioned, who else is on this team?
It depends. For example, if it's a big redaction project, I have to add someone. If it's a media project, I have to. So it varies based on staffing levels, workloads, and actually what I need to do.
Well, I don't want to blame the point, but you were saying that some unknown staff, and you can't identify who it is that would have paraphrased this. Who else could have?
No. Okay. I have one designated open records person, right? That what she has the authority to elevate. As it relates to handling matters, then I, because she's the only person, have the authority to say, based on the totality of circumstances, I need you to handle this redaction. I need you to look into this particular exemption. I need to. So let's be very clear. I got one person that open record.
Okay, y'all. Before we keep going, tell me, what do you think his top sayings are? What are his top sayings? Since we've seen him, what have you heard him say just over and over? I'm going to give you one and say the totality of circumstances. He likes to use that one. What's the other one, y'all? This guy's a lot sassier than I envision the open records person. Let me be clear. Yes, and Attorney Starr, he's very sassy. Let me be clear. It's probably his top one.
Records is all they do. But as you know, sometimes redactions, exemptions, interpretations, those things can be out.
I want to try and get through the last couple areas. The next request I made, and this is at merchant 034 in case we need to look at it, was I specifically said, I am seeking personnel records. That's the first.
They said
I would have to look at that open records request. Oh, okay.
It's merchant, for the record, merchant 0340.
He's so annoyed, baby. He don't want to be there.
On January 8th, I said, I am seeking personnel records. And then I said, I'm requesting a list of attorneys with their names and date of hired by the district attorney since Ms. Willis became district attorney.
It's been long.
Again, I stated including the date of hire.
I'm not sure.
No.
It was not.
No. I'm seeking personnel records. I think you and I agree. What personnel records? That's a little overbroad and stuff. Then as it relates to the second part, I'm requesting a list of all attorneys with hiring dates hired by Ms. Willis, the district attorney, Bonnie T. Willis, and to which I responded. So the first sentence, I'm seeking personnel records. I didn't know.
You didn't know what?
Personnel records, that part right there. I'm answering your question. Was it clear and concise? The answer is no. Based on the first sentence, I'm seeking.
Did y'all just see him act like Miss Love? He said, I didn't. Like, why do they do that? Like, they want you to finish their sentence for them. Like, that's crazy. It's got to be a Fulton County thing.
Personnel records. The second sentence, you say that you need three things: a list of attorneys. Those attorneys need to have a hiring date, and that hiring date needs to be hired by. That's what you're seeking. To which I responded, I don't have responsive records.
So if you did not think that this was clear, did you reach out to me for clarification?
No, and I won't reach out to you.
And I think we agreed it wasn't responded to within 3 days. I don't know.
I didn't agree to that. I'm telling you right now that I responded to that open records request, and I said I don't have responsive records.
I was asking if we agreed to that because I know Ms. Monroe was looking to see if she agreed.
Right, but in fairness, the witness
Yes,
didn't know.
I know, and I was trying to finish that.
That was a conversation we had before. Ms. Monroe, did you ever have it? I know we decided to go ahead and get started, and it seems like it's a good thing that we did. Do you have any insight as to whether there can be a stipulation about whether the responses that are at issue in this litigation, the requests that are at issue in this litigation were responded to within 3 days?
Okay, so the request regarding the forfeiture report, that request was submitted on January 18th. and a response was sent for an extension on
see
that
this.
same day for 5 days. And then a letter, I'm sorry. And there was, a response was given back January 28th. So there was a response within the 3 days. It was just for an extension, but not for the provision of records.
Okay.
So
Y'all can educate me to the extent you need to, but my understanding is that a request for an extension of time to locate documents can suffice sometimes, but at some point there has to be production of documents within the requested time period, right? So if it's give me a document, within 3 days, you have to acknowledge the request and say, here you go, or we need more time to find it, which is okay. But then if you say we need 5 days to find it, you have to give it to them within that time you said for it to be timely.
Right.
Have we followed that trail and determined if we can agree that records either were or were not provided within
not.
either the 3 days or the time period requested by the DA's office to
We're not.
Okay, so as it pertains to the forfeiture reports, documents were not provided within 3 days.
Okay.
And then ultimately it determined that there were no responsive records. And then in terms of the requests regarding rebranding, promotional materials.
Who is Kiana, y'all? I don't know who Kiana is.
In terms of, and there were also no responsive records for that. And in terms of the list of hirees.
So the answer is no, guys.
Right now.
They didn't provide it in a timely manner.
So yes, so that was actually responded to timely, but not with the records, but with a response saying no responsive records. So we had the response that was submitted on the 8th, and then on the 9th, a letter, which is the following day, a letter was sent saying that we need 7 to 10 business days to accommodate your request, something to that effect. I don't have a letter.
I'm just going.
And then on the 18th,
I don't want to block you, baby.
within
Who's
that 10-day,
Kiana?
period,
I don't want to block you and think
it
you're playing on my
said
live.
there was a letter saying that no response.
Because you might be talking about somebody for real.
To the requester.
But I don't want to block
So out of the, sorry, I only gave, how many did I do? 1, 2, 3. And for the final one, the NDAs, the request regarding the NDA, that was not responded to timely, and nor were any responsive records provided.
I don't know who that person is or what he got.
Under that request.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Alfonso.
Thank you. Okay, so this was filed January 8th, this record, and the response was lodged January 9th that said you were in receipt of the records and to allow 7 to 10 days for research. Would you agree that the response within 3 days did not say whether or not responsive records exist, correct?
I would agree with that, but it did, consistent, as I read, the Open Records Act lets you know what time frame, based on staffing levels and workloads, that I'm going to be able to provide you, and it reads 7 to 10 business days, I need to do research.
Oh, I didn't know I had the camera off. My bad, y'all. Hold on just a second. I don't know what I just did. We're watching Yeah Funny. Okay, here we go.
it doesn't say whether documents will be made available.
Hold on.
On the next day that you gave me this document, I could not make that determination. I needed to do research. So I outlined how long I needed to do research on 24 hours. Was it 24 hours?
Oh my God.
25 hours after you received that. I acknowledged your receipt and I told you I need more time.
Y'all, did I accidentally block somebody or something?
Responded that no responsive records exist, correct?
Let's see. January 9th, I told you 7 to 10 business days. Within 7 to 10 business days,
No.
I said, hey, we don't have any responsive records.
So that's correct?
That is correct.
And we're still referring to the personnel records request, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
What efforts specifically did you do to actually locate these records?
Talk to my HR team, and I know for certain because HR reports to me that I do not have a list of attorneys, one, hired by District Attorney Bonnie Willis, two, with their hiring dates. Those are three variables that you wanted. I know for certain that I don't have.
Hold on. Y'all, no, my computer went on and off. So I was like, I ain't gonna lie. I said, what's going on? Then I realized it was just dead. But you know, when you have a MacBook and it died, as soon as you plug it go back on. I was like, okay, I hope my live's still going because I thought it had ended my live. So no, Miss Love did not come get me. I saw that the battery was low, but I think in talking, I forgot to go plug it up. So y'all, Miss Love ain't came to get me, y'all. I'm still in the clear. But listen, Mr. Sprinkle looked like he coming to get everybody messing with him online. So I ain't gonna talk about Mr. Sprinkle. Mr. Sprinkle looked like he liked the tail. He looks like he liked the tail. So I ain't messing around with that man.
What searches were performed?
I talked to my HR team, and then at that point, I know that I do not have a list of all attorneys hired by the District Attorney Bonnie T. Willis.
David Wayne.
And you also then received, after this, so this was on January 18th, I filed a letter on January 24th, again, asking for these documents. You received that letter, correct?
I do. And again, that particular letter had several different open records requests that was outstanding.
Oh my
can't
God.
remember the number. I know it was more than 12. I think I told you, same thing I told you on the 18th, that there are no responsive records because as I sit here today, I don't have any responsive records.
Still don't have them, y'all.
My question was, you received a letter from me January 24th where I asked for these again, correct? Did you receive a letter January 24th?
Yes.
Where I asked for these again?
I don't know if you asked for them again. I received a letter on January 24th. As we already said, that letter had several different open records requests.
No, this
this is probably included in the letter of more than 12 open records requests that I addressed from your January 24th letter.
He still done. He came to court today. Still don't have the information. It's been 10 months, y'all. Almost 10 months.
It's 0080. For the record, it's
That's right, Road Dog. I got forced immunity. Hey, Brooklyn. I hope he don't think he helped Funny out today. All he did to me was prove that they're hiding something.
Take a look and tell me if that's correct.
January 24th letter. I'm assuming, so direct me, you're talking about section 3?
Section 3.
Yes.
So I again clarified, asking if this meant that she had not hired any attorneys or that you just were claiming that you didn't have a list.
Frederica, that's what I'm like.
Is that correct? Did you receive this?
I did receive this.
He's too sassy. He's got to know how to tone that down.
You can look at the last one.
Oh, wait. Well, look at this number 1. You see how many is in here? So how do you want me to handle it?
So each are one request. So if you want to look, how many?
I'm sorry, Ms. Merchant, I can't hear you.
I'm sorry, here, I'll get back.
Okay, go ahead.
Sorry, I forgot.
Oh.
All right. Isn't it true that we go up to Roman numeral number 10 in this document? There are 10 requests in this document.
Ma'am, look at number 9. That is 2 requests in 9. So you cannot correlate Roman numerals to requests.
2 requests in number 9?
Look at 3, 4. I'm sorry. Don't know Roman numerals.
Objection, I'm sorry. I understand that council is trying to get to the contents of the letter. At this point, I don't see the relevance in having the witness count the number of requests in the letter, so if we could just get to it.
Just part of the argument has been that it's burdensome, that I requested 40, we started with. There's 10. One of them I had to duplicate because it was closed without being responsive. There's 10. Like,
A letter, I can read your letter.
Okay.
I know how to
Now
count.
we saw
and
this.
read,
Hold up. Let's
right? And so there's no point in arguing about it.
you responded to that letter and said nothing exists.
In this letter, you presented 10 Roman numerals that dealt with a lot of different
Is
requests.
it
that
saying
was
Roman
outstanding,
numerals?
But you so commonly forget that we have had several different open records requests outside of this particular letter, dating from September. So this letter only deals with open records that was outstanding. Each Roman numeral deals with various different requests. Let's be clear.
There you go. We should have done a drinking game with Let's Be Clear.
You asked me that 3 times. The answer is yes. You received it on January 26th.
Objection, argumentative.
And I told you that 3 times because as I sit here, I do not have records. I do not have a list of hires from attorneys with the date of hire that was hired by District Attorney Willis. I told you that on the 26th in response to the open records request. I told you that now. And I told you that previously.
One point of clarification, because you've said the same thing.
We
several
did watch
times,
this. I don't
and
know
you're
how we
putting
did
emphasis on a particular part that I'm curious about. Call it the rule of judge's interest. But I understand, and I think I started this hearing with this discussion about sometimes we know things that don't exist in a document.
Trace.
You keep saying I don't have a list of attorneys with their hire date who were hired by Attorney Fonnie Willis, the DA Fonnie Willis. Weren't all the attorneys in the DA's office hired by Fonnie Willis?
Oh, no. Where's the DA that was hired by District Attorney Paul Howard?
Well, I'm certain they have worked for the DA's office for a long, long time. But didn't she decide to hire them when she became the DA? And I'm not challenging you. I'm just asking to make sure I understand if there is or is not a distinction.
I see that. Yeah, I can see that.
Okay. Okay, fair enough. I mean, but at least I understand better why you were drawing that distinction.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well, I was drawing that distinction because
they're gonna miss love.
Okay. No,
I got you.
I wasn't challenging what it said. You were placing emphasis on it in a way that to me seemed to inform how you understood the request. And now I have a better understanding of how you understood the request.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. I will say this, based on this particular request, what I have done is to reach out to the Chief Human Resources of the county to see if I have a list of, hey, here are the list of attorneys hired by District Attorney Willis with their hiring date. And I can tell you right now, as I sit here, I don't have that.
Why?
Doing to the county HR in the course of this litigation.
So not when I filed the open records.
I didn't have to at that time because I know I didn't exist. So the answer to your question is no. I didn't feel a need to reach out at that time.
I'm tired.
In response to the litigation, you did feel the need to reach out.
Kiana.
Well, once litigation is, I'm like, okay, what can we do to resolve this matter? Is there anything extra? I feel comfortable. Let's be very clear. In the Open Records Act, I did what exactly was required to be a law. Now we're in litigation. Let's see if there's anything possible else that I can do. I did that extra, and guess what? The records still don't exist.
And I know we already verified that as the open records officer, you were charged with maintaining records under the State Records Management Act. We already talked about that, right? Early on. That's part of your job.
The Office of the Fulton County District Attorney seeks to maintain records inconsistent with the State Retention Act. Yes.
And that act requires that your office maintain records documenting an employee's work history.
Look at them, y'all.
In a case file, including the date they were hired, and if there was no hire decision. And you have to keep those records for 50 years or 7 years following the date of separation of the employee. And you're mandated to actually keep them in your own office. You can't delegate that responsibility to a central agency.
So you reading the retention law that I have not read, but I can tell you this. You started the sentence saying as it relates to personnel files. So you said case file date, right? In your open records request, you're looking for a list. I'm afraid you're misleading the court because you're convoluting a retention record that discusses personnel files, but you're seeking via the Open Records Act a list. Those are two different things. So let's not put the list into state retention act. They're two different things.
Did you have personnel files? Go ahead. Did you have personnel files?
Did I or do I? Yes.
Both. Did you?
Yes.
And you did?
Yes.
And do those include the date that someone was hired?
Yes.
Yes. The personnel file should have the date that they was hired. The answer is yes. Do I have a list? No. I don't have a list.
For those of you that are just joining right now, we're watching the hearing earlier today with Ashleigh Merchant versus the Fulton County District Attorney's Office. You know, she's trying to get some records for Fulton County. This gentleman that you're watching, actually, I think he's the records custodian for Fulton County. What you just saw him say is that, yes, he has access to personnel records. Those personnel records contain the hire date and who hired the attorneys that work for Fulton County today. And he says, although there's not a list, what he's implying that he has all the information, but there's not this list that lays out these attorneys and who hired them and their hire date. My problem with that is he's a smart young man. He had to get this job. He has to have the education or whatever. Sir, you could have just made the damn list. Like, I mean, it's so easy to get a spreadsheet popping and have this information on there. But for whatever reason, he didn't do that. And my guess is because they're hiding information or he was advised to ignore this request. That's my thinking on it. But that's what we're watching, guys.
And if you think that it is reasonable for me to go look at find out who was hired by the DA, pull that HR file, scan that HR file to make a list, I don't think that the Open Records Act requires me to do so.
What?
So as I sit here, no, I don't have it, and I told you what I did.
Okay, thank you. Your office also produces newsletters with lists of all of the employees of your office, is that correct?
Office morale, yes. We have bi-weekly newsletters, winter reports, we have quite a few.
And it's got something called a directory of attorneys?
Yes, that's a directive.
And so someone
Yeah,
has
look
to
what
get
she
this
pulled
data
out.
somewhere with this list of attorneys, right?
Unfortunately, while graphics does report to me, I don't know.
Everybody reports to him.
But I can tell you, I'm not, if I can I take a look at it again? All right.
Everybody reports to him, y'all.
I need to do a sort of check-in with my attorneys. I understood that the court reporter had made arrangements to be available until 5. Mr. Bowman had indicated he had an issue.
All right, so the next area was what I would consider rebranding and promotional materials. On January 17th, 2024, I requested, and this is at Merchant 0025.
So I'm pausing it because we were watching it from Judge Krause's YouTube earlier. We actually got to see the directory. If you see where I paused it, you can see the directory on the screen. What Ashleigh did was, hey, if you don't want to go through all these HR files, you guys have a newsletter that comes out. And you guys, within this newsletter, it lays out every attorney that works for the Fulton County DA's office. So she's saying, listen, you could have compiled your list from this, is what she was trying to tell him. And he's saying, although graphics answers to him, he doesn't think he's seen that. Just straight foolishness.
For the record. In that request, I requested any communications or correspondence between purchasing and the DA's office. And some of this was resolved and did not result in the lawsuit, but number 2,
it was
promotional materials. I requested any payments, requests for payments, hiring bids, paying vendors, promotional material, including promotional brochures, flyers, or mailers. Like this. Promotional material. Can we agree this is promotional material?
What about, no, because no, that is promotional.
Okay, for the record, you're holding up
I'm
something.
sorry,
Can you
I'm
say what it is,
so
please?
sorry, Judge.
That's okay.
I am holding up what was Merchant 0303, the front page of the Fulton County District Attorney's Office Winter Report 2024.
Help me to understand, and maybe I'm not trying to disagree with you, and I'm not trying to belabor the report, but what am I promoting in there? Help me. Why would that be promotional material? Promotional material to me is, our REACH program, helping the youth. Let's promote that. Our records restriction program flyers. Let's, those are things.
You know what, Mr. Bonds, you pissing me off. So you want me to sit here and believe that you don't consider a pamphlet. I mean, it's really a booklet. Let's call it a booklet that has everybody that works in your office, things about the office and what you guys do, and it's not promotional.
Things that could be considered promotional materials. I don't know.
I
wouldn't consider that promotional material. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, so you considered REACH to be promotional material. Did you provide me that in response to this?
No, because you said in this particular open records request, any payment request process for hiring, bids, paying vendors, promotional material include. So no, I did not.
Rebranding. So when you walk in the district attorney's office and there's new advertisement type things, did you provide me any of that?
No, I don't know, because I do not even know what rebranding is. And for the record, remember, we just had a conversation about promotional material. As it relates to this open record request, you can agree. This is just like our first one, right? It's 5 different things. Of those 5 things, I responded. I think you told the court some of this has always been resolved because some of this did not come in. You said that's what you testified to the court. Hey, some of this stuff did not make it to litigation.
Great.
All right. So we also know once I gave you those responsive records, moved on. It was closed. So I gave you what I had as it relates to that. So if I did not give it to you when I responded to you, no, I did not give it to you.
Do you agree that this request was submitted on January 17th through the Fulton County Open Records portal?
It appears to be so, yes.
And it appears also that the request was received the same day?
It looks like I gave you a tracking number, and it was the 17th. That's impressive for my staff, so yes.
He's not the DA though, Star, but I get it.
Say that whether or not responsive records exist or if they would be made available, anything like that, correct?
Well, on the same day, no, I certainly didn't think that you were going to get a response on the same day. So it was acknowledgement of receipt, a description of your records, and a tracking number for you to find your record.
Then on January 25th, you put a response in the portal that says to review attached letter and that the request had been extended for research. Is that correct?
It does appear that that is the letter that I gave you in January, dated January 26th, I believe. And it looks like I needed to do some research. So
no, he has not come
I agree with what was being presented to me.
What efforts specifically did you do to locate these records?
Well, I think that as it relates to these particular records, I gave you, number one.
That ain't the question.
I guess this starts with 5. This is why things are difficult, right? You gave me 5 things. I responded to some. So as it relates to those particular records,
embarrassing us in Fulton County.
Research, retrieve records, and gave you records.
You believe you gave me records in response to this?
As it relates, you gave me 5 things in this open records request. Let's go through the first one, right? As it relates to number 1, I think that you told this honorable report that some of these matters have been resolved, right? I gave you those records for number 1. We can agree to that. Is that fair? As it relates to
wait a minute.
No.
Hold on, attorney.
I received number 1 in regards to a subpoena in a criminal case from the county. I did not receive that from you in regards to the adjournment.
Okay, we're gonna have to disagree. That's not cool.
So let's go through this. This document, 0025. The only response you sent was on January 25th, where it says, please log into the portal to review the attached record. It's been extended, correct?
Let's look at that letter. Yes.
If you can scroll up a little, it's higher up. There we go. Okay. And then the letter that we're referencing is that same letter that you gave us earlier. It's at merchant 0087.
That deals with a whole lot of open records requests.
Yes.
So let's go to that letter. Let's look at 011724.
It's 0087.
Right, Ashley, because now him thinking he gonna run the show.
Okay.
And you wrote, in regards to this request specifically, that this office does not maintain responsive records and cannot produce the records I seek.
Show me.
It's number 5.
Number 5.
April.
So that's 01924. Right? Number 5, 01924.
Oh, so the
So
request,
you're
if
changing
you
numbers.
go,
I'm confused.
so the original request
What's it
is, you'll go to the next page then. It's 011724.
You're welcome, Tanisha. April, definitely so. Very, very much arrogant. He looks very bothered. So I think he's done a poor job of representing Fulton County up there. He looks very bothered.
0017. Okay, you can direct me.
It's number 8.
Like, who are you talking to? Oh, I don't like you.
If that is 011724 related to promotional material rebranding, that's how I responded. Number 8. Yes.
So you never provided any records in regards to this response?
I cannot say that because that is not my contention. You asserted to this honorable court when you started looking at this open records request that this 5 things, some of them have been resolved.
He's giving Woody.
Is no longer in this litigation. So I cannot tell you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 what I didn't do. I will take you at your word to say that some of those things, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, was provided to you. So I'm not willing to say I gave you nothing when you have said, hey, I looked at it, some of this stuff is resolved.
Do you have any knowledge as to how some of this stuff was resolved?
Objection, Your Honor. So it's my understanding that as it pertains to this request, that the only issue at hand was regarding the rebranding material. I'm sorry, materials regarding rebranding and promotional materials. So if we could,
He was an attorney as well.
Okay. So tell me, Ms. Merchant, why it, in response to Ms. Monroe's objection, why if some of these documents have been provided to you at some point, in some manner, through some method.
Oh, he is an attorney.
Why is it relevant today that
even
the work
worse,
was not produced in response to an open records request that you served?
He is an
or
attorney
provided
as
to the state?
well.
Not at all. But he said that part of this was responded to.
Graduated from Morehouse.
They did not.
Embarrassing the house today.
It has been made moot outside of that in a separate litigation. So I didn't include it in the lawsuit. But he is very literal with these words, and so I was trying to, like, that one request is not an issue. I was trying to save time by taking that request out. But then the witness has now said, well, when we complied with it, and they have not actually ever complied with that. So that's not accurate.
Okay. Again, I think we're getting bogged down in semantics. The fact that the information and data or documents that were sought by plaintiffs at various points through their open records requests have now at some point been provided to them is not the same question as were they produced in response to this Open Records Act request, and if so, when? And so to the extent that's the conversation we're trying to have, that's allowable. And with that clarification, please go ahead.
Thank you. And I'm trying to be clear. So in regards to this request, what did you do to actually locate any records?
Received that particular open record request. I went through it. I cannot tell you if this particular request was elevated to me.
Oh God!
I do know that I do not know what rebranding is. I do not know that I do not know what promotional material is. I do know that I responded to that. I cannot speak generally about this, specifically about this open records request, but I would have done to this request what I have done in all.
Did you ask for any clarification?
Oh my God!
Promotional material rebranding.
He
I
clowned.
will not. I've said this to the record, and I'm gonna repeat this again. I'm not having a private conversation with you, Ms. Ashleigh Merchant. So no, I would not contact you. I am not going to email you. I am not going to talk to you to look at any clarification. I find you to be extremely disingenuous, so I won't talk to you. And clarifications don't require me to reach out to you. What it does for the open is require you to put me in a reasonably calculated situation to give you what you have. But let's be clear. If you think that I'm going to reach out to you and talk to you, I'm not.
Oh, baby. Yeah, I got to write that down. I got to write that down. That man, what's wrong with this man? What is wrong? This man's on Fulton County. Let me get my phone, y'all. It says that he is a deputy district attorney in the operations division. And this man just told this lady that he will not have a conversation with her. What has she done to him? Like, I am floored because I don't understand why email communication is so bad. As long as he's an attorney, so what are you scared of? I knew he was a noob, Stanetta. Is he a noob for real? Because he definitely went to Morehouse. He gives me noob vibes. I don't know if I see that on here. This man has to go. There's no way this can be a man that's running anything in any office with this attitude. Oh my God, I am disgusted. And one thing Fulton County gonna do is have you embarrassed as hell of the black people running up and through their office. I hate to say that like that, but you know, we look up to people like it's already a very low percentage of African American attorneys. Then you think about Fulton County it's like 42% white, 39% African American. I think I looked up. So you have a big population of African American people there. So you want to see people who look like you. You want to see those people in your communities doing outreach programs. You want to see that. But Mr. Dexter, okay. It's hurting me to see this. It's so bothersome. It's just
The fourth request, critical mention, any payments, requests, payments, bids.
and he too sassy. Leave that at home.
In regards to that request.
So we talked about critical mention.
Because I had to ask for the third time. And so in regards to the third request, where I asked for the same check that we now have gotten from critical mention, but not from you. Did you do anything?
So I'm going to repeat this for the third time. The critical mention came in on January 8th. On January 18th, I gave you 44 pages. On January 19th, you renewed the request. Again, the first request had 5 different things. On January 19th, you only elevated one thing. I assumed on January 18th, you got everything. Because when you don't have something, you elevated that one issue. I then worked on that one issue that was elevated. So to answer your question for the third time, no, I did not give you anything on January 18th. I assumed that the records was responsive and they were complete.
You gave no records in response to this request. None.
According to number 8, I said the Office of the Fulton County District Attorney in its normal course of business does not maintain responsive records. As such, we cannot produce the records you seek. Number 8.
I asked you what you did to locate the records to give me that answer. Who did you ask for records, if anybody, to give me that answer?
Let's go back.
Who did you ask, if anybody?
I have to see the request.
Give me that answer.
This request was 5 different things.
Oh, he is.
So if you, again, 1,000 requests, right? What we have discovered right here is all your requests came in from September and a lot came in January, right? So in this particular January, I have to go back to it to tell you what I did on these 5 open records requests. So if you can put those things back on the court, I can tell you.
Oh, I'm not asking about 5. I'm asking about number 8. It's open records, number 8. That's the only one I'm asking.
Gotcha. So we can agree that number 8 corresponds to your open records request. Your open records request seeks 5 things. If you can put those 5 things on the screen, I can answer your question as to relate what I did for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. I can make 2 easy. As it relates to branding and promotional, I don't even know what you're talking about. So I told you, let's move on.
Merchant 002.
Baby, we thought Miss Love was something. Or Funny. Baby, he is them 2.0. Funny Willis 2.0 is who he is up here right now. She is. Ashley's doing a great job of kind of staying level.
Number 1, outside counsel. That was
I'm not asking you about that, so don't get me wrong. I haven't asked you about that.
Okay.
But In regards to number 2, I know you said you don't know what promotional material means, but what, if anything, did you do in response to try to find responsive documents for this?
Can I tell you what I did specifically? That's a conversation with staff, because my POV may be limited. What are promotional materials? I don't know. So I don't know what I did.
POV may be limited.
But what I did do is say that I do not have any process for hiring and bids for paying vendors for promotional material. I don't have that.
I'm glad Moon
Any payments, requests for payments, process for hiring bids and paying vendors for rebranding material. Did you do anything in response to this request?
As a person, as the COO of the office, I know about bidding, and I know that there is no hiring or bids related to period.
Period.
And as it relates to rebranding specifically, I don't know what that is.
Did you do anything?
Yeah, he sounds like Moody.
I've reviewed it, I accepted it, and consistent with the Open Records Act, I gave you a tracking number and I responded to it. So yes, me or my staff did something to this.
Did you do any searches or request any records in regards to this?
As it relates, I'm gonna say yes. You don't want to talk about number 1, but I'm pretty sure that I did a search because you have those responsive records. As it relates to number 2, promotional material, I told you I do not have process of hiring bids. It doesn't require me to do research. As a COO of the office, I know the answer to that question. As it relates to rebranding, I think the court and I can all agree, right, that this particular matter, I don't know what that is. As it relates to critical mention, I have discussed several times what my position is as it relates to critical mention. And as it relates to TDI, I did respond. There is no responsive records to that. So did I do something? Yes, I responded in compliance with the Open Records Act. That's what I did.
So my question was, what did you actually do?
I didn't even ask you all that.
Searches?
There were no searches to perform outside of number 1. So I'm pretty sure I did a search for number 1. As it relates to number 2, there's no search because there's no process for hiring bids for promotional material.
So tell us what you did in regards to number 1 then, since you brought that up.
What I would do with any payments, because you requested a lot of payments, right, in previous open records. You requested a lot of contracts. That is something that I can pull as it relates to EMS and provide.
Deputy District Attorney.
So in regards to number 1, can you tell us what you did?
Again, Your Honor, this is outside of the scope of what open record requests are at contention here. If we could just focus on the open record requests or the materials that are missing and that have not been provided.
Yes, Mikey, you can go.
I think you
but I don't know.
An answer though that nothing was done.
Hang on. I'm gonna save you the time and trouble of making that argument and say I agree with you that what he provided in response to this request isn't relevant, but the process that he followed, the effort that he made to respond to it versus others, or in a similar way as he made, as a process he followed to respond to others, I think is relevant. And so I'm going to let him answer.
I agree, Rachel. Come on, Judge Krause.
In regards to request number.
So for those of you, Judge Krause is saying right there, listen, no, this isn't relevant. But what I think is relevant is why did he go out of his way or take the time to respond to number 1? But let's say he didn't respond to number 8. Judge Krause is saying basically what was different about this one and the other ones? Why did we get an answer here and didn't get an answer there? I mean, it's a good question. What is it? It's a great question.
Number 1, outside counsel. I requested any payment, request for payment, process for hiring bids, paying outside counsel, including the reference retraining, which was discussed during the Board of County Commissioners meeting in November 2023. You'll remember you appeared in front of them. There was a big discussion about this. What did you do in response to that open records, number 1?
I cannot recall specifically. I cannot recall.
Do you recall if you did anything?
Now he don't know what he did.
I can speak generally what I would have done. I cannot recall specifically as it relates to this request.
So how can you tell us that it's been fulfilled then if you don't know what you did?
Because as it relates to outside counsel, I cannot specifically tell you what I've done. Generally, for payments, I would have looked to see if there are any outside vendors, which you have asked me for via open records request, and I have supplied to you responsive records to this. So I don't know how to answer your question. I cannot specifically talk about tracking number 11724.
What did you do to search for information about the retraining that was required during the Board of County Commissioners meeting. And
I don't
you
know.
remember attending the Board of County Commissioners meeting in November 2020.
I do.
And you remember there was a big discussion about the DA's budget for things, printing, promotional material, things like that.
That's not how it was reframed, but I do remember that I was present and I represented the office at that BOC meeting.
And the purchasing department had some concerns because you had quite a few outstanding debts or.
I think so, yeah.
Purchasing, sorry. Had concerns about, all the spending for promotional material.
That's a mischaracterization of the purchasing department.
Okay, I don't want to get down into the weeds of what, because also there's an official record of what went down at the BOC meeting on whatever day, and if it ever becomes relevant, I can find it and listen to it and know what. So let's go.
Yes. Okay.
So what Judge Crouch just say? You know, he tried to say that Ashleigh there was a mischaracterization of what happened at the meeting. Judge Crouch said, you know what? It's not even relevant, but just FYI to let you know, if I need to go back and get those records, I can get those records and we can find out exactly how it was said if we need to, sir. Pipe it down, baby, is what she's telling him. Pipe down.
Is relevant is what did you do in regards to when I asked for the communication that was referenced at that meeting? Purchasing said they had gotten with you on retraining your office about purchasing. I asked for that communication. It was referenced during that meeting. What did you do to find that?
That particular training was done by me and the CFO. It was a conversation between me and her. So there is no documents related to that particular training. It was done via Zoom. So that's all. I cannot tell you specifically what I did with this open records request. If the conversation is about this particular training, I can tell you what it was. I can tell you that your statement of the purchase department is mischaracterized, and I can tell you that there are no records related because that happened via Zoom.
This is a hearing, guys. That's why.
About how to proceed forward.
So you did nothing in regards to looking for correspondence about that, setting up that Zoom or anything like that?
I know I would not set up the Zoom, so no.
I mean, because I don't know if you guys work for the government. They send emails to set up the training. They send emails the day of the training as a reminder. And then you get a Zoom invitation. So at the very minimum, he should have a Zoom invitation to the training. Like, come on. Like, it's not that hard. At the very minimum, at the very least, he should have an invitation to this Zoom. Somebody had to schedule it. Someone had to send him the link. Like,
let's move on to the forfeiture reports. So on January 16th, this is at Merchant 0019. January 16th, I requested reports and itemization for all property and funds obtained through forfeiture.
If you can, don't recall the characterization of that open records request.
Hold on. What do you mean that's for remote training? Even if the training we're in the same building, someone has to send the Zoom link. Is that what you mean? Hold on, y'all. I saw that comment. I forgot. Someone said that's for remote training. No, you're gonna send a Zoom link for anybody, even if you guys are in the same building. Because he said it was on Zoom. So if it's on Zoom, that would mean that they were not in an environment where everybody could be in the same room. Y'all get what I'm saying? Like, even if it's on Zoom, it has to be there. And for training, like he's saying that the training was on Zoom, there has to have been an invite to this training. Even if it's on Teams. Now, I haven't really used Teams because I know the IRS uses that now. Even if it's in Teams, there's still an invite. You know, y'all following me in here? So does the hospital and school system. Okay, yeah. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying any training. Hold on. They're right. Zoom will be remote. Oh, I got you. But when I say what I was just trying to specify, Mo Beauty, is that even if they were in the same office, maybe somebody took the meeting in their office, the other person took it in their office. You get what I'm saying? We're still in the same building, but maybe we're recording the training. Something. It's not adding up. Like, I'm saying all that to say, where is the paper trail? And that's what Ashleigh's asking him right now. They do it even if you're in the same building. Yeah, so that's what Ashleigh's asking. That's what I was saying, Mo Beauty, to to not to just end it all is that where is his paper trail for this training?
If you can allow me to see it, I will definitely bring you up to speed. Yes, familiar.
And this was.
Yale.
Yes, it appears it was submitted.
Yes.
January 16th. Good job, staff. They responded. They gave you a tracking number on January 16th.
And the response or the request was clear and concise, correct?
Actually, no, it was not.
Who?
So you didn't understand what I was requesting?
No, I didn't. And I communicated that to you.
You communicated that. How did you do that?
January 26th letter.
You communicated that you didn't understand what I was requesting?
If you can pull up the January 26th letter, I
Please
can
pull it
reference
up.
what you're saying.
Please pull it up.
You have a physical copy of that letter you can give the witness for reference to the mouth that having to stop and pull it up each time.
Thank you, Key.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bonnie ought to be ashamed of
So
her.
before you go any further, is this the first time you responded to me in regards to this forfeiture request?
No.
Okay, well, you said that what I was asking for was not clear and concise.
That's correct.
He sure did,
So,
bro.
and I told you that, and you gave me this letter, and I'm about to tell you what I communicated. Is that fair?
So you're going to tell me where you told me it was not clear and concise?
Yes.
Yes.
You want me to tell you?
Yeah.
Let's look at the letter, January 26th. I'm going to direct your eyes to footnote number 1. Footnote number 1 reads, we believe, emphasis on we believe, you are seeking the office's equitable sharing agreement and certificate. These records were filed in accordance with law, state and federal law. And I want you to, let's go back up to number 6, because you're talking about 011624. I say to you, responsive records are attached. So in this particular letter dated January 26th, I respond to your open records request. Number 6, I let you know that these records are attached. I give you a footnote, and that footnote lets you know we believe. And if I can, don't want to talk too much, but let me tell you why I believe what I believe. You want me to go there?
No, I mean, if there's something that's relevant to this, but I mean, this is the only response you're saying we've had, right?
For number 1, yes, as it relates to the office's equitable sharing agreement and what I believe that you're looking for, and I can tell you what I did.
Do we need to go back, or did I miss him telling her that he didn't understand? Do we need to go back? Do we need to go back, or did y'all hear him? We believe equals he didn't understand. I'm a little confused. That wasn't his response, was not clear for me. Like, okay.
Give you that.
Oh, okay. Yes, that would be my next question. Well, that's jumping ahead. Give me one minute to get there. So this response, this one that you sent, and I don't have the date. You've got my copy. It was sent, I believe, January 26th, correct?
Yes, January 26th.
Okay. Can you pull up merchant 0018?
He's just a little dusty. He probably dusty as in he hasn't really had to use the law a lot.
January 28th, we received something that says apologize for the delay. So after we received this letter, there was an apology for the delay and said that it was still pending.
I'm looking at what date? January 28th?
January 28th.
January 28th, it reads, this correspondence in response to our response. We apologize for they have additional time to fulfill your request. January 28th, yes, it does appear that if I can, on January 29th, it says all responsive documents were emailed to you on January 26th, 2024.
So I'm trying to take it one step at a time.
Understood.
My question is, on January 28th, 2 days after your letter, there was an open records response that said they apologized, that they needed more time, and that it was still pending, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So
it appears to be, yes.
All right. Then after that, on January 29th, I received another response that said responsive documents were emailed to me.
on January 29th, and then it says it was emailed to you on January 26th prior. If I met, that was on about where the cyber attack was. So in an effort to communicate.
Oh, the
my staff
cyber attack,
to
y'all.
all requesters, including you and 1,000 others. We wanted to make sure that everyone has a response that things have changed.
Now it's her and 1,000 others. Okay, I'm confused because at first it was saying her request came in, it was 12 requests. Now it's her and 1,000 other people. Now it's a cyber attack. Oh God.
So to me, you got a letter on January 18th. I responded to you via email on January 26th. My staff went around this time, hey, let me tell everybody that there is going to be a delay because I don't know what's going on with the cyber attack. On January 29th, it was all responsive documents were mailed to you on January 26th. So I want to clear up that.
Yes, that's what I was trying to get at. So at that point, all you had given me was the equitable sharing summary, and you were saying that's all you had. That's all the responsive documents, correct?
Based on your open records request, that was all.
Miss Vicky, just turn your phone down if the volume is
What
too loud.
efforts
Just
specifically
turn your
did you
phone down.
locate the records I requested?
Oh, that was, I didn't know what you were talking about, but you said that this was filed with the county and local governing authority. So because it was filed with the county and local governing authority, I called the clerk. I said, hey, clerk, is there anything related to this particular account that I particularly filed?
So hold on, so you contacted the clerk in regards to this response?
Yeah, I contacted the clerk.
What's the clerk of court?
Clerk of BOC, I'm so sorry.
That's okay. The clerk of who?
But Board of Commission, you said that I had filed with the Fulton County, a local governing authority. So because I'm taking you at your word, if this is something that I had filed with them, I called the clerk of the Board of Commission. I'm so sorry to say, hey, is there something that I filed with the clerk of the commission?
So when did you do that? When did you contact the clerk?
Probably any time between January 24th and January 26th, and I responded to your letter because I had to get the copy to provide to you on the January 26th letter.
And you spoke with the actual clerk?
I don't know.
Was it by phone or was it by email?
Can't remember.
Did you use a county phone?
I can't remember.
Were you in your office when you made that call?
I can't remember.
He called the clerk, but he can't tell her. He can't tell us. Oh, Prissy, he doesn't know their name. He doesn't know what number he called. He doesn't know if he was in his office. Did he use the county phone, his cell phone? He does not know. Dexter, get off the stand. Bye, Dexter.
Woman or man? Your Honor, objection. The answer was you check with the clerk. That should be it. What is the relevance of the gender of the clerk? This is irrelevant.
It's argumentative.
Okay.
I understand what you're trying to do about what maybe refresh his
Y'all
memory
watch
about.
YouTube on
who he
live
spoke
talking
to.
about me.
But you've made your point. Let's move on.
I'm trying to find out who it is so I can ask that. If they spoke. That's the only way I can ask that. But I'll move on. So you talked with someone at the clerk and they said they don't have anything in regards to forfeitures?
That's not what they said. I said, hey, based on your request, right?
Mm-hmm.
You said that you can
Please,
pull up the request.
you mean-
We can read it verbatim. Okay, sorry, glasses off. Can we go down? I'm sorry. It says reports and itemizations that were required by law to be submitted to the county as a local governing authority, showing what was done with all property and funds obtained through forfeiture, including but not limited to reports showing the funds went and who was paid out of funds. That's what you did. What did I do? I called the clerk of courts. I said, is there a report, clerk of commission, I'm sorry, clerk of board of commission. Is there something that I file that deals with property and or funds related to forfeiture? They gave me the equitable sharing agreement. I gave it to you. In footnote 1, I said, we believe you are seeking the office's equitable sharing agreement and certificate. These records were filed. Again, I say responsive records are attached.
Who gave you the equitable sharing?
I can't remember. I know who I called. I don't know who responded. I don't know, but I recognize that this was something that was filed with the local governing authority. It dealt with property. It dealt with forfeiture. I sent it to you free of charge. I do know that.
And did they send it to you by email?
I can't remember. No, because at that time I gave you exactly what you was looking for. You looked for reports and itemization filed with the local government authority. I called the county. I said, is there anything filed with this property and seizure? They said it's the equitable sharing agreement. Oh, here we are, responsive. Here you are, free of charge. Item number 6, address closed. So no other searches.
They said city by
So
city.
you didn't obtain the document that you filed, you also had to file talking about, the equitable sharing is the federal one. There's also a state one for state.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Did you file it? Did you
We'll talk live on
search for
TikTok.
anything in regards to that?
You educated me. Say it one more time.
There's a federal forfeiture law and a state forfeiture law.
Okay.
You have to file reports for both.
Did you say that in the open records request?
Did I tell you that you have to file reports for both?
You're a lawyer.
No, you're distinguishing state versus federal, right?
Now, you said you gave me the equitable sharing. Equitable sharing is a federal Department of Justice document. There's also a PAC document for forfeiture. 2 different funds.
When you don't know your job, this is what happens.
Did you give me anything about the state tracking?
No,
You gave me the federal equitable fund.
because that's what you asked for. You said, give me the documents that was submitted to the county, Fulton County, as the local government authority.
They're
So
both submitted to the county. My question is, you gave me the ones, the federal forms. Did you do any searches for the state forms that you are required?
Oh, he fit a little
to
head.
do for the county?
no, I did not. What I did do was call the clerk. The clerk said, I have a forfeiture account based, your open record says local government authority showing what was done with property and funds to forfeiture. It makes no mention of the distinction that you're drawing today. What you're drawing today is completely different. What I did say is say, hey, I have a point of reference, local government authority. Let me call the local government authority. They say, I do have something through forfeiture. I get it. It's responsive. I say in my footnote, we believe you're seeking this.
Okay, my question is, did you do any searches looking for the state documents? Any searches?
No.
Okay, can you pull up merchant 0571?
But why would I? No.
Oh God. He letting his emotions get the
And I would not have done that because you said filed with the county. So why would I then say, hey, I filed with this county, but maybe she wants to look for the state? I do not, you and I don't think alike, clearly.
Oh, that was messy.
The federal forfeiture statute requires you to do a document called equitable sharing.
This news to me.
You file it every year as part of the document.
Objection, Your Honor. I'm sorry, assuming facts is not in the evidence and is also
Ms.
very,
Marshall, let her give her objection.
yes.
Oh, sit on down, friend.
I'm sorry, because of the crosstalk, I understood. Is your objection is facts not in evidence? Is that your objection?
It's not well, it assumes a fact that is not yet in evidence, that he filed this every year.
Okay. So, I don't really think there's a dispute that the DA's office actually files this document every year because they do, but
whether or not he filed it.
I was gonna agree with you, right? That whether he has any knowledge of the DA's office's compliance and requirement to do so, I have no idea. But what I am gonna back up to is I think you've asked, and he's answered multiple times, what effort he made to comply with that request. And I think his testimony is that he reached out to the clerk of the Board of Commissioners, and they shared with him information about this equitable sharing agreement. He believed that was responsive to your request, and so he identified it, produced it to you, and that was the end of what he believed was his response. That's what I understand to be the testimony at this point. And let's move on from there.
You look at the merchant
I just crap.
0571. Is that your name on the front of the document?
What, educate me, this document is what? What is this?
All I ask is about your name.
Right.
I see 2 names. Yes, Dexter Bond is on there. Dexter.
I see goodbye.
Q Bond is on there. Yeah.
And it lists you as a deputy district.
Okay, y'all, it's almost over.
Yes, but the email associated is Natalie Zellner, last
Yes,
name
guys.
spelled wrong. So, okay.
Have you ever seen this document?
Counsel
yes,
presented
Renee.
this to me.
The county attorney?
my counsel.
Okay.
Oh, he got
Tell
counsel.
me why it matters if he's seen that document before.
Yes, because he said this is one of the documents I was asking. And he's seen it before.
Hang on. You're asking him if he's seen it and if he filed it.
Yes. So
Okay.
first I'm trying to identify.
Now I understand why. That's all I asked was that's why you're asking, because you believe that document was responsive to your original Open Records Act request and he did not provide it.
Yes.
Is that fair?
Ooh.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Bond.
Ooh, y'all heard that?
In your astute research, it appears that you show 3 different forms, right? In those 3 different forms, each year, there was a different file, right? So we do know the first year that you received, my name is not on it, okay? The second year, my name is not on it.
Hang on. Sorry. I apologize. She didn't start it with the word objection, but that's what she's doing, is objecting to your answer. So I'm going to deal with her objection before you continue your response. Yes, ma'am.
It's non-responsive. I didn't ask for all this. He didn't have the same on it. They're not relevant. If we're going to go through those, we can, but I'm asking about the one that he signed as an example, that this would be responsive, and it doesn't even have anybody else's name on it. So I wasn't going to go through all those other ones.
Okay, so let me back up. Are we still talking about the document that's on the screen?
Yes.
Okay, you just said he signed it. I don't, Mr. Bond.
Sorry, I'm so sorry.
Oh, Mr. Bond.
Be clear about what representations we're making. His name appears on this document that, at least to my eye, appears to be electronically generated. So ask him factually based questions about his involvement in that document and its creation, and then we'll be good.
That's what I did, and he was referring to the other 3 documents.
And in fairness, I agree with you, and I've asked you multiple times, Mr. Bond, when she asks you a question, you are please answer the question she's asking, and then feel free to explain if you choose to do so. Now, let's back up and ask your question again.
Stay in court.
The document that we're looking at, is this something that you file electronically as part of your job?
The answer is no.
No. Do you have anything to do with this document?
Not this document. The answer is no.
Do you have anything to do with the filing of let's see what they call them, the Civil Forfeiture Procedure Act documents?
We're not producing this document. The answer is no.
I'm sorry?
You said, do I have anything
To do with the filing of these? These are filed with the
The
state.
answer is no.
So you do not participate in these documents being produced?
No.
So someone else would have submitted it under your name?
I cannot tell you what someone else did. I can tell you, and forgive me, I am going to go on a slight tangent, but
Tangent is the right word.
Sign my name, Dexter Q. Bond. And 2, my name isn't signed here. It is typewritten, and I would think that whoever is the signer would have that corresponding email address. That name, Dexter Q. Bond, is something I don't go by. Okay? As it relates to Natalie Zellner, that is misspelled. That last name is misspelled, and that email address, I would assume if it was an electronic file, I don't do this, it would go back to that particular email.
He said this
But
is beneath him.
any indication that I was involved, I can tell you vehemently I was not. And then I can tell you as it relates to a type name that I did not sign, I do not type my name as Dexter Q. Bond. I did not say that. I told you counsel has provided me the document.
That's what I meant before that. Have you ever seen it before counsel?
I don't, no, I haven't seen that. Because it appears, based on what you said, that it's submitted to the state and it's submitted electronically. So that's what it appears. But again, I don't sign it. And what I do know, based on research, and as you know, that in 3 different of these state filings were filed by different employees, none of whom are me.
I'd like to ask a clarification question.
Please, Judge.
It says Deputy District Attorney Operations Division, and I think I understood your title is Deputy District Attorney of Operations. Is that right?
Yes, that's
okay. So even though you might not have done it, is it the job of the Operations Division of the District Attorney's Office to do these reports?
So I don't know. Let me explain.
He don't know.
It with 3. The first one was done by a game unit. The second one was done by a forfeiture unit. This one was done by well, I don't know who it was done by, but my name was on it.
Okay.
So let's be very clear. I would not say based on what you provided counsel, 1, 2, and 3, and based on who in my office did this state electronic input, and it needs to be clear that some of those people are no longer in the office, so I cannot verify, but I don't know.
So is it fair to say that this document does exist within your office?
I would say yes. But it's also fair to say that this document is in response to your open records request.
So it does exist. Did you do anything to search for this document?
Not this particular document, no. Why? Because you asked for documents filed with the county. I called the county. I got the equitable sharing agreement. The equitable sharing agreement deals with the substance of your request. I gave you that free of charge, and I sent it to you.
Free of charge?
Email. So no, I did not do anything looking for the state, because you did not ask for the state.
Did this man just say he did that for her free of charge? Now, I do know that some record requests, once you get into a certain amount of documents or specific types of documents, you do have to pay. I am aware. I can't tell you the fees, but I've done a FOIA request before. So I do know you have to pay for some things, but that man just said he did something for her free of charge. You can't make up what's going on in Fulton County.
Yeah, so the local government authority, Fulton County, that's what I did, and that's what the Open Records Act requires.
Mikey!
And just to be clear, my request was what the county had to actually do, what the law actually required.
That's not what your request is.
Hey. The request is what the request is. Again, I can read, and I've seen the request multiple times.
Baby Kraus annoyed.
If you had sent an email out asking for documents that the county required to be filed, would you have gotten this in response?
If you asked me a hypothetical, if I would have did what, I would have got
You
what?
searched for this document.
Ooh!
I'm trying to figure out, and I don't know, you gotta understand, I don't know how the DA maintains documents. These are documents that have to be maintained. So if you had done a search for it, or you had asked people for it, would you have been able to obtain this document?
Objection, Your Honor. This question has been asked over and over and answered over and over. I would like to move on.
Actually, I disagree with you. I think this is actually a new question, which is where would this document exist if you had searched for it? Would you have found it? And that is a different question than whether he created it or was involved in its creation.
I misheard the question.
That's okay. Thank you.
If I received the open records request looking for this, yes, I would have been able to go to a forfeiture deputy or a gang based on how it was filed in the past. But again, this record is not responsive to your open records request.
Do you, as a matter of practice, as the open records officer, do you use email to request open records?
It depends.
So it's not a general practice?
It depends on what you're asking for. If it's something, again, if it's something for a standard invoice, like you have sent to me several times, on staff meeting, I would say, hey, make sure you get this, put this in the portal. So I cannot tell you, it depends on what you're looking for.
So you sometimes do it orally?
Yeah, sometimes I do it orally, sometimes I do it, yeah.
If you sent emails asking for it, would you have those?
If I send emails asking for it, what is it? What are you talking about?
The records requests.
Yes, if I would have sent email, but sometimes I would have, the emails would exist if that's your question. Sometimes I would say orally. Sometimes I have my, someone else, hey, shoot this email to so-and-so to make sure, call so-and-so. So I don't, without you being specific, it's hard for me to answer your question because with 1,000 open records requests, there's no one set way onto how to meet my constituents' needs.
And I asked if you use email to request records, and then I asked if you said sometimes, or depends. If you did use email, my question is, would you have those emails and know exactly what you asked for?
If I, Dexter Bond, sent the email, yes, the email will be on the on my email, my archive, my system.
And so you could provide that to the court so that we would know exactly what you did in response to this request, right?
These requests, you're starting general, then you're getting specific. I cannot follow your question. So I don't know. I told you several times, I don't know what I did on this specific request. You're taking what me saying general, and then you're saying, oh, well, you did do these. That's a correlation that you can't make, ma'am.
My question again was, if you used emails.
If I did do
For
email,
record requests.
for a specific record request,
If you used emails for a record request, you would be able to get those and see those, correct?
you will be able to request those, and yes, they will be there. If you're asking, do I delete emails, the answer is no. So yes, they're there. If I send an email, my emails are there.
Did you ask for any of these specific documents that we've talked about here today by email?
We talked about a lot of different documents, so it's going to be very difficult for me to say yes or no. Okay? We talked about the equitable sharing agreement specifically. I told you that there was no, I don't know if I sent the email. I told you that. So the framing your question doesn't allow me to answer.
Did you ask for any of these specific documents that we've discussed today by email?
As it relates to critical mention.
Did you ask for any of the documents we discussed today by email?
Maybe. I don't know.
Is your use of the phone or in person to request documents on purpose?
On purpose?
Yes.
I don't understand your question. What you mean on purpose?
Purposely ask for things orally or in person?
No.
Do that on purpose?
Do I do that on? I don't know. No. The answer is no. That I don't do anything on purpose.
Have you been instructed not to?
Oh, we know.
No.
Have you been instructed not to put things in writing, period?
By whom? No.
Anyone?
No.
What is the
That's a
office's
good
policy
question.
on the use of email and putting things in writing?
I don't understand the question.
Objection, Your Honor. So I'm trying to determine what the relevance is in terms of emails and the protocol for emails in the district attorney's office. What is the relevance here?
I think there's a tiny universe of requesting open records documents for purposes of his compliance. So I'm going to sustain your objection partially and ask you to reframe that question because I don't know that the general policy of the DA's office regarding email is relevant here. Mr. Bond's understanding of any policy regarding Open Records Act requests by email is relevant. Go ahead.
Does the Open Records Act requirements or disclosure, does that guide the office's policy?
Does the Open Records Act guide you? The answer is I don't understand your question. Does the Open Records Act guide my I don't even know if there's a policy. So you're making an inference that I cannot. You're assuming a premise there, right? And then you're asking a question. You need to simplify your question. What are you asking? Because you're asking me, does the Open Records Act influence your policy? You have yet to ask me, is there a policy? What are you asking? You ask me what you're asking. That's a convoluted question. I can't answer.
I first asked you, what is the policy on the use of email?
For open records requests.
For open records.
The policy for email, use your email. And there's no policy. Look at the employee manual. You gave it to me. I don't know where you're getting at. I'm not familiar with the specific policy on use your emails this way because of open records. If you draw a correlation to, forgive me, I don't understand. But there's no policy on emails as it relates to the Open Records Act. There are two entities that are different. So educate me on the correlation.
Yeah, I'm gonna need a drink.
I had just asked you if there was a policy. So I think that's the first step. If there's any policy on the use of emails in regards to the Open Records Act, not to put things in writing.
And I answered that question.
If there's no policy, is that your answer?
Yeah,
Because I didn't get it. I'm sorry. I mean, you asked me to rephrase it and then said it was confusing, but.
It's still confusing because you're rephrasing it the same way. What I'm telling you is there is no policy as it relates to emails as it relates to Open Records Act, right? Do you want to talk about take Open Records Act? Do you want to talk individuals? What are you asking? But I'm answering your question as it's being framed. It's it's being framed poorly.
Oh!
and giving poor answers.
I gotta stop. I need to apologize because somebody said, Mel, can you stop yelling and screaming because I can't hear? I apologize ahead of time. If y'all need me to go back, I will go back. This is how I watch TV when I'm watching with y'all. So I'm very sorry. Because he told that lady, you're asking your question very poorly, so you're getting a very poor response. Oh. Bodie, I have to apologize because some of y'all been watching with me for like almost 2 months now. But I know some people are new here, so I am sorry for the yelling, y'all. This how I watch TV. This is how I watch stuff. I'm so sorry because I can't remember who it was that said stop yelling. So I'm so sorry. I've been doing my best. I've been trying to hold it in, but that one, y'all, this man has lost his mind on this stand. Oh my God. Wow.
Very couple of minutes.
Oh my word. Now this is good.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Now, April, y'all gotta stop. You and Lacey gotta stop talking about beating this man up. It's about to go off on Frederica. Y'all, he looked like they need to start playing. Truth is untied. Look, he ready to get off that stand, baby. Oh God.
I think everything gets picked up. So I don't blame you. I'm consistently advising people when Zoom is on, the microphones are there. So
Okay, almost done. In response to the subpoena to come here today, did you search for any emails?
Okay. Did I search? I sent your search terms because your subpoena to me was asked for to and from emails. It gave search terms. I believe there was 2 search terms, critical mention and social media monitoring. So what I did do was fill out a ticket, as I do with most requests. I sent that over to the IT department based on what you're seeking. Were there any responsive documents?
Hold on, so if you need to request something from IT, you fill out a ticket for that?
If you give me search terms, so there's 2 different ways, right?
Okay.
So let's say you're looking for documents. And if your document says, hey, give me anything for critical mention, I can then do, hey, do you have these emails? Does this make sense? That's one way to do it, right? Your open records request originally, don't need to be belabor the point, didn't ask for that. Your second subpoena was very specific. It was this date to that date. From this email to this email. Here are the search terms. I need these search terms. I can then do a particular ticket, or my staff can do a particular ticket, do it to CIO, the technology department. The technology department can run all emails. And then when they do all emails, they can come and say, hey, based on these search terms and based on my word ticket, here are responsive documents.
Okay. So if you had asked IT for any of our open records items before, there'd be some ticket for that.
There will be some forms, some Excel sheets, some requests.
And you didn't bring any of those here today?
No.
Did you ask for them? No.
Oh!
As I shouldn't.
But
but those would be available. If you had asked IT for any documents, there would be a record.
I'm not the custodian of IT records. I cannot speak for IT department, so I cannot answer that question and cause a speculation.
Okay, let's just walk through the subpoena quickly. I asked for all text messages sent by or received from employees. What did you do in response to that?
That's an IT question. We needed to figure out what the policy was as it relates to text messages. So I fill out, hey, IT, this is what I'm looking for.
Did you do that in regards to the subpoena? Talking about the subpoena for you to bring documents today.
The subpoena, yes, because I gave you, hold on, let's be very clear. You did not give me no subpoena to bring documents today. Let's clear up the record. What you did was you gave me a subpoena on August 21st to produce records, right? Those records were produced on August 30th. So there is no requirement for me to bring anything today. And I gave you those documents through my counsel on August 30th. So let's clear up the record. There's no requirement of me to do anything.
Talking about the subpoena for you to appear today. The subpoena for you to appear today had an exhibit that asked for emails and text messages sent by or received from in regards to critical mention. I'm asking you.
I need to see the subpoena.
Hang on, let her, I understand, but let her finish her question. Y'all can't talk over each other.
Yeah.
What you did
He been doing it all day.
I hear you. I don't know what subpoena you're referring to.
I do
What
not.
I am telling you is I got a subpoena that was for the production of records for August, and I gave it to you on August 30th. That's what I'm familiar with, so I can speak to that. If you're speaking of a different subpoena, you can hand it to me and I can review it.
You learned about court here today, correct? Somehow. You knew the
So are you not going, okay, different question. Somehow I need to be here. Yes, my counsel told me that I needed to be here.
And you received a subpoena to be here. Whether it be through email or you signed a.
You saw it then.
No, I did not.
You didn't get an email with a.
You probably gave me an email. You probably gave me an email.
So
I'm pretty sure you gave me an email.
I'm sorry?
I'm pretty sure you emailed me. Yeah.
And attached to that email, there was a subpoena that included the production of documents, correct?
What subpoena are you talking about? There are multiple subpoenas. I've asked you several times, can I see the subpoena you're referring to? If you're talking about the one to me on August 21st, I can respond and tell you what I did. You asking about a different subpoena, I need to be educated. I'm asking, I don't know what you're talking about, so I cannot respond. Are you willing to present to me something?
Of course, I'm certainly not trying to ask questions.
I hear you, and I'm certainly trying to be very, very truthful to the court and clear up the record. In order for me to do it, because there have been multiple subpoenas, all I'm asking for, if I am under a subpoena, and as you allege that I was supposed to bring something today, that's the allegation that you made among many. I would like to see it. That's all I'm saying.
Judge, his counsel's already talked about that, and I was understanding that he waived any issues with the subpoena to be here today. If that's not the case, I mean, I'm happy to show it to him, but we have that without your.
Okay, first of all, it's 4:59. So I need to check in with the court reporter who said she had a hard push at 5 o'clock. Now, I don't wish to interrupt in the middle of questioning when it looks like you were trying to get to a point of being done with the witness. But as you can see, my screen starting to drop off. That's an indicator that my Zoom's about to die. So that's an indicator that we should adjourn. Separately, I will say I agree with you. I think that Ms. Alabi agreed to produce Mr. Bond. That's a different question, though, than whether he received and was aware of the document request. So we'll just leave it at that for now.
And that's fine. I'm happy to answer those. But I know he was sequestered and didn't know what his
Right.
counsel had agreed to.
Sorry, I can't hear Ms. Merchant.
I know that he wasn't present and didn't know what his attorney had agreed to. And so I just, before we went down that road, I didn't know if he knew that they had agreed that he was here.
Well, can I respond now?
You may, and then we're going to adjourn because I have to let the court reporter get on with her day since she's filling in.
I'm so sorry. This is definitely important. No, I'm glad I asked. I did not receive a September 13th subpoena. And let me clarify, because you need to know this. The subpoenas that you refer to, my name is not even on Exhibit A. So this is the first time, as I sit here today, that you have given me a subpoena that you said that I was responsible for. So no, I did not get this. It does not say when it was delivered. I have not received anything, and I don't know what was mailed. So no, I did not get this, and I'm not responsible for it.
Okay, and Judge, we've already put in the record the was delivered. And I can put the email in where it was served. I'm happy to print that out tonight and we can question tomorrow.
So why am I not on Exhibit A? Something's wrong with that subpoena. Something's wrong with that subpoena.
Sir, that's a legal argument that your counsel can make. We've had some discussions this morning before you were called in to testify. And so we can have that conversation tomorrow. But it is 5:02. The court reporter did everybody a favor by rearranging her schedule to stay for an extra hour. I assume we have on.
So for people that are just joining, we were watching the hearing today for Fulton County. Ashleigh Merchant, she filed a lawsuit against Fonnie Willis in Fulton County DA's office because she has some record requests and they refused to give her the information. Who you just saw is one of their deputy district attorneys who is responsible for fulfilling those requests. He is on the stand upset and rude, nasty, unprofessional, whatever you want to call him, because he doesn't want to be there. He doesn't want to be there because he did not do his job. So we got 20 minutes, y'all. They in the chat. So we're going to do like panel for the last 20 minutes. Y'all come up. We've been going at this. We'll be going 6 hours now. So come up. I got to do a timer, y'all. So come up in like 1 to 2 minutes. Come up if you want to say something about either YSL, because some stuff popped off there too, or if y'all want to talk about Mr. Sassy Pants today. So I'm about to put it in the chat, y'all, because y'all know I'm normally off at 8 o'clock. Thank y'all, Erica Key. Thank y'all for Frederica. Thank y'all for staying on me. I ain't even see him walk out. I stopped it. Y'all just put the link in the chat if you guys want to come up. I'm sorry that we doing panel so late, but we had said we were going to finish watching him after we finished the YSL trial. Yes, April. You know what, Erica? I'm not dealing with you changing this picture every day. Y'all look at Erica's profile.
What? I didn't do nothing.
Erica, I'm not dealing with you.
I ain't did nothing.
I'm not dealing with you. I'm happy about that too, Jay. Erica, I know you watched Mr. Buns. You had to get on when we start watching him. What are your thoughts? Why sell Mr. Buns, whatever?
I didn't get to watch all of Mr. Buns because I had to have a conversation with my mother. However, from what I did see, he makes them look as guilty as we all know they are.
Come on now.
Him being hostile and him being uncooperative help them. No, I don't know if a jury's there. I don't know what that situation is, but he looks so guilty.
It's just a hearing. It's just a hearing right now.
Oh, so they're presenting this to the judge.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And she looked like she over him too.
She did.
She definitely over him. I took some notes today because I was at work.
Yes, ma'am. Y'all, I told them, Erica, people over here, we take notes.
So let me run down this real quick. First of all, move to good taste because AS, gorgeous. I know she didn't want to be on camera, but honey, you gorgeous.
She was gorgeous.
Wait a minute. Oh, when Max asked about that video, he was asking. He asked the officer.
Okay.
About the video. He was asking because you remember Squirrel Brain said there was no video. Video wasn't available.
Yes.
But so why were you able to obtain the video? Like, shows that he was lying. He never went and looked. He never requested it.
Which officer was this? Because I didn't watch two people. Which officer was it, Erica?
I want to say it was the first. It was the first one the first one that got up there because it's at the top of my list. I put wrong report was given, but I don't know what that was.
What'd you say?
And I wrote down wrong report given,
Oh,
but I don't know what that was for. Um, Listen, if I ever, for any godforsaken reason, go to Fulton County and I have to call 911, pray for me.
pray for
They
you.
are the most unprofessional people. She got an attitude because ma'am, this is your job. What you mad for? And Mr. Good Samaritan talk about they got a big old gun. And he's gonna who puts an AK in their pants? Sorry, it won't fit.
No, but let me just tell y'all a story. When I was rapping, I will never forget the very first time I met Black Youngster. This is before he got big. It's about 9 months before he really popped off. We were both getting some CDs pressed up. And Erica, he definitely had a big, I don't know what it was, but it was a big stick. And he had just gotten like, he was hit like 4 or 5 times at some point. So he was on crutches, walking in basketball shorts on, might I add. And when I say it was huge, child, Mariah and I said, baby, let's hurry up and get up out of here.
Gotta go, Bobby.
They will try to walk around with that stuff in their pants.
Poor Shannon. Shannon just can't win.
I believe. Oh, no. Poor Shannon.
Good Samaritan. Who calls and then follows somebody that you just seen with a firearm? Baby, we black. We don't do that.
I don't know.
She said, let me turn around. Let me turn around and follow. Follow? Baby, we black.
He did.
And then Miss, what her name? Latness. The 911 lady.
Mm-hmm.
He definitely got on her nerves. She was trying to play it cool, but he definitely got on her nerves. Because, sir, why am I back here? You don't remember what I said last time?
About which lady?
The 911 lady. The one he was trying to joke with. The one he was like, are you gonna retire? Adams asked her if she was gonna retire, and she was like, yeah, I'm retiring this time.
Oh, this time.
Yeah, because certainly they won't let her go. And I see why, because honey, if you ever have to call dispatch, because the dispatcher said, wait, your nephew robbed you too? Mind you, these are different dispatchers.
She was shocked, Erica.
She said, your nephew robbed you too?
Baby.
Ma'am, what?
Key said she got mad when he called her a dispatcher instead of an operator.
Oh, and
she's probably tired. She probably just tired.
Love is definitely trying to charge Montsoon old ex-girlfriend, current girlfriend, whatever they are.
With perjury.
With perjury. And I looked it up because curiosity got me.
Mm-hmm.
Perjury in Georgia is a fine up to $1,000. You can go to prison from 1 to 10 years. They can do either or both. So if she tries to arrest her for perjury, baby, I hope it was worth it.
Well, I'm going to say this, Erica. What if she really doesn't remember?
And I can get her not remembering because it was so long ago, but I don't think she did it the right way. Because let's be honest, like if someone calls you and say, "Hey, I don't know what we can and cannot say up here." I'm thinking I'm on TikTok. But if someone tells you that your house has been assaulted with fireworks, is what I'm gonna say.
Yeah, I like it.
You're going to remember some stuff. You might not remember every small detail, but you're gonna remember some. That's not something you just forget.
It's not, but it's traumatic. Like I think I shared with you guys at some point, someone that I'm very close to, their house was I mean, it's 50 to 60 bullets gone through their home, right? So I wasn't there when it happened, but I was there immediately after, and I can't remember like who was there with me that day. I feel like it was during the day, like, and this happened ironically in 2015. So it's like I can't remember all of these specifics. You know what I mean? So like the fact that she knows it happened, that you like, I think this is like scientifically proven too when it comes to the mind and registering things. That's why I didn't think it was too bad that she doesn't remember talking to someone at the house, but she does remember having to go to the station the next day. And she also said someone from the scene called her, told her what happened, and must have given her number out because the police called her and told her that she needed to come down. And you know, they didn't confirm who they spoke to, but they know they got her number. Think about the person called him Lil Kelvin. You remember that? I think they said Lil Kelvin. So I'm like factoring those things in, and it makes me believe it may not have been her.
Okay. But officers Bacon and Curry.
Mm-hmm.
Baby, I got hungry.
You think they left?
I don't think they exist.
What?
You got two officers. Officer Bacon. Officer Curry. Like the chicken.
Wait. You think they somewhere they like Lil Mike and Quez?
That was Rico, honey.
Miss Sheila, I'm adding you up too with Erica.
Officer Bacon and Curry. And you notice how Adams kept saying it? Like Officer Bacon, Officer Curry.
Yeah, where are they?
Like, and the expert comes with props. Ma'am, we don't care.
She said, "Can I use my demonstrative aid?" Well, if you look at this right here, I said, "Oh, okay, okay." She came to teach.
Ma'am, we don't care.
Baby, she was there to teach Erica. She's probably, I agree with some people, that's one of their best witnesses.
The best one they had. But then Shark got up there and did what he does. You know, he's going to maximize that moment. And made it make, like, what? Oh, so that's not. So what you're saying is you don't actually do this. You do that. Okay. And whose stuff has to be verified? Okay. Like, he did what he was supposed to do. But you got 9 minutes, so I'm going to shut up because I know Miss Sheila got some stuff she got to get off her chest.
Hey, Miss Sheila.
Baby, I ain't got too much nothing to get off my chest. I barely watched today. But what I did like was the fact that she eyed Love down, and I guarantee she's going to whoop Love if she ever see her in that street. Period, point blank.
Miss
She ain't going to take no hostages.
Look like she ready to rumble with Miss Love, didn't it?
Baby, if she was messing with Moon Toon and Shell Care, baby, she was whooping them females for them. No joke. Hey, that female got wrong with me. Go handle her. She was the one that was going to handle her. But that last guy, he better be careful, and cause still them gonna come for him, because you were in the DA's office with the last DA that didn't want to prosecute this case. So now why all of a sudden you providing good information for them to bring this case forward?
You better speak on it, Miss Sheila. I forgot about that. You are absolutely right. He's been there.
He's been there, and he was the go-to guy because Squirrel Brain said, I gave my stuff to Sprinkle. So if Sprinkle decided he wasn't going to indict nobody, well, all of a sudden you want to indict these guys. It's still the same little evidence that you had back then.
What's different? Exactly.
The DA.
Different? What is different?
The DA. DA.
Baby, you know what? What's different? That's a good question. What is different?
It ain't no difference. Y'all still ain't got no. Then you bring a ballistics expert up there. Baby, you got bullets. Show me the gun.
They don't got it, Miss. They don't have it.
So how you gonna make a bullet stick to somebody you ain't got the gun to say they had it in their hand? Oh, that's what they need Zachary for. You need to look at Miss Sylvia's live last night.
Mm-hmm.
Then she ran down a list of things that they need Zachary for.
Oh, I'm gonna watch it when I get off here.
She ran down a list of things that they want Zachary to actually say about Nuts' death. They put Shannon in there.
Okay.
And it was a couple of more things. And the little boy who Auntie tapped his phone, the other little D, he had a gun. I guess the one that little D Zachary bought for him. It's a gun charge or something. It's like a whole little page of stuff. That's what they need him to testify to.
I'm gonna watch that as soon as I get off. So while I'm doing my homework, I'm gonna listen to Miss Sylvia's live because last night I was getting DMs to watch it. I was doing hair last night, so I was up front doing hair with my sister. So
I'm taking my hair down so I can get my starter locks on Saturday. So
okay, Miss, I'm gonna have to
welcome to the club.
It's gonna be different, but I'm gonna try it out.
Yeah, try it out.
You're gonna love it.
I'm gonna come I'll be in Memphis in October, Miss Sheila. We're gonna have to go to A&R. That's where we're gonna go.
Oh my God, girl, I just got through with Jack Purtis tonight.
Don't make me cry. Do not make me
cry. I had the French fries with the gravy and some of their rice and chicken with the gravy.
Wait a minute.
You said fries with gravy?
Yes, Erica. Yes,
it's a Memphis thing.
It's a Memphis thing.
Clearly.
Wait a minute, Miss Sheila. You said rice? Rice?
They have a rice bowl with gravy, and you can either get chicken or liver as your meat on top.
No, ma'am.
I hope you got chicken.
I'm gonna try that when I come home. Oh, I'll be home for a whole month too. So, baby, I said I'm over here saving the coins now because I know I'm gonna eat out every day.
Oh Lord. But yeah, that's all I wanted to say. Sprinkle is gonna get handled by the defense, and see Love trying to counteract it. You can't counteract that because, as Steele said, dude, you got some cases that's been overthrown before because of your mishandling. While you sitting up here trying to act like you all that in front of the jury. Yeah, and pretty much judge told him, don't do that. Why?
He did the most. He did the most on that stand. So I'm happy. When I do my videos, because I'm gonna do my videos right when I log off. But I need to add that in there about bolstering. What was Paige talking about? Because it definitely sounded like he was trying to hype himself up.
Hype yourself up. You got all these people that's supposed to be out of jail because of your mishandling. And still know exactly who they are. He does the appeals, him and Harvey. And Harvey told her.
What he telling Miss Sheila?
Hold on, because Harvey sit back there so quiet. And Harvey did that cuss word, y'all. It just took me out. I couldn't
so damn late.
Y'all, they must be able to do say hell and damn because this not his first time.
Here's the thing. Y'all ain't noticed. Paige has a high respect for the defense team. When they first came in, she said they are very good at their jobs.
She did.
She knows what they do. And she know doggone well Brian Steele ain't finna bag down. But baby, you messed this trial up. He ain't finna donate to you no more.
Listen, Brian Steele, she complimented him this morning, him and his team. She said Brian Steele's team has been working overtime. It's quite impressive. Because they got all those motions done overnight.
I said that, but y'all know I feel like ever since they almost arrested Brian Steele, and Doug Weinstein made this very clear, y'all. Doug Weinstein said that lawyers all across the country were helping them. He said, I can't take credit for everything. And I said, I knew it. They are helping him.
Because Steele's daughter is finna go down there to Florida, and she's finna be a public defender because that's how he started out.
Oh, you said Brian's daughter?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I think her name is Maya.
And Zini Page said that they can't do that. She said I guess she kind of felt like that was wrong. That's why Steele said we could go case for case if you want to. But
bar for bar.
Listen, they said they can't do that. They can't do that.
But I'm gonna tell you what's gonna happen. Love is gonna try to get him Zachary aggravated to the point where he can't be crossed. And first of all, Paige, you need to turn that air down in that courtroom if you expect him to come in there.
She needs
you're gonna have to get your box fan because your 58 degrees in there ain't gonna work with him.
Yeah, but they said his blood pressure dropped. That's why he wasn't released today.
Oh.
when I don't think the audio was supposed to be playing, but it was.
Because they said he at
And
Rice Street and he caught pneumonia at Rice Street. And I'm gonna stick with my story. He caught pneumonia at Rice Street.
because and I believe Miss Sheila because he was released, then sent to Rice Street. Now he's at Grady. He got 60 seconds.
He's at Grady in an inmate ward where he don't have a telephone. He can't. He's handcuffed to a bed. That has to be annoying in itself.
Hold on, y'all, because it's 8. Before I hang up, I need to ask Miss Sheila. Miss Sheila,
yes.
What's going on with Tyre Nichols? His case.
You have to hear from my coworker be watching it. It's the news reporters come back and report on it. But they said pretty much the guy said he had a bad day at work because he hadn't arrested anyone.
You know, my friend called me this morning, Miss Sheila, I'm sorry, and she said that he just put it all out there, said he turned his body camera off and everything.
Yeah, said he hadn't arrested anybody. He was mad because of that. So just because the guy ran through a yellow light and didn't signal, he escalated it into a felony stop so that he could call for his extra bag up.
Wow. Okay, so I'm gonna.
I gotta look it up.
Yeah, Tyre Nichols. He was in Memphis, and I saw that video in January. It was heartbreaking. So I'm gonna go look at that, Miss Sheila. What about Young Dolph? You heard anything about it? Because my friend said week.
None of the guys have taken a plea deal, so I guess they all want to go to trial. But I did remember that one of the young men was on the phone. I guess he was on the phone with his attorney or something. I don't know. And somebody came up and sucker punched him from the back. So
good.
It. Okay, yeah, but I'm gonna go read up on Tyre Nichols and do my best to do an update on it. But I am finna get out because it is.
Sorry, y'all. We kept her over her time. We finna let her go now.
It's right.
Have a good night.
And I really do need to get down. They better do right about this. Thank y'all so much for everyone.
Y'all have a good one.
Bye, Miss Sheila.
Bye.
On here because we've been on here for 6 hours and 40 minutes. I don't know. I say all the time, I don't know, I love y'all just like y'all love me. And it still shocks me that y'all will sit and ride out with me for almost 7 hours. So I'm getting off. Everybody enjoy the rest of y'all night. Be blessed. And I'll see y'all tomorrow. Bye-bye.